Hello and welcome to the Generative AI for Leaders full course by Intellipaat. In 2023, Generative AI became the fastest adopted technology in history. Tools like ChatGPT reached 100 million users in just a few months, something that took the internet and smartphones years to achieve. But what's even more interesting is who is using Generative AI today. Global consulting firms use it to draft strategy documents. Banks use it to analyze financial reports and identify risk patterns. Marketing teams use it to create campaigns in hours instead of weeks, and leaders use it to make smarter, faster, and data driven decisions. This clearly shows one thing: generative AI is no longer optional, it's becoming a core leadership skill. In this course, we will explore generative AI from a leadership and business perspective. You will understand how generative AI actually works, explained in simple, non technical language, how it is being used across business functions like finance, marketing, HR, and strategy, how leaders can use Gen AI tools to improve decision making, productivity, and execution. So, this course is designed for business leaders and senior managers, founders and entrepreneurs, product managers, consultants, and finance professionals, and anyone responsible for making strategic decisions. No technical background is required. This course is not about algorithms or complex math. It is about using AI as a leadership advantage. So, without wasting any time, let's get started.
This is your agenda. We are going to discuss the fundamentals of AI, fundamentals of machine learning, fundamentals of deep learning, Gen AI. Gen AI is the main goal for us, but yes, since these are the sub parts of artificial intelligence only, so it's very important for us to understand each and everything. And I'm going to move to the very first slide. Okay. In general, what do you think? What is artificial intelligence? Now, I'll just ask you one thing. So, we generally, it does not matter whether the application is an Instagram or is something else, we get updates. Updates bring out new features. Let's say, we'll go back some time. The reel function was not available in Instagram, correct? I believe when TikTok arrived, okay, then somewhere replicating that, Instagram also introduced its features of reel. Before that, it wasn't. Now, I would like to ask you one thing. While they were working on a feature that was not released to the users, okay, and when they were about to release that feature, have they made Instagram down? Have they stopped Instagram for some time? Have they stopped everybody's account and then manually they added that feature in the code for everybody? No, correct? The application was continuously up and running. They just added something new in the code, and that code opened a new section in your Instagram application with the reel icon. Correct? With like, comment, and share button. And now we have a repost feature too. So there was no manual intervention required for each and every account to be done. So there is what at the back, okay? So let's say there was a code, okay? What? There was a code here. The code was added with a new feature, okay? Then this code was to be released as an update to the Instagram application on your Play Store or your App Store, correct? So what happens at the back end? The new feature, the new code also has to be compiled up, correct? It has to be built. Where now during these processes, let's take a rough idea. No need to understand what the technicality I'm explaining right now, but yes, take a rough idea. Okay. So this code has to be checked, it has to be tested, I would say. Okay. It has to be built. Build means compiled with the required libraries. Now, whenever a program syntax is written, okay, let's say you took an application called as VS Code. Any application that helps the developers to write code. Let's take it in this way. So you would be aware of, you would have somewhere seen that code or a very blur image you might have in your mind. You might have seen somebody's else PC if you have never worked on development, you're coming from construction and finance. But you would have some idea, okay, there is code written, the syntax is written, when these syntax are run, or basically are made run, what happens? Our application gets pop out of it. So there are many tools involved in between. Okay, correct libraries should be present so that the software on which you are coding can understand the syntax that you are writing. Correct. So my whole point of conveying this is that there are many processes in between, okay, where whenever you add a new feature or you're creating an application from the scratch, okay, every time they don't do these steps manually. They all fit these, like, these options within a pipeline. And this pipeline is automated. This pipeline is automated. So as soon as they add a new code, they hit the enter button or they do some activity, all these actions automatically are triggered. No manual intervention. Okay. And the new features are shown here in the user's uh, PC, phone, or anything. So to do such kind of automation, there are already tools in the market, tools like Jenkins, GitHub. This was just an example, definitely from a software background. But yes, there are tools for automation. So we cannot say that AI is the thing that only brings automation. Definitely, it brings automation, faster efficiency. If properly used, you would have better results. You would have more accurate results. But it depends upon tool to tool that you are going to use and that we are going to understand. Okay. So see, AI means making computers, not only about the processors. It's about computers or your machines act smart like human. So which means they should be able to understand, decide to. It's not like whatever we have set it to, it would only do that task. Okay, that is automation. No, it should be able to decide on its past result, the future trends, okay, and can improve itself on time. That is what the artificial intelligence is. Okay, so that is what artificial intelligence is. Now, you, me, or any other product managers or any other managers or a simple layman person, okay, they they have to worry about how it is working in the backend or how the algorithm is acting at the backend? What is the technique applied? What is the code applied at the backend? Not at all. Correct? But yes, the results that are being served out of that application is because of a model. Correct? Now, this model could be called in your applications too, in case if I have made those models public for publicly to be used. Correct? So that is what I am into, the development of the models as well, and then hosting them then too, and then creating the endpoints and providing it to the companies. So this is going to be some short kind of technical expertise that I have in it. So that is what the artificial intelligence is, which means how right now we don't have to worry about that how these machines are being able to decide or understand. But yes, artificial intelligence, when we talk about, in case if we am loading an artificial intelligence to any entity, whether it is a car, whether it is a computer, whether it is an application, whether it is a chat box, in most of the websites you would have seen right now. Correct? These entities are capable to go ahead and understand what you are saying. Correct? They are able to decide that what has to be responded. Correct? And would improve itself, like, time to time. So okay, everybody would have seen a chat box everywhere. It is now Zomato or Swiggy or your Zeptos or your LMS. Correct? Everybody would have seen it. So what it says, hey, I am AI assistant for you. Tell me, it is now even applied on government websites. Tell me how I can help you out. Now, Does not matter whether you are writing or not, that hi, I am Rahul, I am this, and I was here to find out that what is my UAN status. Okay, so as soon as now Rahul is asking in this way, this is the prompt that he has given. Now Ram would have directly asked, I want UAN details. Correct? Now the same prompt could be given it in various ways. Yes or no? But AI knows, okay, that anyhow, does not matter what sentences are being sent to it. It the what is the main primary metric that it has to find out? Okay, that the person is having a concern related to the UAN. Correct? Yes or no? Now, what is making it enough smart to figure out that even there are 10 sentences written in different ways, it has figured out, okay, the person would like to go ahead and understand the UN thing. Correct? Which means it is enough smart to find out some pattern that is written over here. Correct? It is finding out a pattern from the various sentences, and it knows now what decision has to be taken and what has to be responded. Now it is going to respond it to you in the same way. Correct? Okay, I understood that you wanted to the UAN details. Please enter your UAN number. Now, definitely it has been feeded to it, but it is responding to you. Correct? Based on what prompt has been added. So that is what artificial intelligence is, which means machines or the applications are enough smart to understand what you are saying, to take decisions on it, and keep updating themselves with the new information. That is what the artificial intelligence is, which means the fully packed, fully equipped with both the things, understanding, taking inputs, and then capable to go ahead and give you the output as well. That is why the artificial intelligence is. Now, how you would be able to go ahead and use it in your applications. Let's talk about, I was having one of the candidates who was coming from a finance background. So let's say you have checking loan applications. There would be different loans application. Now, I'm not sure whether you are aware of not, or let's say you might not be directly from bank. You might be a CA. You might be working for an IT company. So bank have started using a product called as Just AI. Just AI, the FICO AI. What it does, this automates, this automates what? Credit scoring. Credit score. Okay. Similarly, this also does a similar job. Okay. The credit monitoring. Now, based on your different requirements, you would have different tools to go ahead and help you out. But yes, AI is being used to go ahead and do heavy tasks in less time and with less efforts, I would say. Okay. Now we'll have, apart from that, what you, this is going to help you out. Artificial intelligence tools can help you out to go ahead and do any Google Sheet kind of task, any social networking task, any marketing task, any development task in all the domains. You'll also take one of the examples at the end of the class. But yes, it is being used now for sorting the resumes. That okay, it has that is what you might have heard about ATS. So what is there? Artificial intelligence based applications have been built up, and resumes are just uploaded. Now HRs don't have to see all the resumes in paper one by one, scanning through their eyes. No, the AI knows that okay, what kind of words have to be found, have to be addressed based on a business analyst job or a product management job. Okay, so let's say if it is a business analyst job, it would look for SQL, it would look for analysis word, it would look for Power BI, it would look for data visualization words. So all those resumes who would have clearly mentioned those words in their resume, their resumes are automatically going to be shortlisted from the thousand of resumes, and that is two within 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minutes, correct? Okay, so that is what artificial intelligence is helping us out in many tasks. Okay, now similarly, it could be also implied in the customer service automation. Okay, like there are tools like IBM or Watson Assistant, and you would have heard about Zendesk AI. In case if not, but yes, so these are the two tools that help to routine customer queries, like generating tickets and then automatically responding to these tickets too, in case if the tickets do not require a direct call with the a support executive only. So that is where they were using let's say 100 or 150 people to address even those things. Let's say you are coming up and dropping a ticket to Intellipaat at the rate support.com. I would like to go ahead and know that when is going to be my next class. And now we were having an employee for that to check the database and then to respond to this ticket. But cannot this be made much more easier, that the ticket should come up, it should be responded, and it should be closed at that very moment? It would definitely reduce a lot of flow to Intellipaat coming from various learners. Correct. So at that moment, yes, we need artificial intelligence that should be able to understand what customer is asking for, look for in the database that okay, yes, this was the timings. Let me go ahead and respond to the customer, and then capable to respond it to the customer too. So that is what the tools, the various tools have been created, okay, for different purposes. We are going to discuss it, but that is what the artificial intelligence is. It is going to help you to automate tasks, okay, that normally need human thinking. Apart from that, it is going to help you out with the improving decisions as well, which means in case if you have to tomorrow prepare for, like, you have to predict how much is going to be the sales. There are tools like Salesforce, Einstein, and then HubSpot AI. So these were the basic tools before, but yes, now the AI has been integrated to it, which has given the capability for them to go ahead and do more broader range of tasks. Similarly, in case if you are into the logistic departments, you have Route Me or UPS Orion, in case if you have heard about it. So now they have started using the AI to suggest the most efficient delivery routes. Okay, which is going to save time as well, same like save fuel as well. Similarly, for financial forecasting as well, there is one more and a plan. Okay, what it does, it plans scenarios, what could happen, and then it also gives you the forecasting about your requirement. So there are different tools. Then you have a category of personalizing services as well. Okay, let's say e-commercial recommendations you get. Whatever you watch on Instagram, you get similar ads to that. Let's say Netflix recommends the movie of your genre, correct? Whatever you watch in the previous, based on that understanding, in case if you have been watching thriller movies, so it goes ahead and provides you what? It provides you thriller movie suggestion only. So there, that is all AI. But yes, to make this AI work, to make this AI work, so that let's say to tell a chat box that what has to be responded, or whether the query is just for UAN, in how many types, in how many ways customers can drop the queries. This has to be stuffed into the device. Yes or no? This has to be trained to the computers. This has to be trained to the applications. Let's say today you created a computer. It has no past data. It has no data on which it can take decision. You are building an application, you created a chat box. Now this chat box has nothing as a history, has nothing in the data. And tomorrow a customer is typing, I would like to know my account balance, correct? it knows nothing that what has to be prompted from its end. That please tell me your bank account details, tell me about your IFSC code, tell me about MPIN, then only I would be able to disclose. Now, this training has to be given to the code, correct? The data has to be fed it. We have to tell it what decisions have to take. That is where the machine learning comes in. Okay. So to have a fruitful running artificial intelligence tools, which should be able to understand and take decision, this is the profit of artificial intelligence. But first of all, to understand, you have to feed them with a lot of data, a lot of learning has to be done for that tool or that computer or a car. Okay, and that comes up from a technology, from a methodology which is called as machine learning. So this is what the machine learning says. By definition, it says machine learning is a subset of AI, which means it is coming within the AI. Within the, you would have seen this image. This is a big circle artificial intelligence. Within it is coming machine learning. So it's a simple logic. Until unless something is not being trained, the base is not as strong. How you would have a house, how you would have a strong house on that base, correct? The base has to be strong. So yes, the machine learning is somewhere the subset of the AI where machines learn patterns from the data. Okay. Now, so it's just about the teaching computers to learn from data. Okay. That, okay, what figures they have to find out, or I would say writing all the rules for the computer to know that how it has to understand the data. Okay. Now, before we talk about what would be the use cases of the machine learning, okay, or let me go ahead and talk about the use cases only. So it's like price prediction and spam classification. Okay. So let's say price prediction could not be only limited to that, okay, you need to find out price. So let's say you're working in a company as a manager, and let's say you have to go ahead and figure out that, okay, based on the previous 2 years, what was the growth profit? Okay, this data you will have, correct? Because already the years have passed. You would see that, okay, in this year we added this. Let's say I'm coming from right now we are talking on an edtech behalf. So let's say in 2024 they would have released a course, let's say digital marketing. Okay. Now in the upcoming core, in the upcoming in 2024, they would have released digital marketing as well as a product management course. Now they would figure out that when I added one more course, now there would be different constants applied to it. Constants like, okay, how the year was there, what were the environment variables, like whether the recession was happening in more in 2023 or 2024, that is why people have started taking more courses. Or let's say because now this has been a boom in the technology right now for the product, or whatever the reasons are, you always need to go ahead and consider the environment variables too. But the whole point here is you will see that when company has taken these further steps in 2024, whether there was some improvement in revenue or not. In case if the revenue has decreased, you will try to figure out, okay, what are the environment variables where you are not having any controllables that were not in your hand. But yes, what company has did, based on that action, something has benefited or not. In case if it has benefit, then you might would like to go ahead and figure out that in case if I'm a similar step I would go ahead and take in the future, what would be my, like, no an expected growth based on the previous years of growth that I have seen over the time. So machine learning can help you out to predict things, to classify things, to do any task that can be done if the machine is taught. Now, it is not taking actions on itself. That is where one difference lies between the artificial and intelligence. You uploaded a lot of data set. Your computer was already trained with the data set. You uploaded a new file. You will say that, okay, tell me what are the chances of this file. Based on this, let's say you have an Excel sheet. There were health patients. Okay. Health patients had various details, their name, their like now their I'll say patient ID, their what category of rooms they have opted, and what diseases they were happening. Okay, now you have trained your computer on this model, and you got to know that, okay, most of my these were the total number of patients that arrived to my clinic or arrived to my let's say hospital, and whenever they were having these kind of diseases, they have chosen the top room of the hospital, the private room of the hospital. Okay, now this could be a thing that, okay, you are uploading, now you are giving up now a new data. Okay, the new, based on that new data, it can go ahead and predict, or it can give you your results directly, that, okay, yes, based on the previous model, or based on the previous thing that I have learned, I can go ahead and tell you that in the upcoming year, this is something that output could be. This is something these many people are might go ahead and take the private rooms, or these are the number of people who might go ahead and take the general ward things. Or similarly in your work as well, whether it is an Excel sheet, whether it could be anything. So the whole point of machine learning revolves around a computer, an application, or anything is trained on the previous data. And as soon as you ask a new question, the question could be in a form of uploading a new data set and asking for results, eagerly looking for results. Okay, so that is what the machine learning is. We'll take few examples. Okay, let's talk about retail. Let's say Walmart and Amazon, okay, need to go ahead and predict their upcoming sales. Okay, they can go ahead and use machine learning models. Okay, similarly, let's say you want to go ahead and find out that how the customer responds to us. Okay, so let's say Spotify, music application you would have heard about, correct? So Spotify uses machine learning to suggest music based on how you have been listening in the past. Okay, so basically it knows somewhere. Okay, so every application for every user trains itself. Okay, you would be listening, let's say, slow songs. Okay, or let's say not hip hop. Somebody would be looking for the pop songs. Okay, somebody would be looking for the Bollywood genre, somebody would be looking for the Hollywood genre, some would be looking at love related songs, so similar things. Okay, now every application models gets trained itself by what you do inputs, what you listen to it. So when it knows that, okay, this is what, once again a new song has been played by Sandeep, so he has played a let's say played a um, Kumar Sanu's song. Okay. Similarly, once again he has played somewhere Kumar Sanu's. So most oftenly he has been listening to the Kumar Sanu's song. So what the application will do, that based on that data, that every time the input that it is getting, what it is going to do, it is going to show you the Kumar Sanu's song only. Okay. Okay. Ramesh is saying profiling is sufficient. See, data profiling is okay to understand the schemas of the data set. Okay, but when you need to go ahead and inbuilt this, okay, and I will tell you, in case if you're talking about the profiling, no, profiling is also coming up somewhere in the machine learning only, Mr. Ramesh. Okay, machine learning is a bigger perspective. Okay, even in machine learning you do data profiling to understand the data better, to understand the hyperparameters of the data. to understand, to tune the data much more better. Okay. So profiling, I would say, is a very small subset that also is being used in the machine learning. Just the machine learning has emerged as a greater technology, methodology, I would say, which has created, which helps you to create models and keep it saved for you. That is what the machine learning does. And then further, it is being used like in the, to go ahead and like no make it more operative, to go ahead and make it in such a way that okay, it can go ahead and respond to it as well. So that is what machine learning is more focused on, what data is being inputted, and okay, what could be the results out of it. Artificial intelligence definitely uses machine learning to understand and learn on this data, but then it also can find the patterns automatically. As I gave you an example, out of 20 sentences, delivering the same meaning, and then prompting to you in return and expecting a new input as well, and can continuously talk to you as an human as an. So that is what. Okay. See, machine learning would be applied. See, it's a very simple theory. Machine learning would be applied everywhere where the data needs to be fed to a system or a computer. Okay. Do not see. Please understand it in one thing. If you want an application that should go ahead and talk to you, take decisions on it, and based on the new inputs that you are doing, okay, an AI application is a good application for you. But this AI application would itself be incompatible and would be non-functional in case if that system is not fed with the data. Correct? Now, how you are going to fed the data to the computer is based on machine learning techniques. Okay, so what kind of data it is, which technique has to be applied to fed the data to the system, is something that revolves around machine learning. Okay, so machine learning is also a methodology only, okay, to fed the data. To make it more improvised, when the data is fed, the application should be able to talk to you as well, can prompt to you as well, can automate things as well. More features applied on the top of the machine learning gives you the artificial intelligence. So when we talk about machine learning, which is a process of training the machines with the data, with the pattern of data, there are three techniques. There are three techniques. One is the supervised learning, one is the unsupervised learning, one is the reinforcement learning. So these are the training methods based on what data do you, what data do you have. Now learn with the labeled data. What does this mean? Labeled data means you have the answers with you. You have the answers with you. You are telling it what actually you have, and then based on that, new things have to be created out of it. So let's take an example. Let's say teacher is telling you with an spelling, let's say cat. Sorry, yes, cat. Okay. Now cat means CAT, correct? Then it has also given you a word called as dog, DOG. Okay. So DOG. Now you have told it, okay, that CAT you have, DOG forms dog. Then how the letters would be arranged for bat? How the letters should be arranged for bat? Will it be like this? ATB? No, correct. Now it knows that, okay, you have BAT. In this arrangement, you will have it. Okay. Which means it it means like you are already having the answers with you. You are telling it what exactly it has to be done. Okay, let me take some other example. Okay, let's say you are teaching a child. You are teaching a child by showing them flashcards. Okay, with both questions and then even the answers. Okay, so in both the cases, what you will have, okay, you will have the questions, you will have the answers of them as well. Okay, let's say you have given a um, let's say you real use case. Let me tell you, for supervised learning, everybody would have used Gmail, correct? Now what you do, you will train emails labeled as whether they are spam or whether they are not spam, correct? So for spam, you know the values, so can be promotions figured out with the keywords like buy, sale, discount, launch. These could be the words. Similar, there could be a number of words. These are the words that we are able to figure out right now. But you have the data with you. You have this data with you that, okay, what actually has to be, mail address is not correct. Correct. So you know all this data that are the answers to what are the spam mails. Here you have the answers. That is what is called as a labeled data. You have a problem. Let's say you want to go ahead and figure out that all the mails which have these kind of issues with you, or these kind of words within it, or this kind of intent they are having, these are moved to the spam folder. Okay, so what you would have trained to the machine that, okay, this is a spam, I'm figuring out for spam. However, apart from this spam, what I need is the answers to the spam is promotion, word itself, launch, sale, discount, similar like to that. So supervised is a methodology when we use when we have the exact answers for machine to understand or learn. Okay. Similarly, these supervised learnings, apart from the Gmail for filtering out or email for filtering out, these are used in banks as well. Okay. That based on the past applications and based on the past data, whether the application was approved or not, or for an application to not to be approved, in case if any information is missing, let's say PAN card is missing, the PAN card image is not clear, correct? The phone number is not correct, it has just 9 digits, or there could be a number of situations. So you know that what action has to be taken when these things are missing. Now the word here, these things, you know them actually for training it. You know it for training it. Okay, so that is what a supervisor. What if you subscribe email for discount? That's true. Then definitely it is going to attend it. So this Ramesh, this was just an example right now to tell it that how the much what is the supervised learning. It's not like I'm not saying that apply the supervised learning on the Gmail. There would be n number of functionalities or the constants that have to be changed before it is being directly applied to it. But yes, this is an example. This I'm trying to explain you right now that what kind of supervised learning technique involves. It means when you have a problem statement, let's say something is a spam. Okay. Now for a spam, what things could be there? What patterns are there? You know the patterns, you know the answers. Okay. So any kind of data when you are training it, it is going to be involved in supervised learning. But always, Ramesh, whenever whenever anything such like, let's say, these kind of machine learning models have to be applied, okay, there would be many constant also being written while the model is coded. So we write codes for model 2, okay, and in those code we will specify, okay, Let's say, in case if this is the situation, please ignore the discount part. Getting my point? So these constants would be always mentioned in the code, okay, that what would be the situations when this has not to be followed, or this factor could be ignored by the model for the new data. Getting it? So let's say new mail is coming up to your mailbox. By default, it is going to look for all whatever the things that you have told in the model. And you were having the answers. That is why it is called a supervised learning technique. And it would do its job. But at the same time, when the model was created, you would have also mentioned that, okay, these are the limitations, these are the situations when these factors are not to be considered. And then you would have mentioned that. So it would go ahead and check that too as well. So that is what all around is supervised learning. Okay. Now, talking about unsupervised learning, where you do not have the exact answers. Machine has to create, find out pattern and create a group. Now, previously in the supervised learning, we were having the answers. Find out the promotion word, find out the sale, find out the discount word, find out these things. And even in case if we would have done anything, still we would have seen some faults even in the running application. Now here we were having the answer that, okay, what has to be taken to make this decision? But an unsupervised machine has to discover the patterns. Okay. Now unlabeled data, because you are not telling what is the exact label of it, what exactly it is all about. Okay. So this is more like, let me give you an example. I have given you 10 boxes. Okay, different sizes, a small size, medium size, large size. Few of them are red, few of them are blue, few of them are green. So what are you going to do it for yourself to understand it? I'll say, please figure out something out of it. I believe you will create three categories: a small size, medium size box, large size box, correct? Then within each section, you might go ahead and divide them color wise as well. You might group them color wise as well. Blue color box, green color box, and then yellow color box or red color box or whatever we have taken. Correct? So, which means here the system is not giving the answers. Okay, we are not providing answers exact. It has to find out the patterns or the grouping on its own. Okay. So similarly, like you have puzzle games, you have puzzles over there, correct? Puzzles pieces are find out are sorted in an form by color, by shape, without knowing its final picture, that how it is going to look like. Correct. Or let me take some real time example. Okay. Let's say customer segmentation. Amazon or Flipkart are always going to group their customers by their shopping behaviors. One of them bargain hunters, some could be premium buyers. Now they are not having any labeled categories. Now let's say tomorrow Amazon has to go ahead and release some offer. Now you would have observed in few of the cases or conditions, few of the offers are only open for few accounts, few category of accounts. This could be a case scenario, correct? Tomorrow in your company, through your application, you might have to, apart from that, okay, what results have to be generated to the user or something like that, where you have the answers as we discussed for the spam mail. But there could be situations where you would like to work on a lot of data. You would like to know that, okay, I would like to know all those people who have like no I'll say who all of them are premium buyers. Okay, who all of them are, let's say, who come to the cart but don't shop anything. Correct. Now they are not having any pre-labeled category that who are premium buyers exactly. No, your machine has to find out patterns. Okay. that, okay, this customer, the data, the name Ramesh or the name Kunal is being repeated in the database 15 times, which means he could be one of the premium buyers because his name is being repeated again and again. Similarly, for the other people, or let's say it might go ahead and figure out it on a basis of that what is the total amount of shopping throughout the year Kuntal has done or Ram has done or Swapnil has done. So supervised is where, in case if I would have told, please consider those people as a premium buyers who are shopping for 1 lakh. No, I'm not giving one labeled category. I'm not telling the machine that only use this factor. The only use this factor happens in the supervised learning. Getting my point? Unsupervised learning, you machine, please find out what are the various factors, what are the various columns in the database that can be checked, that can be seen to find out this. Okay, so for pattern to find out for an e-commercial website that who is the premium buyer could be the total amount of uh, purchase they have done, the total amount of orders they would have made, the total amounts of like at what durations they would have made the orders. They might have went ahead and let's say shopped off less amount, but they have been shopping more oftenly. So these people would have high tendency to buy more often. Correct. So to in case tomorrow if you would like to have this kind of database, you want machine to figure out and find, okay, then you would like to use unsupervised learning. However, once again, I want you to keep this in mind. You guys are not going to develop the models. Okay. But yes, understanding behind it that whenever we train computers, there are techniques of machine learning of feeding them data in it. So there could be one category of data where we know the answers. Okay. Where we know the answers. Another data could be where you don't have the actual answers. You don't have one column to rely on. Okay. Like we managers would have definitely worked on Excel sheets. Okay. Every time you have a unique key, let's say their email ID is a unique key. Okay. You know that. I would be able to put filters on this. So that is what you have some labeled data. Okay. Unsupervised data. So data where you do not have the exact pattern on something where have to be just. Machine has to get it. How does the unsupervised learning model knows if the output is right or wrong? Now what happens, Swapnil, at the back end? So what it does, you upload one file to it. Okay. And it tries to go ahead and figure out, it creates pattern. Okay. It creates a lot of patterns within it. Okay. And there is a primary metric that the data scientists use to find out. It could be area under curve. It could be ROC. It could be accuracy. So what happens? There are multiple algorithms within this supervised learning. Let's talk about supervised learning. It has logistic regression. Now, logistic regression algorithm would be only applied, okay, for the data where the labeled column, which means the column that we are going to tell that machine has to consider this column, would only have the values in 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. These factors helps the machine out to figure out, okay, whether they are going right or wrong. So this was the case of labeled data. Let's say I'll show you something. I'll have this Titanic data set. Okay. Now this is the Titanic data set. Okay. I might like to go ahead and create a portal. Okay. For the relatives or anybody who was interested to know that, like, who would have more chances to get survived in Titanic incident or not. I had passenger ID, I had P class, I had name, sex, age, ticket fare, and all the unnecessary details, necessary and unnecessary details. Now, what would be your labeled data here? What is your target column? What are you willing to know? Tell me. The target column should be somewhere survived. Yes or no? That whether the person survived or not. Person survived or not. So that's a simple thing. Correct? Basically, this is what, like, okay, people would have ended. This incident ended up. But tomorrow, you are working on a database where the continuously new data would arrive. Okay. And the values are like in true, false, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, something like that. Or it could be anything as well. It's not only about 0, 1. 0, 1 is one of the examples of applying logistic regression, which is a part of supervised learning. I don't want you to get too much confused in it. There's a whole point here is whenever you have the data where you know what has to be actually found out, okay. So in case if you would have previous data, just like I've shown you Titanic data, let's see if the Titanics were continuously still running up, I might have to go ahead and find out more further things. The new data would be added in my sheet and my model would tell it based on the previous data. Similarly here in your case, okay. So machine learning, supervised learning would be only applied when you know what actually has to be found out. So previously, you will load your data to the computer. It will learn itself that, okay, all the passengers probably from this passenger class, which were at the highest floor of the ship, they are having value 1, which means they were survived. So, which means all the people who were having 1 would have survived. So, in case now tomorrow new data is added and the answers are expected, okay, person enters, some user is coming up to the portal and dropping a new passenger class, a name, fare ticket. Now based on previous data what it was having, it would notice that, okay, these patterns, okay, this inputs that the user is dropping has more chances to get survived because the past data that was feeded to me where the people were living at this particular floor, which would have paid more than 500 bucks, that is why they got that particular floor, okay, were saved in past. Similarly, it would go ahead and respond to you over there. That is what the supervised learning is. Unsupervised learning, where you don't have the actual answer in the data, you wanted to figure out the patterns, okay. Now whether the patterns are wrong or right, so what happens, let me be very clear. And supervised learnings are somewhere required for, are used for getting accuracy, okay. Unsupervised learnings are used in those scenarios where you want to find or discover a structure of the data instead of the exact accuracy. So there could be scenarios where you would like to just go ahead and, like, no, figure out, as I gave you example, e-commercial website. They are not interested to know that, okay, who are my customers. They would just like to figure out a pattern that, okay, what are my premium customers, okay. Then yes, Swapnil, as you asked the question that whether it is possible for us to go ahead and find out whether the output that was generated by the machine was correct or not. Yes, initially, when you are creating the models for the future purpose, where the human intervention is actually required because you are developing something, you would do manual checks too. If the results are matching, then you will trust the model. Not like anything, okay, I have given my database, whatever the machine is saying, it would be good only. No. If it was not able to go ahead and give it, you will apply some other technique within unsupervised learning. Now, what happens? The applications where we train models, what they do, they apply multiple algorithms on the same data set. Logistic regression, linear regression, KNN. Okay, there are many more algorithms. They apply all the category of algorithms that fall for unsupervised data set, and then they go ahead and create patterns. Now, one of the pattern would be the most eligible one. You will pick up that and you will see that, okay, it has created these outputs. You have to verify it manual too in the starting while creating the models. Okay. So it's, you have, when you are creating the models, you have to go ahead and give your full inputs. However, once these models are ready, you use it in the applications to get your results quickly without training each and everything. Okay. So we'll move to the last one, which is reinforcement learning. Okay. The reinforcement learning is also when you don't have the answers, is more used in kind of robotics, which means learn by trial and learn by error, where which means the system learns by taking actions, receiving rewards or penalties. Okay, and then improves it over the time. Okay, let's say a child is using a bicycle, correct? So the reward would be, okay, the child was able to stay upright, but before the award comes, he would fall several times, yes or no? He would fall several times, correct? That was a penalty. So in reinforcement learning, what happens? We give the data set, okay? It tries to figure out something. In case if it was correct, it is awarded. In case if it is not correct, it is penalized. Penalized means, okay, it has to go ahead and try something else. So let's take an example of self-driving cars. Okay. Now, in self-driving cars, you have AI agents. AI, why the word AI is coming? Okay, because they are capable to make decisions. Machine learning is all about feeding up the data and based on the data getting answers. It's not taking any decision. It's all ratification. Whatever you have made it learn, based on that it is responding it to you. Correct? It's not going ahead and talk. It's not going to go ahead and talk with you or take decisions like, okay, uh, rotate the handle, okay, blink the light. It's not taking these actions. That is what the AI does. It knows the data, okay. It knows to just respond, okay, the divider is too close. So this data would have been trained to it, that as soon as the right, there is any entity, there is a presence of anything at the right hand side after your 1 meter, this data is being trained to the computer. Based on this data, AI takes the actions. Okay. So let's say in the self-driving car, AI agents are rewarded for safe driving. Okay. Which means stopping at signals, staying in lanes, and then penalized for unsafe ones. So here in reinforcement learning, what happens? Let's say if anything machine is doing good, we reward it. Okay. If something is being performed not correctly, we penalize it. Okay. So that is what the reinforcement learning. It's a better training method. It's a better training technique to go ahead and make things more stronger, so that the penalty that is being applied on it, it would always remember. Okay, that okay, whenever I go ahead and give results something like this, I get penalized. So whenever it is going to go ahead and take any new action beyond it, okay, or similar to that, it would check for all the penalties and it would check for all the awards for that. Okay. So that is what, like, no, your reinforcement learning is all about. So these are all training methods at the back end only. Nothing much more than that. Okay. Let's now move to the deep learning. What is deep learning? Okay. Now, deep learning is more related to the neural networks. Okay, neurology is everybody aware of? Okay, neurology. In hospitals, we would have seen neurons. So, see, deep learning is more related. It is the part of machine learning only. It is the subset of machine learning only, which means here also the data is being trained, but it is being trained under using logical expressions of neural networks. Okay, which means a better understanding just apart from textual data. It is called deep learning because it has many layers that process the data step by step. Now let's say this is more used case, okay, not there where you just have textual information. It is more well where you go ahead and have images to be scanned, the audio has to be heard, okay, just like the face recognition and speech to text has mentioned. Okay, let's say, so now nose can be written in text. Definitely you will say NOSE, but that is not what I meant. In case I have to recognize a person, if I have to recognize a person, the textual data can give you a better result. Or if any model that is capable to understand nose, eyes, eyebrows, features. One way is you are describing on the text. The person is 6.5. The color is fair. The eyebrow, how you will define eyebrow? Eyebrow are thick, you will say. That is what else you can write in the text. Yes or no, everybody? Nose is long. Many people can have long nose. Correct? You cannot figure out those features, correct? The spatial features. That is where a technology came up where which understands the neural networking, neurology, which means basically your eye, okay, the combination of eye, the gap between the eyes, between the nose, the mouth, then you combine them into a face. Then your brain says, oh, this is my friend Ria. This is how we recognize people, correct? Because would recognize face recognition. Yes, Kuntal. So let's say how you recognize your family members, your wife, or let's say your father, because you know you recognize them by the face. Okay, that okay, yes, those eyes are belong to like are my father eyes. Okay, yes, the nose is similar to my father's, correct? And then everything when it matches, your brain says yes. Yes, he is my father, correct? The same way as the deep learning algorithm. Okay. First layer detects simple features like lines. Lines cannot be written in text, correct? Your colors. Then the middle layer come like looks for shapes, circle it is, square it is, pentagon it is. Last layers figure out combining the results of first layer and second layer, the whether it is a cat, whether it is a dog. Now let's say now the image, the requirements in the production could be anything. Tomorrow you are working for some, let's say some for fashion industry. You have to hire models, correct? There the face requirement would be much necessary or not. Or more example, I would say cyber security. Cyber security, correct? People have to be recognized through cameras, which means image scanning is now like no is a part of a day for everybody. We go ahead and do online payments. We are scanning images. We take photographs. We create videos. I would say much more than opening the notepad files, the textual files. Correct. Now the images have been playing a more important role. I want to shop a kurta. What I'll do? I like the kurta, I'll do it in Google scanning. Correct? It shows me that image. Everybody. Correct? So that is what the deep learning is all about. Where images, voices, large data sets. So there are different algorithms, okay, neural NNN, CNN, and all this. I'll not go into that. That's all technical, but yes, that is what the deep learning is all about, where the features, the objects can be recognized, even in case if you don't have the textual information. And text cannot be used everywhere to define everything. Correct. Move to the next slide. Then comes the generative AI, that is something you would be really interested in. Now, when you have this deep learning where you got the capability to understand images and everything, a new, a different, not relatable, but different, is the generative AI. Generative means generation, correct? Gen means the capability to generate something. Artificial intelligence, because it knows what to respond, it is going to give you the outputs. Okay, it is smart to recognize patterns because it is using machine learning within it. Okay, artificial intelligence, you are always already aware of it, because it would understand your emotions, it would respond to you in the way that you like. That is what the artificial intelligence. So now the new technology that has been brought is, which works more on prompting. Okay, so generative AI is all about creating new content using existing data. So what model it uses? It uses large language models. Okay, or it uses diffusion models. Now what basically generative AI is used for? I will put it a text, it can give me an image. I can give my text, it can give me video. I can give it text, it can give me code. I can give a text, it can create a song for me. Now, think of it. I am giving a text, okay, giving a prompt, create a song for me. Something is creating a song for me for the genre that I like. That is what the artificial intelligence is. Yeah. Previous training would be, I would have fed the machines with a lot of lyrics. Getting my point? So that is what. But yes, Gen AI is a different thing. It means whatever you want to go ahead and say, all the things are going to be input in text. However, now you can put image as well, and but you have to ask something in text to it. Okay, so that is what the generative AI is. So what is the difference between AI and Gen AI? AI is the big field, and within that AI field, a new field has been derived, which is just focused on not any other work, which is just focused on creating content. Content like images, videos, code, songs, that's all. AI is a larger thing. Now, Gen AI. Gen AI is not going to scan for cameras in the banks and take responded actions of triggering out alarm. Okay. Gen AI is not going to be used in cars for taking the action of indicating it or not. This is more into the educational and office purposes, where you would be able to create content of your choice. And with the help of like now the AI, you would be able to also automate it. You would be able to talk it because yes, it is AI. Gen AI it is because it is going to generate content for you, not like the automated actions that are pre-specified. Okay, it's like the tools where you ask anything and it's going to generate content for you, whatever it is. So that is what the Gen AI, a small field of the AI that is focused towards just generating the content, nothing else. But that is what now it's becoming mandatory in our daily to daily life. Generating reports, generating sheets, generating code, whether it is a code for the developing purpose, whether it is for any purpose, correct, for images, for videos, for resolving issues. Now, when I say text, it would respond anything to text, which means everything. All right. Now, let's move on these four tools that do different tasks. So this is Microsoft. Okay, everybody is aware of ChatGPT. What is ChatGPT? It is AI. It is Gen AI. Now after that, you know definition or what it is. Simple AI or what it is. What kind of learning is employed for generative AI reinforcement? The question is actually, this is catchy. This is actually a catchy. So yes, it is a Gen AI. But anything which is Gen AI, it won't be an AI. When Gen AI is the subfield of AI, yes or no? So yes, it is a dedicated Gen AI project, but it would be also called as an AI project product. Now, then if anything is AI product, is it be possible that without being used the machine learning models, it would become an AI? Without training data, whether it is possible to become an AI or a dedicated Gen AI? No. So yes, it is the machine learning as well. Okay. So yes, it is a dedicated Gen AI product. However, the Gen AI is the field of AI only because somewhere it is using AI to interact with you, to understand with you. Yes, it is a product of AI as well. However, what to respond, how to respond, this would be somewhere trained to it with a lot of data, with a huge amount of data. So that today now it is working so correctly that whatever I am typing, it is responding me. Correct? Which means there would be somewhere machine learning models also running at the back end. Okay. So yes, reinforcement learning is used in this case, the one who has answered it. Okay. So lot many books, lot many websites, lot many articles were used to train the chat GPT. Okay. What it taught it grammar, facts, patterns of conversation. Okay. But at this stage, initially, it was not always answering the correct or the safe answers only. Okay. Then the reinforcement learning with human feedback was also given to it. Okay. Which means whenever, like, no, trainers used to interact with ChatGPT, telling it that yes, the answer is good or the answer is not good. Okay. So good answer was a reward. Okay. Bad answer was a penalty. Okay. So that is how the ChatGPT was created and ChatGPT was trained on. Okay. So yes, ChatGPT is Gen AI, but if something is Gen AI, it would be using main artificial intelligence only, and that is why it is able to understand you what you are saying, and it is also able to understand what has to be given back to you. That is what AI is. However, to understand it correctly, it uses its previous trained data, and that is where it is using machine learning. Okay. Simple logic. All the applications are working on the same logic only. So these are few hands-on, okay, Microsoft Designer, VO, Suno.ai and Replit.ai. I'll just show you a quick hands-on on all these. Okay. So yes, we'll go to the designer.microsoft.com. It is one of the tool that belongs to Microsoft, as well as it is capable to go ahead and create designs. And in production, you know that, okay, what would be the use cases for generating the designs? Either you are creating a brochure, you are creating the templates, you might be in email marketing, you might have to go ahead and shoot this, you might have to go ahead and create logo for your new product, you might be going ahead and creating the UI of an application. So this is what it is going to go ahead and do it. So what you need to do is you need to come to this website. I'm sending it even in the chat box. Not right now. Right now you just see what I'm doing, right? Okay. And later on you can perform it. So let's say I'll check an option create with AI because I don't have anything. Otherwise I would have chosen edit with AI. Okay. So this are the custom images for any projects that you can create. You can, so see, this image is coming up when this prompt was dropped. This image is coming up, okay, when this prompt is coming up. This image is coming when this prompt was dropped. So this tool is going to help you a lot in the production whenever you want to go ahead and get good designs, good AI. Okay. Now let's say I'll come to create with AI option, this option. Now here you will get each and everything. What are you looking for? Are you looking for banners, college, collages, coloring book pages, greeting cards, frame images, wallpapers, stickers, images, monograms, backgrounds, emojis. So wherever it would be, whether it is a design, whether it is a poster, whether it is invitations, it's all up to you. Image is a larger section. So I'll open images. Ah, here it says describe an image. I'll describe my image. So let's say uh, design a sleek promotional poster, let's say, or as an image for a new AI powered business productivity app that helps companies to automate tasks, analyze data, and boost team collaboration. Avoid my spelling mistakes in case if there are. Let me elaborate it. Use a modern professional style with futuristic elements. Use bold, focus on typography, which means what fonts are being used. Okay, in the content. Graphy, yes. And it should be corporate friendly. Colors like blue, white, silver. This is my prompt. Okay. And now this could be anything. Now size, do you want this 1024? You want portrait, you want landscape? That is up to you. Okay. So by default, this is something I'm going to do it. In case if I want to share this prompt, I will get a link. I'll click on create. Okay. So it is right now creating my images. So what it has done, it has created this. Okay. So this is on the base of productivity. Now you can see this. What it is doing, it has used blue, white, and silver color somewhere majorly. You can see the people, okay, who are looking like working. This lady is working on the chart. This is for your thumbs up, which means good, doing good productivity. This, and you have this productivity tool as well. This has been generated. I might would like to go ahead and edit it. Okay. So keep the theme light. Don't add much elements in it. Also should also add life into it. Or also add. So since we have added futuristic elements, I don't want much elements. Let's see how it responds. You can create. Okay. So see, now it has reduced that those much the color we were having it before. Okay. It has made a little bit slightly light. So the better prompt you drop, the better results you will get. Okay. So here you have my projects. You can create your projects. You get 5 GB of storage. This is what the we have dropped here. The prompt, that is what we are getting. So this is one of the products that helps you to go ahead and get images out of your text. The next comes text to video. Okay, I can create video out of, so let's say ChatGPT is doing everything. These are the designated tools, okay, which have some. So these are more refined, Ramesh. These are going to be more refined for that perspective only, for creating the videos only. Okay. So, however, ChatGPT is a bulk of everything. But yes, in case if you want to use dedicated things, yes, you can come up here as well. Now, in case from a text you need to create a video, you need to come to View Editor. So look for View Platform, click on it. So you come to the bottom, or yes, 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 yes. There were the products. Veo editor or Veo Cam 3. Okay, here it is talking about buying now. So let me do one thing. Let me take you to the URL only then directly. Or Veo Cam 3. So DeepMind dot Google slash model slash. Okay, here we come up with Veo. Okay. So there are many models to go ahead and use this Veo editor. I'll take you at the bottom. So here, how the input audio looks. Okay, you can just explore this website. How it's here. So these are the try VO. VO means simply putting text into the videos, and I'm sharing this link apart from that here on the screen. So either I can use Gemini app to do that. Either I can use call Gemini API. I can use Flow, that is the main one to use the VO. Otherwise, there are yes different integrations available to it. You can click on it, and then you would be redirected to these URLs. I'll show you with the Flow one. So I'll click on Create with Flow. Click on New Project. Now this is going to be the text to video, frames to video in case if you have frames. Okay. So we'll drop our text. Let's say create a dynamic explainer video showcasing a cutting edge business software that streamlines operations, improves decisions with AI insights, and enhances productivity. Use a clean professional tone with smooth, since it is a video, smooth transitions and corporate friendly color. Let's see how the video comes up. Okay. So basically, this is what either you call it an AI, you call it an automation. So whatever I am saying, it is understanding. Yes, it is understanding because it has previous data. Okay? It is finding patterns. But what I am saying, it is understanding, that makes it AI. I don't have to now okay, everybody would have created happy birthday videos. You used to write happy birthday on the first frame, add 10 images of that photos that were actually clicked, then used to align it properly, then you used to put an audio on it, and a lot of things would have been done. But yes, you see it here. I got a video with one simple prompt. The detailing, if you want, introducing a new era of efficiency and insight. Correct. This was a small prompt, and based on my prompt, I got these videos. Correct. The videos were not shooted by me, were not clicked by me. Even the prompt that I have given, it has added a audio to it as well. It can be downloaded, it could be running in the full screen, okay, and it could be deleted as well. So that is what the view helps you out. That how my text was converted immediately into a video, and as much as good prompt you will do it, can go ahead and do it, and you can download it as well. Definitely you get limited credits and everything, but yes, these are the tools that can help you out to reach out to your things, to your presentations, okay, and the other requirements. Now, most of the tech companies are using these kind of tools. They provide the script, and then the videos already are created in the self-paced videos. Correct? So that is what your view does. Okay? View generator. Similarly, let's go ahead and jump to Suno.ai. So this is an AI, the generative. Why it is called as generative AI? Because it is just for producing content. It's not doing anything, any other tasks. Okay. So here, what you can do. So probably these accounts were given to me, like no, from the Intellipaat team only. Probably you would have to go ahead and create your own one. You have to go ahead and sign up one. My entire Chrome profile is shared by Intellipaat only. So whatever I do it, I just Google sign in. Now you might have to go ahead and create your own. And every time what you need to do is you just need to go ahead and click on sign up. I believe everybody would be able to click on sign up, correct? And provide your Google ID. That's all. Now, so here Sono.ai, let's say I am going to create, I want to create something, okay? Create a song. Now in this, what I'm going to do is, there are two options. One is simple, okay? You can record your audios, you can upload your as well. It will auto tune it will tell it, okay? So that's okay that I'm giving something is making it better. Now you can add the inspiration that will help the model to go ahead and like no actually give you the results what actually you are looking for. Do you want it in the piano one? Do you want it in the rapping way? Do you want it in the pride? Do you want it in R&B? So definitely these are going to be helpful for those people who are into the singing domain, or in case tomorrow, in case if you have to create some audios, okay, for your presentations, and that is also uh, it is going to help you out. So beats and everything and all this. Now I don't have any song for me. I don't have any song for me. I want this to go ahead and do for me. Either I can copy paste the lyrics as well over here. I can copy paste to lyrics, but as soon as I click on lyrics, as soon as I'm clicking on lyrics, what happens, it takes me to the custom stage. So what happens, it says add your own lyrics over here. So here I might have to go ahead and write my own lyrics that I want to be actually present in the song. But the case is better what I'm saying. I'm asking something better that okay, I'm just going to describe my lyrics what it should be all around. Okay. So let's say an uplifting motivational pop song with a catchy chorus, bright synths, and a steady beat continuously. Same. The lyrics should focus on ambition, teamwork, and achieving goals, making it perfect for business presentations. Right? This is my this one. So what I want is a full song has to be. Oh my god! Now it's taking once again. I should have clicked on click. Wait. What I'm doing is I want a full song. Let's say I'm describing the lyrics here itself. Okay. I'll click on. I'll hit enter. So it will write the lyrics for me first. What lyrics it has brought me? The worst one is step by step we climb the hill, through the fog we find our well. Every voice is spark, every hand a light. So definitely, I'm not going to look like while singing. I'm not going to look good, but yes, it has somewhere written the lyrics for you. See here. Through the storm, through the flames, we are building bridges, we are breaking grounds. Together, we will never back down. Right. So this could be audio could be used everywhere. So this was just a prompt that I have brought, and it has written a song for me. Okay, looks good. So let's say I select this option. Whatever the lyrics looks good to me, I'll click on create. Can I use a different? Just drop a different prompt in the same language, Ramesh. If you want it in a different language, you can definitely do that. Just go ahead and write, putting it in the same language only. Even ChatGPT responds in Hindi. So you can give the song title together where it is saved. It is going to be saved in Credible Whispers. I believe the song should have come up. I believe I have clicked on create, correct? Or no, not yet. I did. Okay. I got the song ready here, I believe. It's perfect. So there are many libraries. You can search the option. You can search for what you have in the library. You will get the one that you have created. You can have your followers. You can have your following. You can have explore, notification, credits. You get 40 credits in it. So there's are different versions of what you would like to go ahead and like hear samba music or something like that, right? So there are different one. It depends upon just you should be aware of how to go ahead and use all these things. Okay, moving to the next one, and which is text to website, which is creating website. Okay, that is Replit. And after that I'm going to do some automation, okay, for some LinkedIn. So this is a text to website. Just come to replit.com. It helps you to create the basic websites immediately. Like your portfolios and everything can be created. Just you need to go ahead and prompt. So this is Replit. Okay. So basically what it is used for, it is used for creating the websites. Okay. Turns your text ideas into functional web pages. Yes, web pages, portfolios, blogs, landing pages. So your HTML, CSS, Java, you can create your. And this is going to be helpful for the developers. Okay. What you need to do is just come to this replit.ai. In this, you need to just go ahead and give the prompt. Okay. What do you want to go ahead and do? Do you want to create an app? So let's say in case if I want to create an app, it says describe an app or site you want to go ahead and create it. Let me give a website. Let's say build a simple application that showcases a company's new product, a company's new product. What should have the app should have clean homepage with the product name, description, and an image placeholder along with contact us form. Use modern responsive layout. Use responsive layout. Okay. I'm just going to do start. It's going to take some time. It's going to create an it is going to show me in the preview state. It's going to implement a plan. So this is what it is going to work on. It is going to work on a product page. What happened to this? It's still working. Approve plan.
So the agent is working right now on it. It has broken the things. Home page with product showcase section, product name, place display, product description section, image placeholder for product visuals, contact us form from validation and submission handling. So let it run. So the agent is currently running. Okay. It will review, it will work on it. Let it run. So there are two major tools for developers and creators and for anybody. One is N8N. It is the automation. What? It is the automation. Now all those who are interested to know that, okay, how I can automate the things. Definitely automation is happening at every step, that it is creating a video for you. Okay. Whether it is creating an audio for you, it is creating a popular song for you without your any intervention. But still, wherever you need integrations to happen between third party applications, you can use these tools. One is N8N and the other one is GitHub Copilot. What they do, definitely they will save time, reduce error, boost productivity. Now N8N is a automation AI tool. Okay. Where you can connect different third party things to do your specific task. Okay. Just observe with me. So you need to click on get started for free, and you need to create your own account. Okay. However, I will have an account, so I'll be just logged in with this. You will use this page to register with an N8N. Now what I'm going to do is let me create a framework that automatically create content for me and posts on my LinkedIn page. So I'm going to create an agentic AI. With the help of an agentic AI, I want an 8N tool to automate thing for me. What is the automation required? That based on my one prompt, it should go ahead and it should post something on my LinkedIn page. Okay. So they have shared me one LinkedIn page, but before that, I'll just come to Anyden. You'll just create account, you'll click on sign in, and I will be signed in with it. I'll click on sign in. So this is how, first of all, the N8N looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to here create a workflow here in the workflow, that it should go ahead and based on my prompt, and whenever I want, it should go ahead and create a post on my LinkedIn page. Okay. So they have given me credentials for one LinkedIn as well. I'll just enter it. So this is my LinkedIn page. Okay. There is some account. Okay. And this is my page. Correct. So what I'm going to do is in this workflow, first of all, I am going to choose here. This is the plus button. Okay. So what steps do you want? So the first step is I want trigger manually. I can even run it on a schedule, but I want to show you right now. So I'm just choosing trigger manually. That whenever I'm going to trigger it manually, the option should happen. Okay. Now, apart from this, what I want, the result should happen on my LinkedIn page. Correct? Yes or no? So you need to come here and search for LinkedIn. Okay, everybody knows how to create a LinkedIn page. In case if not, good. Otherwise, come to LinkedIn page. Create a LinkedIn page. This is the link you are going to open. You are going to click on create.
and you need to select any of these companies, whether the company, whether the showcase page, whether the educational page. Okay, so everybody needs to have a page. When you will create this page, filling out the details, I've shared the link in the chat box. What you will have, the next page is going to look like in this way. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to call here LinkedIn as well. It says okay, in LinkedIn I have a feature. So what N8N is doing, it is integrating with LinkedIn. It is a third party tool. It says there is one action present that I can do is I can create a post. This is what as an AI I can do it. I'll just call it. So credentials to connect with LinkedIn account. So I'll just select create new credential. Okay. I'll click on connect my account. Within this connect my account, they have provided me this ID. I'll click on sign in. So it says connection successful. As soon as it happens, next details. Resource, yes, I want to do post. Operation, I want to create post as, not as a person, select as an organization, because that has happened with happens at a page. Now I can have multiple pages. So that is what it says, organization URN. So I'll open my page. I'll copy this URN. This is the URN. I'll paste it over here. Okay. As for now, only this much I'm going to do. Okay. I'll click on execute step. It says node executed successfully, which means yes, the details have been added that okay, what has to be done? It knows create a post. But I don't want to type each and everything. I don't want to go ahead and type each and everything. I want the things to be done at its own end. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an agentic AI over here. AI agent. Agent AI is responsible for understanding each and everything. Correct. So what I'm going to tell it, okay, I will define what I want. It says source for the prompt, user message. So let's say write a post, write a post on successfully completing first session, first session, first session has to be on, let's say Gen AI. I want a post to directly happen on my LinkedIn with this prompt. Okay, looks good. As for now, I'll click on execute step. Okay, so it says the chat model subnode must be connected. It says AI cannot run without having a model, and that is what I have been training you. I have been telling you. So I need a model to be called. So I'm just deleting it here for the confusion. First of all, what I want a chat model. Without model, AI agent cannot run. So where is the model? The model is at Open Router. So Open Router is one of the companies where you will get many models already created. So what I do is I create models. This is where models are already ready. We can just use them, correct? So we'll just use Open Router, and within this Open Router you will just sign in, okay? And you will go to models. In this model, all of these models are paid model except 0, 3 to 4. So this is one of the DeepSeek model. Okay, just this is a name. It's a mixture of expert models, and it is the latest iteration of the flagship chat model family, which means you can drop prompts to it. It knows and it understands chat. Okay, so that is what we are going to use this model. So there would be a number of models available. It depends upon what work do you want. Different models would have different use cases. Okay, so this is more for coding, reasoning model that excels at agentic coding. Okay, so different models are present. This is for the art image creation. Now I believe everything is making sense to you.
that what is machine learning? That is what has been applied to create these models. Now these models are going to be used in AI to do the things, to respond to the customers, to respond or to wherever it has to be used. So I'll just search for 0324. I'll just open this model. Okay, so this model, first of all, now I need for every model or for your account, DeepSeek, Open Router AI, you need to create an API. API is a key that helps you to authenticate at third-party tools. Now I'm going to work on NA10, which is a different company, and I'm going to call Open Router here. So first of all, I should have Open Router API keys. So I'll just go to API. I'll click on create API key. I already have one. I'll create a new API key for you guys. So delete key. Create API key. I'll just name session 1. Create. You will not be able to find it once again. It's better to copy it. Copy it, open your notepad and save it somewhere. Okay. Now I have the key. I'm going to come here. And then this key, what I have the DeepSeek model, the model that I want among all the models which were present here. Correct. So we'll come to the N8N. And now I'm going to look for a open router. Everybody can see this. I have the open router chat model. So as soon as I drag and drop, it is asking me a few things that, okay, first of all, connect to the credentials. I already have it. So I'm getting these two options. You will not have it. Okay. So what I'm doing is, let me go ahead and delete it. Yes, delete. Yes, delete. So this is how it is going to look like for you. Create new credentials. I'll open it. I'll enter my new API key that I just saved on Notepad. Correct? And I'll click on save. Okay. Looks good. I'll come back. Now it says which model. So there are many models in the Open Router account. So by default, what we have to search? The one that we saved, 0324. This one, free version. I'll select this model. I'll click out. So what I have to do, I have got a model, Open Router. So delete the unnecessary things. This is my Open Router chat model. Okay. It has all the details. It has the model. Now I need to connect it to what? Agentic AI agent. So once again, AI agent, what prompt I want to do? Define below. Write a post for, write a clean post for congratulating learners on completing first session on Gen AI. So this is the prompt I have given. Looks good. I'll click on execute step. It says please connect it first. So what I'll do, I'll connect this chat model where? To this. Now it is connected. It should not give me any error. So I'll just click on execute step. Or it says connect a trigger as well. So the model you have connected, but when this AI agent will run, this has to be connected. So right now, when I want to manually click trigger on it, I connected this. I'll double click on it and I'll click on execute step. Node executed successfully. So that this my manual trigger has been connected. The model has been connected with AI agent. Now the AI agent has to be also connected to the LinkedIn. No, we connected it to the LinkedIn. In LinkedIn, what has to be done? The output of the AI agent, the prompt that would be created, has to be posted. No, yes or no? The real prompt that would be created has to be posted on LinkedIn. So I'll just double click on LinkedIn and the AI agent. You can see the previous step, AI agent. Yes or no? Everybody. So the output of the AI agent that is being generated, I have to drag it like this way here in the text. That's all. No coding necessary. That's all. And I'll click on execute step. So this has been successfully added. Should we execute workflow? I'll execute workflow. What it says, problem in node AI agent rate limit reached. Now this could be one of the reasons of free version, but what you can do is just do one thing. We will try to delete the key that we created no here in the model, the free key in the open router account, this key. So this API key I'm deleting. I'll go to open router. I'll delete the key. I'll create a new API key. So this API key in the free version, I believe this is the problem, that it only allows you to create, run, execute one time. So you might have to go ahead and create keys again and again to execute workflow. We'll come here. I'll paste the key. I'll click on save. That's all. This is what you need to go ahead and do it. And I'll try to execute it once again. Perfect. Everything was succeeded. Yes or no? Let's come to LinkedIn page. I'll give a refresh. So this has been successfully posted. Congratulations on completing your first Gen AI session. I only gave one line and it has automatically posted on my LinkedIn page. Well done on completing your first generative AI session. You have taken an exciting step into the world of AI, and we are thrilled to see your progress. Whether you're exploring the new skills or diving deeper into AI concepts, every step counts. Keep up the great work, stay curious, and get ready for more insights in your next session. Perfect. Now, the last thing is this. That is, when this happened, when I manually clicked on it. So instead, what you can do is, while clicking execute workflow, you delete it, come to the plus node and look for schedule. See, on a schedule can be then, it could run on a form submission. It could run on an event to be completed. So let's say run on a schedule. Okay. So when I want, do you want it on days? Do you want it on week? Do you want it on month? Do you want it on hours? Do you want it on minutes? When do you want midnight? That is 12 a.m. in the morning, or I want it at 6 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Trigger at what minute? I can just put add a rule in case if you want to add further rules. Otherwise, execute a step. That's all. So see, timestamp has been created. So at this particular time, at every in this month, this process will run. That's all. So this is automation, which means scheduling automatically. So you don't have to click on execute workflow, just save it. Okay. And every that particular time it goes to go ahead and run it. Yes, every time you might have to go ahead and change the output, the prompt. But yes, this could be customized.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Generative AI certification course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. This course is specially designed for AI enthusiasts who want to prepare and excel in the field of generative AI. Through this course, you will master Gen AI skills like foundation model, large language models, transformers, prompt engineering, diffusion models, and much more from top industry experts.
With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of generative AI.
Now, this class is going to be dedicated for Gen AI itself instead of AI, ML, or deep learning, plus how it is going to be helpful for business and people like you. So, this is going to be the agenda. Gen AI, how it is created, who creates it, and how it works. AI fundamentals for manager. I would say AI insights for manager. The fundamentals that whatever we wanted to cover, we have already covered it. Then we have generative AI examples for manager. Now, not the examples. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take few hands-on activities too, where we will distinguish the difference between the Excel operations and the AI operations. Okay, we will discuss about how I can use an AI as an executive coach in my management skills. Okay, so the very first is going to be for the data analytics and the visualization. The second one would be how I am going to use them as a coach to my management skills. There would be several scenarios all the managers would understand, could relate to me, that we know that somebody is important in my team, but he's doing late by late, late by late, late by late. Let's say he's coming late and late. I don't want to hurt him as well. I might have some personal relations, not in-depth relation, but when we sit in corporate, when we sit on our desk, we have some fun as well. Correct. Now you know that he is sincere, but he is not doing it. So what actions you can go ahead and take, and how you would be able to utilize AI over here, that is also I'm going to show it to you. But yes, I do remember one more thing. Before we jump to this using in the management part, we'll also discuss how we can go ahead and use creating presentations. Good for the people who are in business, who have to continuously meet stakeholders, who might have to go ahead and explain or knowledge transfer to the new joinees of the team. And you know that I don't have to go ahead and explain you what is the importance of presentations. Correct? In offices and everywhere, presentations are way important. So how to create presentations instead of the manual work that we used to do here in the Google PPTs. Correct? Then I might also go ahead and tell you how to go ahead and convert huge textual documents into the audio notebooks, just like in Spotify or in let's say GeoSavan. You would have heard about audio podcast at some part of time. Correct? So nobody is there to write stories typing one by one. It's all about machines that are doing this task. Okay, so let's proceed with now. So what is Gen AI? Everything you need to know. So basically, generative AI is all about the class of an artificial intelligence that can generate new content. Content could be text, content could be images, content could be audios, content could be videos, content could be a code, content could be a 3D model, etc., etc. So it rather just analyzes or classifies the existing data, but also understands the pattern in the prompts, and then it figures out what is the most relatable output should be given to the user. Okay, there are various examples like ChatGPT, Cloud, Gemini, LLMA. These and every model that is written either on the PPT or that I'm going to train you in the class would have a specific genre. It would have a specific category. Few of them are text based, few of them are image generation based, few of them would be audio and speech generation based, few of them might be in the video generation based. Okay, so that is what the Gen AI is all about. I don't think so we have to go ahead and discuss any definition about it. So that is what generative AI is all about, which means the class of AI that helps you out to figure out, generate content, understand your prompts, understand the tuning and the tone behind your prompts, and create the content, whether it is an email,
whether it is creating charts, whether it is analyzing reports, whether it is creating designs of your, let's say, architecture, a society. It could be a computer design. It could be, let's say, you are developing a new device. Let's say something as a water dispenser or something as a cleaning dispenser, so that you put all your dirty plates in that dispenser and it gets washed automatically. It could be anything. So the design, in case if you're planning to go ahead and create a dispenser, there are tools like CAD and everything. Okay. So that is what the generative AI is all about. AI is a very big field. Okay. It's not about limited to cars and robot. Okay. Now it depends upon, okay, I'll just ask you one question that might go ahead and leave everybody confused. Okay. AI is a calculator, AI or not? So AI comes under two categories. Understand it in this way. First of all, calculators are intelligent and are non-living. It makes AI. However, the backend understanding or the backend working of calculator is based on data or is based on logics? Tell me. It's based on logic and rules. It is not based on data. It has been fed it like, okay, 2 plus 2 is 4. Because 2 plus 2 is never going to be 8. Correct? So that it might go ahead and look in the past, okay, 2 plus 2 has been 8 as well. So what has to be given now as an output? No. It is based on logic. But yes, it is intelligent. It is able to understand your inputs. It is able to give you an output. Correct? That is what it is considered in the part of AI. But this is a separate thing. That is why AI is called as a vast field. Okay. Now, the different AI that has been trending now, that is being coming up now, because of that, the term itself, artificial intelligence, have become popular. What it is? AI plus machine learning, where the AI devices are not just running on if and else logic or the given set of rules. No, it has become enough smart to go through the previous feeded huge amount of data and then give you the result. So that is another field. But in terms, when we speak, when we read on internet, when we see videos on YouTube, it is not being segregated. Everywhere you will see only that AI machine, AI device or AI is a field where a lot of data is being trained to the computers, and then they become enough smart to go ahead and take decisions on their own. But yes, that is where AI is large field. Within this AI, you have ML, and then you have Gen AI as well. However, Gen AI is dedicated to generate content only. It is not going to go ahead and do jobs for you. Let's say shutting down curtains for you, shutting down automatically ACs for you, and all these things. Okay. So this is what the generative AI is all about. Now let's move forward. So this is how generative AI is created. Now you can see three icons and there are five ways. These are the processes. These are the phases. The data collection, the model architecture, then the training is being done, the fine tuning with human feedback, and then the deployment and use. Let me do one thing. Let me open a quick Word document because everything is not written on PPT. PPTs are here in front of me just so that I don't miss any of the important topics. However, whatever I am going to speak up, it is going to come from the experience itself. So there would be few bullet points that would be necessary. Either you guys can create at your end, that would be very easy for me. But in case if you can't, I'll also share a document to you. So right now we are discussing about how Gen AI is created. Okay. The very first thing is data collection. What does data collection means? Massive amount of data sets would be required before any such kind of AI is being developed. Okay, which means a lot of millions of text, millions of code, millions of images, millions of audios would be included. What could be the sources? Where you would be getting this text, or what sources could be used for? It could include your books. Books can be converted into PDFs. Then these PDFs could be uploaded into the model while training. It could be research papers, okay, research papers which are available over the internet, which would have a copyright. So copyrights have been like now are bought first of all, and then it is being given to the model, the package. Then it could be websites, it could be open source repositories like GitHub, Nexus repositories, JFrog repositories, and a lot more. There could be videos, and number of YouTube videos could be feeded while this Gen AI kind of artificial intelligence is being created. Lot of music would be uploaded to it. Lot social media would be integrated to it. Okay, and a lot many sources. So that is where first of all a huge amount of data is collected, and then it is going to be uploaded to the generative AI. Now, since generative AI is a field that deals with images and videos as well, now it's not like okay, 10 images of dog have been given to the generative AI model, and we expect that now model would be able to distinguish between a lion and a dog or a cat and a dog. The reason behind it is as well, let's say we know we have somewhere 30, at least there would be 30 breeds of dogs. I'm not from this field, but I believe this is something would be there. Okay, 30 breeds of dogs we have in real world. Okay, what I've seen somewhere in images, few of the dogs, or it's one, two category of dogs, are similar to lion's body. I would say, like kind of architecture, or like no, it has similar skeleton. Correct. So let's say I just given 10 images of dogs to the GenAI model. And let's say now, at some point of time, somebody is like now um, uploading some kind of dog which looks slightly different. GenAI won't be able to figure out. Let me be very clear. For one breed of dog itself, you have to go ahead and share and upload n number of images with the different angles, with different colors, with different features. Somebody would be, some dogs would be small, sometimes some dogs would be large, and a lot more. So data collection doesn't mean you just put all the data. No, variance of data has to be uploaded for each and every entity that you are planning for. Okay, at the same point here, let me go ahead and show you something. Have you heard about YOLO? YOLO object detection. Okay. Okay. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm just, let's say I'm going to upload an image. You can even select it from here, and I'm going to submit it. So you can see what is happening over here, correct? It says, okay, three, here it responds in such a way. It has found something called as bicycle, one as truck, one as dog. Correct. So what it is able to go ahead and it is able to figure out. This is one of the model that would have been used. Not this exact model, but a more emphasized model on object detection. How your cars or your robot, okay, sense objects. Can you see it has correctly figured out what is a dog, what is a bicycle, and a truck? Okay, which is basically okay, there could be a thing that they would have assumed all the vehicles with the name truck only. So whatever the name they would have given it while training this model, that is what it is being able to figure out. Let me go ahead and some like no upload an image from my local PC. Now I'll also show you a flaw of this. So this is my image. Okay, I'll click on submit. Now, can you see here, everybody? So it has 100% correctly recognized that this is a person. Then behind it also there is written one person. It is checking this. Just it has been like now it has moved backward because of this heading. The third is also a person, and this is also a sports ball 90%. But now here it has been 100%. It has been a 90%. The reason could be the image clarity as well. Getting my point? Because why not? It looks similar to an apple as well. Yes or no? But how it is assuming 90%, it is able to achieve it as somewhere at a 90%, assuming the other parts of the image as well. Okay. So that is how it figures out. But yes, this model has to be further improvised. It's not able to figure out a bat. It's not able to figure out wickets. Correct? That is one thing. It could have figured out the helmet separately. Now the live example, let me go ahead and give you of its inefficiency, I would say. Let's say animals. This is the partial inefficiency, I would say. So see what it figures out. It is able to figure out cow, zebra, giraffe. Now, here if you will see, I don't have any cow. Now see, zebra looks okay, giraffe looks okay. Now, the color gray has been considered as cow, but there is no cow, correct? The lion has been missed, and the zebra is like the tiger because it has a strips. It is being considered as zebra. Are you getting my point now? Why I was telling you that why even one image in data collection, it's not like you just uploaded various images from different categories. No, from one category only you have to go ahead and upload n number of images, then it makes a model efficient. And that is what even you guys have to take care about while choosing the models or choosing the tools in your work. You cannot rely on any of the tools that might be inefficient and they might be responding you with wrong information. So there would be few tips and tricks that we will be talking about to go ahead and make sure how to cross verify it or how much to be dependent on generative AI and at what scenarios. Okay, so see, this is wrong, which means this model has to be further trained on the animals and the separate images. Not only that, let me go ahead and upload an image, one more image on violin. This is what I was able to figure out. So this is a violin. It's a very clear picture, correct? No issues in the clarity of the image. However, what it says, first of all, it's not able to load. Let me submit it once again. What it says, couldn't find any objects that I was trained to detect. Getting my point? So it means that this AI model that this Viation YOLO is being using at somewhere at the back end has never been trained on this object only. So it will never be. So that is what artificial intelligence is only intelligent about the data that has been put into it, not beyond that. So whenever you prompt, you have to go ahead and take care of all these things. Okay. So no, don't assume that every time your AI would be right. It might go ahead and respond to you every time correctly. But in case if you will drop it some confusing prompts, it might go ahead and give you answers with the wrong intent as well. However, there is no limit that 10 lakh of images or 10 lakh of data would be sufficient, 20 lakh of data. No, there is nothing as such. As we practice and we improve, the more amount of data you will feed into the model, the more better it would go ahead and become. So there is no estimation, there is no threshold accuracy. See, let's take this case. Let's say you have given a prompt that I would like to have a customized image where I want the cricket match to be happening. Apart from that, the cheerleaders have to be playing violin. I want an image out of it. It might go ahead and give you the cricket ground because it knows. It might go ahead and set up the person at cheerleader board. But since it is not aware of what violin is, it will leave them empty. Okay. So everything would be there, but they will not have violence in their hand. So AI will do the job, but will do the job only that much how much it is aware of. So yes, there are all chances. It might. So instead of, I would say, giving you the wrong output, it first of all, in your case, the one thing that you are asking to me right now is it will give you an incomplete answer. Okay. So we were talking about the data collection. Okay. And once the data collection is over, you have what? You have model architecture. What? Model architecture. So once you have all the data with you, models are created. Now, the very first part, note it down somewhere. The very first part of model architecture is transformers. Why we are learning, guys? See, technical knowledge is important. You might be from a technical background or not,
But tomorrow, let's say in case if you have to work on these tools, you have to work on this domain, the technical information at the back end also you should be aware of. It could be at any situation, like let's say you might have to go ahead and explain it to your juniors, explain it to your teams. You might have to give a KT for them to also improvise. So technical information is also required before you directly use these tools in your Excel sheet or for your management purposes. That is what I'm saying. Please take care of it. So in the model architecture, the very first part comes here is transformers. Along with it, I want you to note it down. The transformers are not a chip, are not a hardware. It is just like a methodology. It is a design idea in software. So basically, what transformers do, transformer teach AI how to pay attention to the right words or parts of data. Since we are talking about generative AI, keep your mind limited towards that. Whatever we are going to discuss about right now would be about text, would be about prompt, would be about images, would be about content. So once you have the lot of data, let's say lot of text you have, now in the case of model to be created, the very first thing is the idea, which is transformer. What it does, it teaches AI how to pay attention to the right words in the prompt or in the text, in the documents, or wherever the text is written. Okay. Without transformers, AI would not know which words connect to each other. Okay. Let's say, let me give you an example. Let's take the example. Let's say there is a sentence, the dog that went to space was brave. Okay. Let me write it down as well. What I'm saying, so the very first part of model architecture is transformer. And there is an example, the dog that went to space was brave. Now, let's say you are dropping this sentence to the AI. Okay. Now, AI knows the word dog to be connected with brave, not directly with a space. You are getting my point. So that is what transformers help to understand what thing, what word should be connected to other word. Okay. Now the dog is going to be brave. The dog cannot be a space, which means something else would be required to cover it with the space. Or let me give you another example. Let's say you want to translate something from English to French. This might be required for you guys while writing the mails to the companies, in case if you are dealing globally. Okay, so let's say you want to change the cat sat on the mat. Let's see this. Okay, now a normal old AI, artificial intelligence, that is before transformer, would look at each word. The cat sat on the mat, and almost like just I have read without completely the blinders on, it might go ahead and translate each and every word in French. But do you think will it mean the same in case if it converts the da into la, cat into chat, and similarly on the mat? Sorry, I'm not aware what is written on the mat, but let's say whatever it converts in the same way. Do you think the order it would just convert one word into it might give the same meaning that the cat sat on the mat? Correct. Now, in case if I take an example of Hindi, let's say I spoke up here a word, बिल्ली मैट पे बैठी है. अभी बैठी है जो है वो मैट के बाद में आ रहा है. That is what I am trying to explain. But when I am writing in English, the word sat is coming before the mat, which means order do matter. Yes or no? Correct? That is what transformer looks for. So it's not only about converting the words, the order in which it has to be framed so that it goes ahead and takes care of that when something is being converted or transformed, the meaning doesn't change. Getting my point? That is the role of transformer. So whatever the models that are being built today, the very first thing that are being created is on transformer. because transformer gives the Gen AI models the capability to give this advantage, and this is a must requirement nowadays in case if you're working on textual or generative AI kind of field. Okay. Now, similarly, once you have transformer, you have models, LLM. This is a very famous word you might have heard about large language models. So this is a software model, or you can say this is a program which is completely coded, which is completely written. It is built using transformers, taking care of transformers, and what it does, it is capable of generating huge amount of text, your mails, your stories, your reports. Okay, so that is what, like let me give you one benefit of LLM. Let's say I'm just typing up once upon a. This could be anything. It could be once upon a time, but it might LLM now based on transformer. The LLM model, the program is enough strong, just not to go ahead and just fill here once upon a time. No, it is capable of framing an entire story or a fairy tale for you. Correct? So that is what LLM is all about. Okay, so this is one of the model, this is one of the program that uses the transformer and is enough smart to go ahead and write using the several, because it is using transformer, which gives it the sense of understanding, the sense of words. So using those words, it can create 10 stories for you, putting up in the correct order and delivering some meaning out of those orders. That is what in the model architecture, this is the second point, that is LLM. Okay. Similarly, you would have diffusion models. Okay. What? Note down these terms. You don't have to create it, but you should be aware of. Now, what are diffusion models? Just like LLM is a text based model, your diffusion model is basically your image and videos based program. Images and videos based program. Okay. So it starts with your random kind of a TV static sound or a noise, and then it's step by step removes the noise until a clear picture or video forms based on your description. So how does it work? In short, basically, it takes you would have seen in movies it have been showing like no. First of all, the image is blurred into blocks into pixels, and then it is getting clarified. So what it does, it slightly tries to go ahead and connect every pixel at the back and one and to another to go ahead and like no give a proper meaning. Now let's say if you have we have done it in the graphic designer. Let's say if I'm asking to go ahead and create an image of a human, now it is going to connect the pixels in such a dot that it makes eyes, it makes nose, it gives a human face only, not a rhinoceros. Correct? Not an elephant face. So it knows that okay, what meaning has to be delivered. However, this is how it works on images and videos only. Correct? We are talking about how Gen AI model is created, which includes text as well. So that is what your LLM. What gives the power to it? Transformer gives the power to it. Now Gen AI is not only about text; it's about your images as well. So we have understood what models are being used. Diffusion models are being used. Similarly, you would have GAN, generative adversarial networks. Okay, this is once again a methodology, or you can call it as a software model as well, which is very popular once again for images and deep fakes. What? Deep fakes. Okay, like it might go ahead and generate any kind of fake images for you. It might not have any relatability in the real life, but in case, let's say in movies, illusions you want, this is going to help you out. How it works, this is very interesting. The working of GN, okay, is uses two AIs playing against each other to make things better. Okay, so let's say one AI, it is using one part of AI, one some part of data it is using for creating images, fake images as an artist. The other AI it is going to use as an inspector, which means continuously inspector trying to find the fake images, okay, the previous AI. Now what will happen? One model is getting trained better and better on finding errors, and at the same time, what is happening? The other one is becoming more and more smarter so that it can outreach the things of inspector. Okay, so it's all about, it is mostly used for your face recognition techniques, okay, your face generation techniques. Now I would say everything would have an ethical as well, everything would have a non-ethical use cases as well. Okay, now people have been applying using different people generating faces, okay, many things we have seen in the news, so that is inappropriate. However, yes, it is more into for deep fakes, like fake videos, fake art. Okay, so that is where GN use. But I would say that in most of the cases, in most of the generative AI like Chat GPTs or Geminis that you have been using, diffusion models are preferred, not the generative adversarial networks are being used. Okay, and then the last part of the model, that is VAE. What? VAE, variational auto encoders. Okay, it is a software model which is used in the background to work combined with the other models. You might have a question what it does. Let me clarify. It is mostly used for compressing the information into a simpler form and then rebuilds it, which means any, let's say, huge amount of text has been written. When we try to go ahead and write any kind of prompt, sometimes we go ahead and add additional information to express our emotions, but that might not be necessary directly with the solution that we are expecting or the answer that we are expecting. Correct. That is where, wherever information has to be compressed into a simpler form, variational autoencoders would be used. Okay, so it could be any sources. It could be more in used more in songs where we are expressing our emotions, but we cannot have like now. This is autoencoders, variational auto and then encoders. That is what E means. Auto. It's not one word. It's written like auto encoders. Auto encoders, or you might even call it like this way, autoencoders. That is why it is written as model architecture. What models, what logic is being used behind creating Chat GPT, Cloud, Gemini? What processes being going through the model architecture? Is everybody clear with it? The first was data collection. Then the model is being created that uses transformer, uses LLM, uses diffusion model, uses GAN, less but somewhere, and then autoencoders to compress information. The third step, we'll move forward towards the third step then. Once your model architecture is running, you have the training process. What? Training process. What is an LLM? It is a computer program which can, that helps it to generate, give it a smartness to understand huge amount of words, combine those words in such a way that it can write 10 different stories for you which are non-existent even in any of the books. That is what this program is, large language model. In case if you want images, yes, so whatever the chat gpt, because chat gpt are capable to go ahead and write text as well as to generate image, which means for image a different program is being used, which is the fusion model. For text, different is being used, that is LLM. Wherever deep fake kind of images are being required, GN is being used. And whenever at the back end, this is just for the background process, for the background working of your tools. Okay, that is your autoencoder. Okay, so the training process, not much to be written. Okay, so before the model is converted into an application like chat gpt and is given for the public use for you and me, it is being trained, it is being tested on internally first of all by the developers on huge amount of data. And when these people test it, they will find a number of loopholes as well. Then they once again fine tune. The word used here is fine tune. Okay. So basically, they go ahead and fine tune their model. Let's say they might create one model only for legal services, one model for medical services, one model for ethical services. So instead of having one model at a larger scale to do one task, they do nowadays. Companies, I'll discuss about few real time examples as well. They have created their separate models for their separate companies department. Okay, so that is what your training processes means. Just checking the created thing is working fine or not before exposing it to the real world as a product. So as I told you, VAE is a software model. It's also a smart model only, which is used for compression of your text, compression of your images. Not only this, it would be used for your audio reconstruction. Okay, let's say I've given a song. Okay, now I want no lyrics are not looking good to me. Please reframe these lyrics into a new pop. Okay, now first of all, what it needs to do, it needs to break down. Correct, it needs to break down all those words. Then only it would be able to pick up new collection of words from that group of words that have been broken down, and then it is going to align it in a different way, that it is going to give you a different sense, a new lyrics itself. Correct. So that is where for new creations, all these models are programs only that are being written in code, that are being written on trained only. But this is what they go ahead and do it. Okay. It compresses, not only compresses, it reconstructs as well. Okay. Whatever would be required. Okay. This is the analogy behind it. Okay. So once you have the training process done, the fourth thing is going to be the infrastructure. Now it's a simple part here. We are using ChatGPT. Everybody, what we do, we go to the chatgpt.com and we are able to use ChatGPT, which means ChatGPT is continuously running 24 into 7 in the backend servers of those companies who created ChatGPT. Which means to run a website continuously, they would need a hardware, they would need computer, they would need server, they would need Ethernet cable, they would need firewall, they would need router. Correct? They would need a huge amount of storage, clusters of hard disk, cluster of storage, high power of RAM. So that is what the infrastructure is. Once your product is ready, is trained, it has to be deployed on a heavy infrastructure, on a heavy hardware, and software. Okay, which could keep it live continuously. Does not matter how million and billion of people access chatgpt.com. So whatever the incoming traffic would come, the hardware set at the backend should be enough capable that it does not goes and lags or hangs when so many input or incoming traffic comes to that hardware. So that is what, in this case, CPUs are not much preferred. Central processing units are not much preferred. Instead, GPUs are preferred. What? GPUs. NVIDIA A100 GPU, H100 GPU, and there would be much more, but this is what I'm aware of. Okay. Yes, graphic processing unit or graphical processing unit. CPU is a central processing unit. It does all the job. Okay, we are using CPUs in our laptops, computers. We can join meetings, we can play games, we can mail, we can run browsers, we can run different PPT tools and everything, we can do it. But in terms of when my work is more oriented towards generating graphics, which consume more memory, which are by default slow in generation, you need high processing power. Okay, so what CPUs, everyone can go to system properties of your system right now. I'll hover on it. How many processors can you see over here? 4 core, 8 logical processors. My system has 4 cores. In GPUs, you would have thousands and millions of cores. That is how fast it is going to be. Apart from that, it is more dedicated. These GPUs are being built taking care of these concepts in mind, that it is going to work more on generative videos and generative images. And to be very true, when I'm going to show you few operations, you will be little bit surprised. And we have already seen generating videos. Do you think generating videos were quite that much easy to be developed immediately with a high quality HD video? No. Okay. So that is what the backend hardware that is being used is not going to be preferably CPU in case if any company is using, I'm not sure. But yes, GPU is the one which is the one maximally recommended by large companies. Okay. Does infra also uses cloud instead of complete physical infra? So it's about servers. So it's about infrastructure. Either you keep this infrastructure and invest money on your local company space, on the physical space of your local, or you ask any cloud that okay, I'm going to need this much of server. They're going to lend it to you. So that's a complete choice. Okay, and most of the companies would be choosing cloud because none of the company want to take a load on this, that I should go ahead and buy a server today. Tomorrow my business is down. Servers are very costly, very costly. Okay, these servers go to a price of $50,000 as well. $50,000 I'm talking about. So once the company is investing in it, is a huge amount. Point number one. Tomorrow, if their business is down, they won't be able to send these servers at the same price. So every company tries to avoid having an on-premise server, on-premise hardware. Instead, they opt to cloud only. Okay, because they don't have any responsibility in managing the servers in terms of cloud people will do that. Microsoft will take care of it. You just make your payments. Okay, so the scalability, there are different many factors that bring cloud in an advantage over the on-premise infrastructure. Okay, clear? Fine. So this was the fourth part, and then the last part, that is deployment and service. Okay, so deployment means buying the domain, just like chatgpt.com, gemini.com, or .ai, anything. Any company has to go ahead and deploy that product on that hardware and make it live. Making it live for users is the part of deployment. Okay, deployment could be any on cloud platforms, it could be on your on-premise of softwares, infrastructures, or it could be on any kind of edge devices. So that is how Gen AI reaches out to you. I hope the technical information has been given to you. There could be a lot of coding to be understood, but that's not at all required for you, and it will become a separate training of 6 months. Let's not get into that. But I believe how Gen AI reaches out to you, what are the phases that are being accumulated to create a generative AI, is clear to everybody. So it is a costly business. It is a costly business. That is why still only few of the companies, bigger companies, are able to deliver it. Otherwise, nowadays every company would have been delivered a product on Play Store as a model itself. Correct. It requires a huge amount of investment plus a huge amount of workforce. So how does it work? We know generative AI, how does it work? But okay, it receives input. It understands the pattern recognition because it uses transformers. Then the content generation, it is able to generate the content. If the generated content you have demanded for is textual based, it is having the large language models inbuilt in it. They are going to help this product. In case if you are looking for images, diffusion models are inbuilt with the product. Those are going to go ahead and give you the correct images. Refinement, which means based on the human feedback, as I told you, like button, dislike button, and such kind of feedbacks. Okay, it also gives you a feedback columns. Okay, that what you didn't like about this response. That is what is somewhere it keeps on refining itself for every user being specific. Delivery, yes, it delivers you the result. That is what, not much to be discussed here on the slide. Then who creates generative AI? Who has been doing it? So yes, big tech companies like OpenAI is the company which has given you the products like ChatGPT, Dell E, and Sora. So these are more into the textual based only. However, it also generates images. It's not dedicated to create videos and images as I have shown you previously about Microsoft designers and the solo, but yes, it is multitasking. It gives you multiple outputs. Then you have Google DeepMind. The company is itself the Google itself. Okay, but the another separate subsidiary of Google is Google DeepMind, which has created the product called as Gemini, Imagine, Music. You with the name itself, you would have understood about which one is dedicated to the images. One is the textual based or the multilingual, I will say, and then the other one Music LM. Then there is a company called as Anthropic. You might not have heard about Anthropic, but you might have heard about Claude, correct? So this is another product of generative AI. Then Meta, everybody knows this company. The model, the product it is LLMA. Microsoft has its Copilot. Stability AI is the company which has something called as a stable diffusion. Not as popular because already the market is all occupied by the products like Google, OpenAI, Microsoft, and Meta. However, apart from these companies, there are few open source communities. So, like Hugging Face, the one I gave you an example. This is Hugging Face. This is created by a community called as Hugging Face only. Okay. And similarly, so that is why these are open source communities. Anybody can come and contribute. That is why these are not reliable. Okay, but yes, these are, you should be aware of that. Yes, there are open source communities as well. You have to go ahead and use it. Which was most accurate Gen AI product? Now I have different perspective of it among them, and that is what even is one of the thing that you need to go ahead and take care. Never rely on one tool. Okay, I was about to go ahead and discuss in the upcoming slides, but I'll tell you, never rely on any of one tool. In case you are using it for your business, you will be using it for your team, you will be creating reports, you might be showing it to some in some meeting, you might be showing it to the stakeholders, you might be looking it for the finance team for some approval. Please use 2 or 3 tools to confirm the same information, or do have a manual check too on internet. Does not matter, I can give you a correct any name that yes, I prefer Gemini, but that would be somewhere at the back end. I know that this is not going to be a correct way for you to use in production, to use in your business. If it has nothing to do with your business, I know that 90-95% would every information would be accurate only. But since you would have something like now something buckled up for you, that has to be taken care of. Okay, yes, different people would have a different experience. People would have an experience with Copilot, just like Amazon's Q gives you a better code. Copilot is ideal for large information of passing. So it's everything is kind of mixed. Okay, Grok helps you with information, correct? They love Gemini over ChatGPT. Yes, I also have been hearing the same thing that yes, people have been. Okay, to be very true, I'll do one thing. You also try. I'll give you one task as a homework. You take any of your images. You might have gone on a trip where at background somewhere some random people would have been also captured. Which of them was able to remove the images without the background images, the unwanted things, whether the chat GPT or Gemini, taking care of, it has removed the complete impression without disturbing the background layout. Understood? I know somewhere Gemini would go ahead and do it. Somewhere as better to chat GPT. But still, when you will try, you will get a quality. You will get to know that okay, when to use what. Okay. Uh, Organization like product management PMI has their own Gen AI called PMI Infinity. That is what I'm telling you. Different companies have even got their models created, customized by different companies for their different departments only, so that their work can happen in the less prompting. Their models are just dedicated to legal departments only. They will not have any information beyond that, and only legal team are going to use that model, use that tool. IBM Watson is one of the great example of it. Okay, they one of the companies, what is that company? I have brought this case study in my slide. It is a based on a, I believe, a France company which is creating perfumes. So this is what who creates Gen AI, and now we are starting with a new topic, which is AI insights for modern managers. You can talk, but I won't be the correct person who would be able to help you out. So it's better, don't worry about it. When you are here in this class, I'll make sure whatever I'm going to train you, that is definitely you are going to able to, like, you are able to understand it perfectly. Okay. And I'm going to give a recap as well for the next 5 minutes, so you will get an idea, okay, what has been discussed. Okay. Perfect. So in the last class, what we have discussed that before jumping to generative AI, it was much important for us to figure out that from which branch is this coming up. Then we discussed about what is artificial intelligence. Anybody who can come up with a definition of artificial intelligence that I have trained in the last class, apart from that, this that everybody speaks up, that artificial intelligence mimics human, that everybody knows. Anybody else who would like to go ahead and tell me what is an artificial intelligence apart from it? You can raise your hands. That would work good for me. Okay, let me come up. So, as we have discussed in the last class, we were able to sum this up as artificial intelligence could be anything when a non living device is capable to make decisions, to understand, and to perform tasks too. Okay, so it could be a materialistic AI like a car, or it could be an application or a software bot, or the various tools that we have discussed in the last was all about. And it was a superset to the machine learning, to the deep learning, and to the generative AI. So generative AI is one of the artificial intelligence. So just like there are different, like there are functional AI, this is one of the field which is more about where the devices work, the robots act, they move. Okay, all the sensors, IoT devices integrated with artificial intelligence. Similarly, you have generative AI, which has been corely focused on not computers becoming robot or performing anything in mechanics, but yes, understanding the user's input at a greater level. Now, how does this understand? That is also we are going to discuss now, making this session now a little bit technical, not tough, but yes, slightly into the depth. That is what we are going to have in this session. Now, yes, it is one of the field, that is generative AI, but does not matter from where it was coming up, from how it is being created. The whole point here is every AI body, every artificial intelligence system, application, device, software, or any entity which is built with the capability of taking decisions, understanding things, would be feeded with a lot of data. When it is done so, this part of training and this part of testing any device, making it stronger to think, to do self introspection based on the previous data sets that have been loaded into it, have been trained into it, have been given feedbacks onto it, is called as machine learning, which means you are making machine to learn. Now, we also discussed about in the previous class that it was so the methods of training, okay, the processes of training to machine learning was based on what was your goal and what kind of data set do you have. So, in short, I told that whenever in the data set or in the previous data set or the data set that are being used to train the machine learning, are used to train the machines, if they have a column which is something you are going to expect in the future for the machine to predict, sorry, that category of training in machine learning is called as machine learning. I'll repeat once again. So let's say I was figuring out tenure 1, or let's say quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, And let's say this was a CSV sheet, and I was, let's say I was having number of customers onboarded. Quarter 1 year it was, let's say, 2K, then we had 6K, then we had 10K, and let's say approximately we were having some sales as well. The sales was regarding, let's say, 10K, let's say, sorry, 10L or 50L, or let's say 100L. Okay. Now, in case here, if I'm having this sales column, okay, and even in the future, what I want that once this model is ready, it should go ahead and predict sales for me. Okay, which means in the past data, I have given the values of the same column. Okay, and I want it now to predict the new values for the new data set that I would be uploading. In such kind of scenarios, what was used? Supervised machine learning algorithms would be used. That is why it is called as learn with label data. Similarly, unsupervised learning, I have given you a good example. This was regarding e-commercial platforms. Let's say Amazon or a Flip, figure out who are customers. But when nation of who is my premium customers, or not a who is going to be my premium customers. In that case, what I expect my machine figure out patterns in the data set, and it might go ahead and use 4 to 5 columns, or might be using 10 columns, all the columns which might give some relatability to find out what is okay, who are going to be the premium customers. As I given you name, let's say there is a column name, it is not going to have any impact on who is a premium customer or not. Does not matter whether it is Akshit, whether it is Raghavan, whether it is Sudeep, whether it is Kamlesh, whether it is Ashish, or anybody. Name is never going to affect that, okay, this customer could be a premium customer. Now, what would be the columns? The other columns to figure out and to place all, create clusters similar people at other end. So how the graphs are created, one of the graphs would be created. All the people who have done a sales beyond 1 lakh rupees would be mapped here like this. All the similar columns which would have similar performance. Similarly, let's say all those people who would have done somewhere a random shopping of, let's say, 10K, 20K, all these people would be mapped here in a separate column. However, the machine itself doesn't know right now which of them are premium customers. Okay, in supervised learning, what it is doing, the huge Excel data set that you uploaded. Okay, let's say you uploaded a huge data set which had few columns. Okay, what it did, it just it looked for all the columns, all the properties, and in machine learning terms, it is called as featureization, features. And what it did, it just, so the values that were like now mixed all before, okay, what it did, it segregated it. What? It segregated it separately into clusters called as, and this is called as cluster 2. Now, yes, this is up to you when it is going to give you the results with the help of the code. What data scientists do, they will similarly tell this that, okay, this pink colored cluster is going to be my premium customers, and these are going to be my non-premium customers. So whenever you might go ahead and upload new data, it knows that called as premium. So this is how unsupervised learning means, where you do not have a dedicated target column, but yes, you want the machine to figure out patterns and segregate the data. Where will we define what makes a premium purchases order? No, I'm telling you this so that you would be able to relate it. Okay, I understood that you got supervised learning. Now, what happens whenever it is getting yes here? It what kind of values are being inputted? Okay, similarly, it there, but in unsupervised, what happens? You will not have this column. You will not have this column. Instead, what it will do, It will take out 23, it will take out 43, and it will group them together as 23 and 43, because what it is finding the similarity between these two numbers as a two digit as compared to 3 or any other data set row which has 5 purchase order. So it is going to just just segregate the data into two different clusters. And then it is you who have to mention separately, give a feedback. Okay. After the model has given you the result, that okay, this is going to be considered as my premium model. Let's say this is going to be considered as my premium customers. Understood? Yes, unsupervised learning captures the pattern. It is used for pattern recognition. It is based on pattern recognition only because you don't have a target column. The word target column means that you do not have a specific target in the previous data that now you are looking for. Just like I was looking for who are my premium customers. But I initially figure out is not having any such column, and manually putting a column without having a value yes or no is useless, because that is going to be once again your manual work to view each and every row and then put yes or no, yes or no. In case if you are doing it, then they're unsupervised learning, then you will use supervised learning to train it accordingly. Perfect. Fine. Moving towards, I told, okay, there was another kind of machine learning as well, which was reasoning. That is like now bees that are created, or the machines when these are being trained, these are not being trained on huge data sets. Instead, these are trained on the feedback by giving a reward or a penalty. A reward could be a simple as well, could be a dislike button as well. Okay, I'll just ask you a few questions. I know you guys would have been a huge time for you guys playing games, but I'd like to ask you, whenever you would have played any computer game before, right? I believe everybody answer would be no itself, correct? You were learning. Let's say you were playing a Counter Strike game, or let's say you were playing a shooting kind of a game. You went in front of enemy, the character. What used to happen? Used to shoot you, and then the game was over. So what was you? This was a penalty to you. You understood that okay, I don't have to do that. I cannot go in front of the character and stand still. So you gain an understanding. Now the next time you are not going to do it. Now let's say in the next time you shot that correct points, you got rewarded. Correct. So that is what the logic of reinforcement learning is. Okay. Let robot goes to water. Okay. It jumps into the swimming pool. It goes into the rain. Okay. Now we have to go ahead and feedback, put the feedback in it. No, that the water is going to be problematic for the device, problematic for the you. As next time it is going to sense the water, it is not going to go ahead and take the decision. So in case if it is turning from there, what do? You give a reward. You might give a like button in the code. So it is done through the coding itself. It's not like a physical device robot is there and he understood, because you know that machines do not have emotions, and that is what still makes human intelligence different from artificial intelligence. Correct? Okay, let's not put a lot of time on it and let's go beyond that. So we also discussed about generative AI. Generative AI is all about focused on creating content as much as possible. We discussed these tools as an overview as well. I have shown you one activity on this. The VO used to create video of Microsoft Designer to create designs, images, icons, PPTs, or anything out of your text. Replit to create static web pages at website. Suno was to go ahead and create audios without even giving proper lyrics, just give genre of the songs. Now let me come up here in the new class. Now this class is going to be dedicated for Gen AI itself instead of AI, ML, or a deep learning like you. So this is going to be the agenda. Target to touch the topics for today is going to be Gen AI, how it is created, who creates it, and how it works. AI fundamentals for manager. I would say AI in the fundamentals that whatever we already covered it. Then AI examples for manager. Now, not the examples. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take activities to distinguish the difference between and the AI operations. Okay, we will discuss about how I can use an AI as an executive coach in my management skills. Okay, so the very first is going to be for the data analytics and the visualization. The second one would be how I am going to use them as a coach to my management skills. There would be several scenarios all the managers would understand, could relate to me, that we know that somebody is important in my team, but he's doing late by late. Let's say he's coming late and late. You heard him as well. But when we sit in corporate, when we sit on our desk, we have some fun as well. Now you know that he's not doing it. So what actions you can go ahead and take, and how you would be able to utilize AI over here, that is also I'm going to show it to you. But yes, I do remember one more thing. Before we jump to this using in the management part, we'll also discuss how we can go ahead and use creating presentations. Good people who are in business, who have to continuously meet stakeholders, who might have to go ahead and explain or knowledge transfer to the new joinees of the team. And you know that I don't have to go ahead and explain you what is the importance of presentations, correct? In offices and everywhere, presentations are way important. So how to create presentations instead of the manual work that we used to do here, Google PPTs, correct? And if the time permits today, in today's class itself, also go ahead and tell you how to go ahead and convert huge textual documents into the audio notebooks, just like in Spotify or in let's say Geo7. You would have heard about audio past at some part of, correct? So nobody's there stories typing one by one. It's all about machines that are doing this task. So is the agenda clear to everybody? All good? So let's proceed with now. So what is Gen AI? Everything you need to know. So basically, generative AI, it's not something about the class of an artificial intelligence that can generate new content. Content could be text, content could be images, content could be audios, content could be videos, content could be a code, content could be a 3D model, etc., etc. So it rather just analyzes or classifies the existing data, the pattern in the prompts, and then it figures out relatable given to the user. Okay, there are various examples like ChatGPT, Cloud, Gemini, LLMA. These the Android model that is written either on the PPT or that I'm going to train you in the class would have a specific genre. It would have a specific category. Few of them are text based, few of them are image generation based, few of them would be audio and speech generation based, few of them video generation based. Okay, so that is what the Gen AI is all about. I don't think so we have to go ahead and discuss about it. So that is what generative AI is all about, which means the class of AI that helps you out to figure out, generate content, understand your prompts, understand the tuning and the tone behind your prompts, and create the content, whether it is an email, whether it is creating charts, whether it is analyzing reports, whether it is creating designs of your, let's say, architecture, a society. It could be a computer design, it could be, let's say, you are developing a new device, let's say something as a water dispenser or something as a cleaning dispenser, so that you put all your dirty plates in that dispenser and it gets washed automatically. It could be anything. So the designing to go ahead and create a dispenser, there are tools like CAD and everything. Okay. So that is what the generative AI is all about. Okay, Ram has a question. Unless AI, there is no Gen AI, right? It's a subset of AI itself. Exactly, Ram. Very correctly highlighted. AI is a very big field. Okay, it's not about limited to cars and robot. Okay, now it depends upon. Okay, I'll just ask you one question that might go ahead and leave confused. Okay, AI is a calculator an AI or not? Is a calculator AI or not? Ram says yes. What about other people? I believe I have got a strength in the class. AI is a calculator is an AI. Is an example of an AI. Okay, that is a correct understanding. All those who have given response, all those who haven't given response. So AI comes under two categories. Understand this way. First of all, calculators are intelligent AI. However, standing or the back on data or is based on logics. It's based on logic and rules. It is not based on data. It has been fed it like okay, 2 plus 2 is 4. Because 2 plus 2 is never going to be 8, correct? So that it might go ahead and look in the past, okay, 2 plus 2 has been 8 as well. So what has to be as an output? No, it is based on logic. But yes, it is intelligent. It is able to understand your inputs. It is able to give you an output. Correct? That is what it is considered in the part of AI. But this is a separate thing. That is why AI is called as a vast field. Okay. Now, the different AI that is being coming up now, because of that, the term itself, artificial intelligence, have become popular. What it is? AI plus machine learning. The AI devices are not just running on if or the given set of rules. No, it has become enough smart to go through the that is another field. But in terms, when we speak, when we read on internet, when we see videos on YouTube, it is not being segregated. Everywhere you will see only that AI machine, AI device or AI is a field where a lot of data is being trained to the computers, and then they become enough smart to go ahead and take decisions on their own. But yes, that is where AI is large field. Within this AI, you have ML, and then you have. However, Gen AI is dedicated to generate content only. It is not going to go ahead and do jobs for you. Let's say shutting down curtains for you, shutting down automatic, and all these things. Okay. It will now assume the class is being recorded. Yes, well, the session is being recorded. It should be uploaded as well. Probably there would be batch codes assigned in your LMS, and one of the batch codes under the live classes you should get it. You haven't, definitely by the end of the class you give me your email ID. I'll share it with the Intellipaat operations team. They would go ahead and check it once again. Either you can also, okay, perfect. So this is what the generative AI is all about. Now let's move forward. So this is how generative AI is created. Now you can see three icons and there are five ways. These are the processes. These are the phases. The data collection, the model architecture, then the training is being done, the fine tuning with human feedback, and then the deployment and use. Let me do one thing. Let me open a quick Word document because everything is not written on PPT. PPT is in front of me just so that I don't miss any of the important topics. However, whatever I am going to speak up, it is going to come from the experience itself. So there would be few bullet points that would be necessary. Either you guys can create at your end, that would be very easy for me. But in case if you can't, I'll also share a document to you. So right now we are discussing about how Gen AI is created. Okay. The very first thing is data collection. What does data collection means? Would be required before any such kind of AI is being done, which means a lot of millions of text, millions of code, millions of images, millions of audios would be included. What could be the sources? Where you would text or what sources could be used for? It could include your books. Books can be converted into PDFs. Then these PDFs could be uploaded into the model while training. It could be research papers. Okay, research papers are available over the internet, which would be have a copy. So copyrights have been like now are bought first of all, and then it is being given to the model, the package. Then it could be websites. Yes, Swapnil, it could be websites. It could be open source repositories like GitHub, Nexus repositories, JFrog repositories. There could be videos, and number of YouTube videos could be while this Gen AI kind of artificial intelligence is being created. Lot of music would be uploaded. Lot social media would be integrated to it. Okay, and a lot many sources. So that is where, first of all, a huge amount of data is collected, and then it is going to be uploaded to the generative AI. Now, since generative AI is a field that deals with images and as well, now it's not like okay, 10 images of dog have been given to the generative AI model, and we expect that now model would be able to distinguish between a lion and a dog or a cat and a dog. The reason behind it is as well, let's say we know we have somewhere 30, at least there would be 30 breeds of dogs. I'm not from this field, but I believe this is something would be there. Okay, 30 breeds of dogs we have in real world. Okay, what I've seen somewhere in images, few of the dogs, or it's one two category of dogs, lions body, say like kind of a architecture, or like no, it has similar skeleton, correct? So 10 images of dogs to the GenAI. Now, at some point of time, somebody uploading some kind of dog which looks slightly different, GenAI won't be able to figure out. Let me be very clear. For one breed of dog itself, you have to go ahead and share and upload n number of images, the different angles with different colors with different features. Somebody would be says some dogs would be small, sometimes not more. So data collection doesn't mean you just put all the data. No. Millions of data has to be uploaded for each and every entity that you're. Okay. At the same point here, let me go ahead and show you something. Have you heard about YOLO? Have you about YOLO? Yes or no? YOLO object detection. Okay. So everybody open this website. I'm going to share you the code won't be required for you. A minute. Give me a minute, please. Let me just fetch my drive quickly. A minute will be required. Give me 1 second. YOLO V8. Yes. Okay, just access this link, everybody. Okay. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm just, let's say I'm going to upload an image. You can even select it from here, and I'm going to submit it. So you can see what is happening over here, correct? It says okay, three here it responds. It has found something called as bicycle, one as truck, one as dog, correct? So what it is able to go ahead and it is able to figure out. This is one of the model that would have been used, exact model, but a more um, emphasized model on object detection. How your cars or your robot, okay, sense objects. Can you see it has correctly figured out what is a dog, what is a bicycle, and a truck, okay, which is basically okay. There could be a thing that they would have assumed all the vehicles with the name truck only. So whatever the name they would have given it while training this model, that is what it is being able to figure out. Let me go ahead and upload an image from my local PC. Now I'll also show you a flaw of this. So this is my image, okay. I'll click on submit. Now, can you see here, everybody? So it has 100% correctly recognized that this is a person. Then behind it also there is written one person. It is checking this. Just it has been like now it has moved backward because of the setting. The third is also a person, and this is also a sports ball. But now here it has been 100%. It has been the reason could be the image clarity as well. Getting my point? Because why not? It looks similar to an apple as well. Yes. But how it is assuming 90%, it is able to somewhere at a 90%, assuming the other parts of the image as well. Okay. So that is how it figures out. But yes, this model has to be further improvised. It's not able to figure out, it's not able to figure out wickets. Correct? That is one thing. It could have figured out the helmet separately. Now, the live example of inefficiency, I would say, let's say animals. This is the partial inefficiency, I would say. So, see what it figures out. It is able to figure out cow, zebra. Right? The lion has been missed, and the zebra is like the tiger because it has a strips. It is being considered as zebra. Are you getting my point now? Why I was telling you that why even one image in data collection it's loaded various images categories? No. One category only you have to go ahead and upload n number of images. Then it makes choosing the models or choosing the tool. You cannot rely on any of the tools that and they might be responding you with wrong information. So there would be few tips and tricks that we will be talking about to go ahead and make sure how to cross verify it or how much on generative AI and at what scenarios. Okay, so see, this is wrong, which means this model has to be further trained on the animals and the separate images. Not only that, let me go ahead and upload an image, one more image, violin. This is what I was able to figure out. So this is a violin. It's a very clear picture, correct? No issues in the clarity of the image. However, what it says, first of all, it's not able to load. Let me submit it once again. What it says, couldn't find any obstrain to detect. Getting my point? So it means that this AI model that this Viation YOLO is being using at the back end has trained on this object only. So it will never be. So that is what artificial intelligence is only intelligent about the data that has been put into it, not beyond that. So whenever you prompt, you have to go ahead and take care of all these things. Okay. Now, Raghavan has a question, sir. How much is enough to make the AI accurate, sir? There's no limit, Raghavan. Point number one to note, Raghavan, here is no model can be accurate as 100%. Okay. So, no, don't assume that every time your AI would be right. It might go ahead and respond you every time correctly. But in case if you will drop it some confusing prompts, it might go ahead and give you answers with the wrong intent as well. However, there is no limit that 10 lakh of images or 10 lakh of data would be sufficient, 20 lakh of data. No. There is nothing as it. As AI, as we practice and we improve, the more amount of data you will feed into the model, the more better it would go ahead and become. So there is no estimation. There's no go ahead and give you the cricket ground because it knows. It might go ahead and set up the person at cheerleader board, but since it is not violinist, it will leave them empty. Okay, so everything would be there, but they will not have violence in their hand. So AI will do the job, but will do the job only that much how much it is aware of. So yes, there are all chances. So instead of, I would say, giving you the wrong output, it first of all, in your case, the one thing that you are asking to me right now is it will give you an incomplete. Okay, understood? Perfect. So we were talking, okay, and once the data collection is over, you have model architecture. What model architecture? So once you have all the data with you, models are created. Now the very first part, note it down somewhere. The very first part of model architecture is transformers. Why we are learning, guys? See, technical knowledge is important. You might be from a technical background. Tomorrow, let's say, in case if you have to work on these tools, you have to work on technical information at the back end also, you should be aware of. It could be at any situation, like let's say you might have to go ahead and explain it to your juniors. You might have to give a KT for them to also improvise. So technical information is also required before you directly use for your management purpose. Please take care of it. So in the model architect comes transformers. Along with it, I not a chip or not a hardware. It is just like a transformer, how to pay attention to words, or since we are talking about generative AI, that whatever we are going to discuss about right now would be about text, would be about prompt, would be about images, would be about content. So once you have the lot of data, let's say lot of text you have, now in the case of model to be created, the very first thing is the idea, which is transformer. What it does, it teaches AI write words in the prompt or in the text in the documents or written. Without transformers, AI would not know transformer. And there is an example, the dog that went to space, brave, to the AI. Okay. Now AI knows dog to be connected with brave, not directly with a space. Do you think the order it would just convert one word into it might give the same meaning that the cat sat on the mat? Correct? Now, in case if I take an example of Hindi, let's say I spoke up here a word, बिल्ली मैट पे बैठी है. अभी बैठी है जो है वो मैट के बाद में आ रहा है. That is what I am trying to explain. But when I am writing in English, the word form, the meaning doesn't change. Getting my point? That is the role of transformer. So whatever the models that are being built today, the very first thing that are being created is on transformer. Because transformer gives the Gen AI models the capability to give this advantage, and this is a must requirement nowadays in case if you're working on textual or generative AI kind of field. Okay. Now, similarly, you have models, LLM. This is a very famous word you might have heard about large language model, completely coded, which is completely written. It is built using transformers, taken care of transformers, and it is capable of generating huge amount of text, your mails, your stories, your reports. Okay, so that is what, like let me give benefit of LLM. Once upon upon a. This could be anything. It could be once upon a time, but it might LLM now based on transformer. The LLM model, the program is enough strong, just not to go ahead and just fill here once upon a time. No, it is capable of framing entire story or a fairy tale for you. Correct? So that is what LLM is all about. Okay, so this is one of the model, this is one of the program that uses the enough smart to go ahead and write using the several, because it is using transformer, which gives it the sense of understanding, the sense of words. So using those words, it can create 10 stories for you, putting up in the correct order and delivering some meaning out of those. That point, that is fusion. Okay, what? Note down these terms. Now, what are diffusion models? Just like LLM is a text-based model, your diffusion model is basically your image and video program. Image and noise until a clear picture or video in your description. So how do it work? Basically, it's you would have seen in movies that have been showing like no. First of all, the image is blurred into blocks into pixels, and then it is getting clarified. So what it does, it tries to go ahead and connect every pixel at the back and one and to another. Meaning, now let's say we have done a designer. Let's say if I'm asking to go image of a human, it is going to connect the pixel part, that it makes eyes, it makes nose, it gives a human face only, not a rhinoceros, correct? Not an elephant face. So it knows that okay, what meaning has to be. However, this is how it works on images, correct? We are talking about how Gen AI model is created, which includes text as well. So that is what your LLM. What gives the power to it? Trans the power to it. Now Gen AI is not only about models are being used, diffusion models are being used. Similarly, you would have adversarial networks. Okay, this is one logic, or you can call it as a soft once again for images and rate you will help you out better. Okay, so let's say one AI part of AI, one some part of data, it's fake images as an artist. Continuously trying to find the fake images. Okay, the previous AI happen. One more in better and better on finding errors, and at the same time, what is happening? The other one is more smarter so that it can out of inspector. Okay, so it's all about, it is mostly used for your face different people generating faces. Okay, we have seen in the news, so that is inappropriate. However, yes, videos, fake art. Okay, so that is where GN use. But I would cases in most of the generative AI like Chat GPTs or Geminis that you have been using, diffusion models are preferred. Narrative adversarial network used. Last, that is VAE. What? VAE, variation auto encoders. Okay, it is a software model which is bound to work combined with the other models. You might have a question, what did me clarify? It is mostly compressing the information into a simpler form and then rebuilds it, which means any, let's say, huge add additional information to express our emotions, but that might not be necessary directly with the solution that we are expecting or the answer that is where information has to be compressed into a simpler form. Variational autoencoders would be used. Okay, so it could be any more and used more in where we are expressing our emotions, but we cannot have like no. This is autoencoders. Variational, one word. It's written like autoencoders. Auto encoders, or you might even call it like this way, auto encoders. That is why it is written as GPT, Cloud, Gemini. What processes being going through the model architecture? Everybody clear? Was it? The first was data collection. Then the model is being created that uses transformer, uses LLM, uses diffusion model, uses GAN, less but somewhere, and then autoencoders to compress information. Everybody clear or not? The third step, we'll move forward towards the third step then. Once your model architecture is running, you have the training process. What? Training process. Somebody was asking me what is an LLM model. This is a computer which is capable to generate text. So Ayush is asking VAE. I just explained, okay, one by one. What is an LLM? It is a computer program that helps it to generate, to understand huge amount of words such a way that it can write 10 different stories for you which are non-existent even in any of the books. That is what this program is, large language model. Yes, if you want images, yes. So whatever the ChatGPT, because ChatGPT are capable as well as to generate image, which means for image a different program is being used, which is the fusion model. For text, different is being used, that is LLM. Wherever deep fake kind of images are being required, GN is being used. And whenever at the back end, this is just for the background process, for the background working of your tools. Okay, that is your autoencoder. Okay. Okay, sorry, Raghavan. Completely your point. It's correct. I was actually saying ChatGPT is using LLM. Okay, perfect then. Sorry, I took it wrong. I thought you might be asking about the explanation. I should go ahead and give it. Exactly. The coming up, definitely either it is GPT-5 or tomorrow it might go ahead and become GPT-6 or 10. Everything are being okay. The more data, the more good insights you will get. So the training process, not much to be written, converted into an application on huge amount of data. And when these people will find a number of loopholes as well, then they once again fine tune. Okay. So basically, they go ahead and fine tune their model. Let's say they might create one model only for legal services, one model for medical services, one model for ethical services. So instead of having one model at a larger scale to do one task, what they do nowadays, companies, I'll discuss about few real time examples as well. They have created their separate models for their separate companies department. Okay, so that is what your training processes means. Just checking the created thing is working fine or not before exposing it to the real world as a product. Ayush sir, can you explain how VAE works? Why not? I can explain it. Definitely, I can explain it. Okay. So as I told you, VAE is a model only for compression of your text, compression of your images. Not only this, it would be used for your audio reconstruction. Okay. Let's say I've given a song. Okay. Now I want no lyrics are not looking good to me. Please reframe these lyrics. Okay. Now, first of all, what it needs to do, it needs to break down. Correct. It needs to break down all those words. Then only it would be able to pick up new collection of words from that group of words that have been break away, that it is going to give you a different sense, a new. Correct. So that is where for new creations, all these models are programs only that are being written in code, that are being written on trained only. Didn't do it. Okay. It compresses, not only compresses, reconstructs as well. Constructs as well. Okay. Whatever would be required. Okay. This is the analogy behind it. Who decides, invents these models, how they decide these use cases. So definitely, I'll be coming to all this. Let's do one thing. Let's move slide by slide, Raghavan. I have all the answers to your questions. From that, in case if there won't be anything present, even of. So let's go one by one. I know that it's an exciting topic. It would be making you curious, but let's go ahead one by examples of the companies as well. Okay, that is even going to be the next slide itself. So once done, the fourth thing is going to be the infrastructure. Now it's a simple part here. We are using ChatGPT. Everybody go to the chatgpt.com and we are able to use ChatGPT, which means of those companies who created ChatGPT. Yes or no? Which means to run a website continuously, they would need a hardware, they would need computer, they would need server, they would need Ethernet cable, they would need firewall, they would need router, correct? They would need a huge amount of storage, clusters of hard disk of storage, high power. That is what the infrastructure is. Once your product is ready, is trained, it has to be deployed on a heavy infrastructure, on a heavy hardware, on hardware and software. Okay, which could keep it live continuously. Does not matter how million and billion of people access chatgpt.com. So whatever the incoming traffic would come, the hardware set at the backend should be enough capable, goes and lags or hangs when so many input or incoming traffic comes to that. That is what are not much preferred. Central processing units are not much preferred. Instead, GPUs are NVIDIA A100 GPU, 100 GPU, and there would be much more, but this is what I'm aware of. Okay. Yes, graphic processing unit of your system. Now I'll hover on it. Okay, let me remove this chat box. How many processors can you see over here? 4 core, 8 logical processors. My system has 4 cores. In GPUs, you would have thousands and millions of cores. That is how fast it is going to be. Apart from built concepts in mind that it is going to work more videos and generative images. And to be very true, when you do operations, you will be little bit surprised. And we have already that much easy immediately with a high quality HD video. No. Okay. So that is what the backend hardware that is being used is not going to be preferably CPU in case if anything, I'm not sure. Recommended Ramesh. Okay, before that, there is a question from Rahul. Does infra also uses cloud instead of complete physical infra? Why not, Rahul? So, please understand one thing. So, it's about infrastructure. Either you keep this infrastructure and invest money on your local company space, on the physical space of your, or you ask any cloud, AWS, Azure, that okay, I'm going to need this much of server. They are going to lend it to you. So that's a complete choice. Okay, and most of the companies would be, because none on this that I should go ahead and buy a tomorrow. My servers are very costly, very costly. Okay, these a price of $50,000 as well. $50,000 I'm talking about. So once the company is investing in it, is a huge amount. Tomorrow, if their business is down, they won't be able to send these servers at the same price. So every company tries to avoid having an on-premise set up to cloud owners. Cloud people will do that. Microsoft will take care of your payments. Okay, many factors that bring cloud in an advantage over the on-premise infrastructure. Okay, I can relate LLM diffusion to supervised and unsupervised. No. Ramesh, there is not at all required for you to, if my use cases and generate patterns that is continuously looking for. What are we talking now? AI training would be required over here, but as I told you, it is going to use diff model, kind of an LLM models. Okay, and let me tell you, in case if you have to somewhere relate it to, relating it to supervised or relate to reinforcement learning, there is a like button to every prompt. It has been that bring out new features in it. But what they have found, in case if they are going to give a like button, my chat GPT will automatically get to know that user likes, correct, and it is going to go ahead and give the new output. So it's not based on supervised or unsupervised. Instead, I would say it is somewhere based on reinforcement learning. Okay. But here, the algorithms that are being used to create such models would be different as in the general machine learning concepts. Clear? Fine. So this was the fourth part, and then the last part, that is deployment and service. Okay, so deployment means buying the domain, just like chatgpt.com, gemini.com, or .ai, anything. Any company has to go ahead and deploy that product on that hardware and make it live. Making it live for users is the part of deployment. Okay, deployment could be any on cloud platforms, it could be on your on-premise of softwares, infrastructures, or it could be on any kind of edge devices. So that is how Gen AI reaches out to. I hope the technical information has been given to you. There could be a lot of coding to be understood, but that's not at all required for you, and it will become a separate training of 6 months. Let's not get into that. I believe I reaches out to you. What are the phases that are being accumulated to create a generative AI is clear to everybody. Not a single student in my class is not aware of it, because that is going to be a problem for me. So it is a costly business. It is as why of the companies, bigger companies are able to deliver it, Raghavan. Otherwise, nowadays every company would have been delivered a product as a model itself. Correct. It requires a huge amount of investment plus a huge amount of workforce. Got it. So how does it work? We know it work, but okay, it was pattern recognition, transformers, then the content generation. It is able to generate the content. If textual based, they are going to help feedback columns. Okay, that what you didn't like about this risk, that is what is somewhere it keeps on refining itself for every user being specific. Delivery, yes, it delivers you the result discussed here on the slide. Creates generative, I believe Ramesh have asked, also generates images. It's not dedicated to create videos and images as I have shown. So this multitasking, it gives you then you have Google DeepMind, the company is one is dedicated called as Anthropic. You might have heard about Claude. Another AMA. Microsoft has its AI is the company which has some from these companies. There are few. So like Hugging Face. This is Hugging Face. Okay. So that is why these are open and contribute. That is why. Okay. But yes, RAM among them, and that is what even is one of the thing that you need to go ahead. Okay. Rely on any of one tool. In case you are using it for your bit to the stakeholder, it for the finance team for some approval, please use 2 or 3 tools to connect it. Does not matter. I can give you a correct any name that yes, I prefer Gemini, but that would be somewhere this is not going to be a correct way for you to use in know that 90 information would be accurate only, but thing like now that has to be okay. Yes, different people would have experience pilot just like yes, I also have been hearing okay to be asked as a homework. We don't have the time to discuss that as well. So IBM Watson, I don't think so it would is much publicly used or accessible. I'm not much sure. Not that as free available to as Gemini and ChatGPT. So what task you take any of your images where add background somewhere some random people would have been also captured. Go ahead and do everybody in the next class impression with understood. Do this task. I know somewhere Gemini would go ahead and do it. Somewhere as better to ChatGPT. But still, when you will try, you will get a quality. You will get to know that okay, when to use what. Okay. And something PMI has called PMI Infinity. That is it got there so that their work can happen in the less prompting. Their models are just information beyond use that tool. IBM Watson is one of the great example of it. Okay, they one of the companies. What is that company? I have brought this case study in my slide. It is based on I believe a France company which is creating. We'll discuss about these case studies. Don't worry. So this is what who creates Gen AI, and now we are starting with a new topic, which is AI for modern managers. Now, before I start with this topic, we'll do one thing. We'll have a 15 minutes of break. It will somewhere out to, as well as it could be a relaxing break to everybody. So I believe 10 to 12 minutes break would be sufficient, correct? So let's say we'll have 12 minutes of break. Let's say 10 minutes break only. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Please return in 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Thank you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Generative AI certification course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. This course is specially designed for AI enthusiasts who want to prepare and excel in the field of generative AI. Through this course, you will master Gen AI skills like foundation model, large language models, transformers, prompt engineering, diffusion models, and much more from top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of generative AI.
So in terms of benefits of Julius AI, we know that okay, speed and efficiency would be one of the most important factor. It was having a user friendly interface. I don't think so that even in case of a BTech graduate student or even the one who is getting graduated has to go ahead and create reports for them, it is not going to be difficult. It's not too technical where you have to go ahead and do run any kind of combination of codes, or you need to go ahead and remember some codes to run Julius AI. So yes, it had advanced analytical capabilities as well, which means it was capable to perform statistical knowledge too. Correct? What could be the best use cases? It could be anything. It could be I'm sitting right now in a tech company. It could be an academic research. It could be marketing analytics. Let's say evaluating the campaign performance, customer segmentation, rate of interest, financial metrics, analyzing the sales data. It could be analyzing the customer behavior. It could be, let's say, optimizing inventory. It could be supply chain and resource allocation. So wherever you just need insights, and the insights and the raw data is stored in tabular format, Julius.ai is going to help you out. Okay. Now, what do you do on the daily basis? This is something you would be able to figure out better, that where you can go ahead and use Julius.ai. Okay. Perfect. Looks good. So this is what the new topic comes up. ChatGPT for managers as a co-pilot for planning. Now, what does this mean? This whole PPT or the content that you are looking right now on the screen, it shows how fast managers and teams can move from the concept to the action. So whenever we are in the production, let's say your product manager, your project manager, your senior, your stakeholder, depending upon what kind of companies you are involved in, it could be a VP, it could be your BA, business analyst. What do they go ahead and do? We just have a meeting initial, we get mails, we be present over there in case if you are in the working in an on-premise mode. Then they explain you the task. Now, when they go ahead and explain you the task, or when they are talking to you, what are they keeping? They are keeping an idea that this is something we are willing to look in this 2025 end. Let's say we have a meeting that okay, there is a new technology emerging and we need to have trainings on it. We need to find relevant trainers on it who have been working on it, who would have worked somewhere in the production, who might have been consuming those concepts in their daily to daily life. Then the sales have to be made. Now, for sales, first of all, what do we need? Okay, you guys might have bought a Gen AI. If sales of Gen AI is being done, or any other course, let's say data science, cloud computing, or whatever it is it possible until and unless there is no, let's say, website created it for it? There's no web page created for it. Do you think it is possible? It's not possible. Now, web page can be only created by the developer once the content manager or the content team gives you the content that has to be written over there. Getting my point, everybody? Yes or no? Now, content people also have to do the task, developer people also have to do the task. Now, content people cannot write the content that has to be posted by the developer on the website until and unless the product manager doesn't tells him that what is going to be the curriculum for the course, what is something we are going to access in the course. Correct? Then product manager goes ahead and creates the agenda, that what are we going to cover in these classes. Now when it is done, it's not the only process that he can just go ahead and drop it into the chat gpt, and it would it say like, "No, give me the agenda for this topic." In case if the course are being developed in this way, it's not going to be helpful for anybody. He would be using competitive analysis. He would be looking for 10 different competitors, 10 top universities, 10 top edtech companies who might be running a course related to Gen AI. Now, the whole intent of selling course or making a business better is providing your course with everything that your competitor is not giving it. Correct. So what we have understood, the product manager would have its own requirement, the content manager would have its own requirement, testimonials have to be required, that would be own requirement. After the classes, let's say you would have the developers to go ahead and do their job. They have to go ahead and do the graphics, have to be given. The graphic team would also go ahead and use Gen AI. The marketing person who is going to run campaigns, YouTube, Google Ads, okay, they will try to automate the process of Google Ads and create campaigns. Now, 'cause the content has to go ahead in the campaign as well. Idea generation, you have to go ahead and touch out the catchy lines that has to be posted on Instagram, your Facebook. Correct, the key pointers. So that is what. Whenever the meetings are being discussed or with all the managers of team who would be required to make any kind of product, it's not about their tech course, any kind of product. All these people who are going to be involved in its deliverables, they are going to be called and they're going to be explain the concept. So the starting point always remains what? The starting point remains an idea generation. Okay, which means the team has to explore how generative AI could be useful for, let's say, for finance, for any part, for any section. Correct. So what you can go ahead and do it. So let's do one thing. You might have a prompt. Let's say, okay, let's do one thing. Will take it as a case study. So let me just come out of it and let me come to the chat GPT. Perfect. Okay. So let's take out a scenario, okay, where you are from a finance person and there has been an idea that what could be a MVP for a finance team with no Gen AI experience look like. What is MVP? What is MVP? Minimum viable product. Okay. So, okay. One second, one second, one second. Team. Gen AI. Let's see what it responds. So what we are doing, we are trying to generate ideas using a Gen AI. What I'm using ChatGPT. I'm using a Gen AI tool. just for figure out what's my problem statement and what could be the things. Okay, so what it would go ahead and do, it is going to probably list me a number of ideas. All right, so what it says, MVP use case ideas. Okay, it might list me 5, it might list me 10. Okay, it could be automating routine tasks, it could be summarizing reports, it could be forecasting. Let's see what it says. So my question was, a minimum viable product response for a finance team with no Gen AI experience should focus on simple, high impact use cases that demonstrate value quickly, require minimal technical complexity, and integrate easily into the existing workflow. Okay, so here are a few examples. Let's say it says natural language querying for financial reports, which means somebody doesn't has to go ahead and remember the straightforward uh, like formulas, selecting rows and columns, and then querying the things. Instead, it should be natural language, the language that we go ahead and speak up. Okay, so let's say what it gives a solution. Let's say there is a problem. It is saying the team spends time digging through spreadsheets and dashboards to answer common questions. Now, what could be a solution? It could be a GenAI solution which is dedicated to only this task we are talking about right now, which is querying the financial report. It says, what were our top 5 expenses last month? Compare Q2 quarter 2 revenue as Q1. What could be the MVP tools? Excel plus ChatGPT plugin. In case if you want to visualize, Power BI plus Copilot, it could be ChatGPT using OpenAI API, which means you can go ahead and take the SDK, the API, and ask your developer to go ahead and integrate in any of the tool in case if you are existing. Okay, now, so let's say automated meeting summaries and action items. Okay, post meeting notes and follow-ups are inconsistent or delayed. That could be also a reason. GenAI solution, upload a Zoom team transcript and get a summary with the key points. Now, Teams, Microsoft Teams, I probably am not sure about the Zooms as for now, but Teams go ahead and provide the transcript, correct? That you do not have to figure out what was spoken in the class, what were the things that were in the class, correct? Email drafting for routine finance communication. It could be anything, okay? Now let's say I got an idea. Today that was my issue. That okay, I found out many problems in the financial team. Now with these solutions, whatever I'm getting it, I would be able to figure out okay that where is my main problem, where I'm well, like no f- like where I'm getting the things laggy. Is it due to the time that is spent on digging through the spreadsheets? Is it because automated meeting summaries or action items you don't have it? Okay. You let's say emails for budgets and reminders are not done, things are not happening. Okay. Categorizing transactions is time consuming. So you could have a solution, upload a CSV solution of transactions. AI suggests category based on the merchant description, etc. And a lot of things. Now, when I have few ideas, and these were the ideas, regarding fixing the problems. Okay. Now, in case I might have to go ahead and explain the same thing to the entire team. Okay. What I might go ahead and do that. What could be my next prompt? Let's say, how could a workshop on this topic be structured? Getting my point? Let's run it. So, a well structured GenAI workshop for finance team should focus on education, hands on experience, and immediate practical value with zero fluff and zero expectations of prior AI knowledge. Now, as a team manager, as a team lead, don't forget what the topic that we are discussing right now. Chat GPT for managers as a co-pilot for planning. That's my main intent right now. What we are figuring out in case if I have to go ahead and plan anything, I'm looking for a problem, I'm looking for a solution that has to be shared with my team, and how Gen AI is helping me out. Okay. Now, since I got to know that, okay, there could be many problems. Okay. but how this problem, or I would say how the solution of these problems can be discussed with the team in the proper way, is something we are understanding. So the very first step was idea generation. Now what we are looking for, we are looking for now how it could be, that is a workshop design, how I should go ahead and discuss all these points with everybody, what is something I should taught them, and GenAI is helping me out. So what it says, workshop title could be practical GenAI for finance teams, save time, work smarter. Now it gives you the entire workshop agenda. In the starting 10 minutes, you discuss about welcome and why this matters. Now you have 5 problems with you, correct? You have 5 problems with you. Now, in case if you guys are not a team lead, you are not a manager, then definitely it you the slide that we are discussing, the concept that we are discussing would be not applicable immediately to you, but probably when you would be at a senior position or at a position where interns are being assigned to you, and you might have to go ahead and take meetings, you have to go ahead and take presentations. So it gives me welcome and why this matter. Now this is something which becomes very difficult, or not difficult, but it doesn't hits to everybody. It doesn't hits everybody's mind, okay, that what to be framed, what should go ahead, I go ahead and discuss within a limited period of time, and whatever I'm going to deliver, it should go ahead and make sense, it should go ahead and make sense to everybody, correct? Now, let's say I came up for the class. There could be 2 to 3 things. I might be training for your further classes to, let's say, anything happens, whatever it is, I cannot come unprepared. So, definitely, I might have an experience. I know how a tool is used. I would be able to do all the jobs regarding the related to production. I am a cloud engineer as well. Before Gen AI, it's not like I was not doing anything. I was a cloud engineer. Okay, I know how the integration works. Now to automate all these things, I worked on it. Since I'm in tech, I have to explore content. I have to explore video generations. I have to check in Intellipaat podcast too sometimes. Okay, based on my requirement, I have to go ahead and look for trainer expertise as well. However, there are dedicated teams for this. But yes, so I need to know that whatever I'm going to deliver is not like I am aware of, so I can deliver now. Delivering is something else. What should be delivered first? What should be delivered later on? How to go ahead and structure something? How is it going to make sense to the participants? They won't feel bored. They won't feel like we are not getting to learn something. It looks like I was also able. So everything has to be framed properly. Now, this is missing in most of the cases, even when I was working for the product related thing, okay, as a site reliability engineer. So, the things become very difficult when you try to go ahead and talk to people, when you have to go ahead and explain the people. So, that is where it is helping you out, set context and goal. Then, in 10 to 30 minutes, that is 20 minutes, you talk about the Gen AI, what exactly the Gen AI is for the non techies, talk about the basics, talk about the myths, what is wrong, what is right, what it is capable of, what it is not capable of. Correct? Because like setting up right expectations is much more important. Then you can have a live demo of financial use cases, like, okay, what are the problems? Okay, what they can go ahead and use it. Then we can have a practice on it. We can have team challenges. We can go ahead and give them a project. Okay, this is a huge problem with us. Come on, get into groups, try to go ahead and like not resolve this, then have a Q&A. So this is what, in case if you are managing, in case you are planning something, in case if you are preparing something, these are the prompts one by one, you have to go ahead and do it. Okay, now the point here is, let's say you created this workshop for you. Now see, what would be the next step? Now let's say you figured out few problems in your department. You ask ChatGPT, okay, what could be the possible solutions? It gave it to you. But the whole point here is, you cannot directly do it. Okay, you would be having different works as well. And in case if you are doing something as for now and your team isn't capable of, then always once your team does a work, you have to go ahead and do the QA. You might have to go ahead and sit on the top of them, and then once again putting your efforts on it and to go ahead and make it better. So the end goal is to go ahead and make your team, to make the departments under you enough smart, enough transformative, that they should be able to go ahead and do the things better way itself, from the very scratch. So let's say you figure out solutions. Now these solutions have to be uh, explained to your team. You created a workflow agenda, you created a workflow, okay, you created a workshop structure, that this is what I'm going to explain, I'm going to discuss about these solutions, I'm going to ask them what are the main problems, and then I'll keep exploring and I'll keep digging it. Now once you have an agenda for, then what you're going to do. So in two prospects we have seen how Gen AI is helping you out. Point number one, figure out solutions to find out pain points and solution with the prompt that I have given. Then we have seen, okay, it also helps me in creation of a workflow, in creation of a workshop architecture. Now, what's the next thing? Okay, are you not going to send the agenda? Are you not going to send the invite to the people to call them in the meet? Correct. So let me go ahead and use my third thing using ChatGPT. Please provide an agenda and an invitation email for, let's say, I want to go ahead and run it for a 2 hours of a workshop. Okay, 2 hours of the above workshop. Now, this is what you have to go ahead and take care of while prompting anything. In case if I'm running on a continuous chart. Now there are two things. In case if you're switching out the chats, whenever you are trying to go ahead and let's say starting from a new chart, and you want something to be done, either whenever it is related to agenda, whenever it is related to the content, please use these things, use the exact details that is going to make your chat gpt history, make your chat gpt prompts way better. Okay, and solutions alternatively, or I would say obviously, would go ahead and get improved, because the more detailed, clear your prompt is, the more detailed answer it would be. Now I'm saying please provide an agenda and an invitation mail for 2 hour of a workshop for my young team. It says workshop agenda smarter. This could be the subject duration is of 2 hours. Audience is finance team, non-technical or early career friendly. Goal is learn how to Gen AI tools and Copilot to save time, reduce repetitive tasks, and boost your productivity. This is going to be the workshop agenda. Okay. Now, this is the invitation mail, internal. You are invited for this. Hey team, I'm excited to invite this. You don't need any AI or technical background. Just bring your curiosity. There's a good thing, good line added by it. Workshop, what is going to be the location, date, time, meeting hall, conference? What are you going to learn? Now, see, what is Gen AI, how to use Chat GPT for this. Now, I didn't like this email in detail. Okay, it has given me an agenda. Okay, but what I want to do is I'll prompt it, I'll re-prompt it. I want agenda to be included in the invitation mail, and it shouldn't miss any of the important aspects that I am going to discuss it. Let's see. It says here is a refined invitation mail for a fully detailed agenda embedded, keeping it clear, engaging. Okay. You are invited to hands-on 2 hours Gen AI workshop designed specifically for our finance team. This is your chance to learn how to use tools like ChatGPT or Microsoft for working smarter. This. Whether you have never used AI before or just curious about what it can do, this session will show you the real practice ways this. Okay. And it has included the agenda within my mail. Now, let's say I want to improvise it better. What I want to do is, it is mandatory for everyone. Okay. Also, I want people joining in should have few problems ready that they are facing currently during work. So the more detailing you will go, the more better things you will get. That's the whole point over here. And we are not writing any specific language here. It's prompting, it's a natural language. Just you have to go ahead and precisely keep the things. Now we are hosting a mandatory this to explore how this. You don't need any technical background. Just bring your curiosity. The session is designed specifically for our team, with the focus of real use cases in finance, and it has given what are the use cases. Okay, in case if you have dedicated use cases, then you can go ahead and put them. Okay. Now this has been the agenda added over there. Okay, perfect. Now, who should attend this? Okay, what to bring, which was missing over here. Correct? Now, this wasn't present over there. So, you'll have the agenda, you'll have the invite, okay, and then you might go ahead and, like, no, take the meeting on the same day, okay. Now, yes, you would go ahead and proceed with what are the things, what can be done better, and everything. So that's what, in case if you have something to be planned, yes, you would be able to use Gen AI somewhere for doing things. Okay. Okay. Now, turning any document. This is another case study. So we are going to use a new let's say application, which is going to be the another tool after Julius AI, and this is turning any document into a professional presentation using an artificial intelligence. And the tool that we are going to touch here is Gamma.app. So AI powered presentation tool it is, okay, and it is going to benefit you on a lot of things, which means you would have design layouts, you would have views, you can choose visuals, you can structure content automatically. So to be very true, it's very magical. Okay. Okay. As for now, has everybody used slides somewhere at few I would say years back? Okay. In case if you have people under you who go ahead and create PPT. Okay, Raghavan says I do it every day. Perfect. Good. So this is going to be a really real help to you. So let me take you to Gamma.app. Okay, have you accessed ever Gamma.app? No? Like Wheel is hearing it for the very first time today. Okay. So it'll come up. Now the point here is I have restricted IDs. Okay. Sudeep has heard about it. Very good. Okay. So see, there are a few things here. First of all, let's explore this. You have templates. Now templates are important for you to figure out what based on the theme that you have. Okay. So let's say in case if it's related to marketing strategy, okay, is it a startup pitch desk? Okay, let's say you are going to give uh, I would say a speech in an auditorium and a speech for something. Okay, then you would have six hats brainstorming in case if you're coming up a little bit technical or an ideative way. We are going to there to discuss ideations. Okay, so in case if you want to welcome the new teammate, in case if you have to talk about the go to market strategy, how you will how you will take your product to the market, hiring plan, team outlook, okay, quarterly investor reports. This is more dedicated to sales and marketing, proposals for anything, launching brief, deal review. I believe these are the ones that would be your repetitive tasks, correct? Your personal portfolios, okay, especially this is for the freshers, but yes. So, in case if any events are being organized, then you have to go and explain, talk about the technicalities of your product, or it could be a technicalities of any technology. It could be anything. So that's your point of view, that what you are looking for. Okay. Now you would have, let's see what is in the inspiration. This is something you would be able to see some ready PPTs. Okay, this is created by different people. Okay, let's just open it up. Let's have a look. So somebody would have created. Okay, it's basically it's official only from Gamma.app. Okay, how to monetize a freemium business. Very nice. So by Melissa Tan, head of the product growth at Webflow, formerly growth at this. So okay, they have used proper, see, the roadmap. Okay, how they are going to discuss all the steps. The very first comes up is the 01. The other one have been reduced. Okay, the shade of the transparency, I would say, of the next of the slides have been reduced, and it makes up very clear that okay, how the things are happening. Correct. I'll not say this one of the are these editables. No, these are not editables, but the templates would be editables. So see, this is a good example in terms of you have the clickable buttons, correct? So let's say I want to understand about email or notifications. So the information is summoned up within these sections. When I click on it, it becomes bigger. It talks about few things. Good. Now, is it publicly accessible? Now I'm just trying in front of you something like that. Can you access this? So it's all about mix of tools. It's not like if it is PPT, no, it doesn't have the access to the content. Perfect. Let's come back. Then we need to anyhow go back to this. Or can I do something over here? No, you cannot inspect. F12. So they have used few safety things behind this PPT to be viewed over there. Otherwise, what I would have done, or what you guys can go ahead and do it, I would have taken this URL up in case if it was publicly accessible without logging in, since we are logged in inside the application right now. I would have given a prompt to ChatGPT, give me the necessary prompt for having such a PPT with me, which has transitions, which have these many features, and I would have explained it to the best of my understanding. And it would have given me a prompt, and that prompt I would have come up in gamma.ai, and I would have used it. Okay. So see, this is actually not publicly accessible. This is only under the account. But yeah, this is how you go ahead and cheat with the existing content that you have. Okay. So there are no custom themes, no custom fonts. Okay. The font is all about the text that you have to go ahead and do it. So you have to install the Google fonts probably. Create PDF and give to ChatGPT. That works, but in the PDF, Ramesh, functionality it would lose. Correct. But I wanted ChatGPT to understand how it is acting. Correct. What is the backend code of that PPT? What are the things that have been attached? It would get the content. If the content was I wanted to go ahead and get it, PDF, it is going to get the content. But that movement, no worries, we'll come back over here. Let's look for a brand partnership proposal. Okay. Now within this, okay, executive summary, investment, why our product, why Maya. Okay, so okay, we are getting some graphs. I have worked with 52 companies facing the same problems. This is going to be the agenda. Now, see, I don't have to think of it, what content I have to go ahead and keep it in our PPT. The current state assessment, key challenges, root causes. Okay, looks good. Looks okay. Okay, so this is the milestone. This is the roadmap how you would have worked on your project timeline. So, how would you rate this PPT in case if we use this PPT with our content? I believe it is going to save a lot of time for you in case it just take 1 minute to go ahead and put our content over there. It has all the necessary things, I would say. Does it has testimonials as well? If it is not the very first launch. Okay, looks good. So let's see. I have few back themes as well. How it is going to look in the different themes. This is much appealing to the eyes, I would say. Correct? Instead of having the darkest tone, there's something it looks better to me, but you need to go ahead and take care of this, that the images that are going to be used or the logos that are going to be used, that should not go ahead and like now uh, because what happens whenever you change the themes, the images that you are using, okay, the graphic designers, that because you are going to have your own real graphs over here, not any random graphs over here. So the one who is going to the graphic designer team might be going ahead and sharing you some charts, whatever the image requirement would be there, just make sure that it is matching with the theme. Lighter, but there's nothing related to the mountains. Okay, I'll keep a night sky as for now. Okay, I'll click on use this template. Brand partnership proposal. Okay, so what it says, I have created a theme for you. Okay, that's fine. So what it says, I have created a theme for you. Okay, you go ahead and keep changing data with it. Okay, and let me see, it won't be okay. Perfect. So here what I'm going to do is, now this PPT is something it looks too much lengthy for me. ROI from the UC application deployed. Okay, so whether it was positive or whether it was negative, I believe it would be good only. Now, this is regarding the cards. Okay. What I wanted, give me 1 minute. Okay. So let's say I want things, make it more concise, and let's say, let me touch any particular topic. Key challenges looks good. Let's see what it says. So what it has given me, now in terms of concise, what it is doing, it's not changing the content. Instead, what it is changing, it is changing the layout of it. Or fine. So this is a content proposal for this. Today, what are we going to discuss? I have seen this. Then the introduction is coming up. Okay, the introduction is coming up twice. No. So I believe that this introduction, the agenda should be on the top, where we are going to discuss about the main agenda, that what we are going to discuss. Okay. I don't want any of these slides. I'll select any one of them and I'll delete it. I will delete few things in case if it is not necessary to me. Now methodology. Okay. However, it has different designs, but yes, what you can go ahead and do it. You can go ahead and select any one of them. You can go ahead and delete it in case if you want it. Okay. So the whole point here is you will get the PPT here itself with the theme. You can get the content changed. Now, how you are going to go ahead and change the content? That you are going to use ChatGPT for it, and you are going to tell what exactly that in my slides. Okay, how it is. I am creating a PPT with Gamma.app, and the agenda is business proposal for our new CRM platform that helps businesses to automate things and improve customer experience. Okay. Top. Okay. Or the content, or I would say the agenda. The agenda in my slides talk about introduction, topic of discussion for today, then let's say components, key challenges, or whatever you have, you want, or you are preparing for. How does my product overcomes it? Sorry, I missed type in Leah. Like I just pressed enter button. I was type 2. Like okay. So what we can go ahead and do it. We can go ahead and like give several prompts to it. Okay, and what it is going to do, it is going to suggest you about what things are, but it is not going ahead and it's not going to help you out with the exact information, because you haven't told it to the chat GPT that what your product is capable of. Correct. So this thing is something that you might have to go ahead and edit it manually, one by one, one by one, one by one. However, there's one more thing that I would like to go ahead and tell you. So these are few things, like you can add images, you can go ahead and add bar charts, you can go ahead and add videos and medias, you can go ahead and add forms and buttons, you can add embedded apps. Okay, so this is one thing, that the themes that you already have, you are editing it. That's one thing, with the help of using any third party tool. Now let me go ahead and show you the main thing that I wanted to introduce with this tool. So what I want to do is, I want to create new, I want to generate a new PPT. Okay, I want it for 6 cards. Let's say 6 cards as for now. Okay, is it going to be a presentation? It is going to be a web page. It is going to be a document. It is going to be some social media. This is a new topic. Okay, that is one the manual work I have already told you. Correct. Manual work, everybody understood. Take a theme. You can edit that theme. In every slide, you would have a chat GPT AI prompt over here. I want to make the concise. I want to go ahead and change the layout, and the information has to be edited by it. Now keep that on hold. Keep that thought process on hold. Now what are we going to talk about? That generate a new PPT for me. Okay, and let's say I want to go ahead and generate something. Let's say PPT that talks about Gen AI importance. for our industry, for our company. I wanted English language. In case if you want to go ahead and have it in a different language, that is up to you. I'll click on generate the outline. So first of all, the outline will be generated to you. Okay, so what it says, why generative AI matters for our company, the Gen AI revolution, unlocking efficiency and productivity across the teams, real world applications, strategic consideration, and responsible use. Okay, do you want to add a card? Do you want to keep it concise? Do you want to keep it minimal? Do you want it detailed? Do you want it an extensive details? Now you can select the theme that you want. Okay, the image source, do you want the AI to be generating the images whenever it would be required in the slide, or howsoever it is? Okay, you have one advanced mode as well. Let me go ahead and show you this as well. Okay, so this is how just it goes ahead and change. You will get here card by card. Okay, that you can go ahead and like now look for this data, keep editing it one by one. Now what I say is like let me go ahead and talk about. So for whom you are writing it, you are writing it for business. Now the intent has to be very clear to the AI, because whenever it is going to frame the sentences, whenever it is going to create a PPT, it in case if you're choosing students, then it will go ahead and put some emojis, some cartoon. You don't want it over there. So it's very important for you to select whom for you are writing for. Now right tone is going to be professional. Okay, so it has already taken a correct prompt for it. Okay, now let me go ahead and generate the content for it in case if I'm looking it. Otherwise what I'm going to do, I'll go back and I'll just say here, okay, come here. So let's say I have this option, conduct marketing analysis and providing strategic recommendations for business goals. I'll just keep it for 6 cards or 5 cards. So it would have now concise the overall things, all place, correct, instead of 10. I'll just click on generate. So what I have done as for now, apart from the manual thing that we have done, we just came to a new blank PPT. We just have given up a prompt and it has started creating my PPT. So Gamma AI helps you both for manual, which means select the automated themes. Apart from that, you can have your own PPT with a prompt. It is all by default. It's in 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes, I would say. My content is getting created. Says back to the prompt or like what you created. Okay, first of all, let me see what has been created. Correct. Says conducting market analysis and strategic recommendation for business growth. Okay, why market analysis is your business compass. Okay, then core components of marketing analysis, demand, supply, and all this. Correct. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and everything. In case if you want to go ahead and edit any one of them, that is also what you can go ahead and do it. You can go ahead and replace the images by your own. You can go ahead and edit these images as well. Okay, you can go ahead and run AI for this section as well. Okay, I'm not liking this particular image. Okay, remove the background in case if you want to get this scalable, that's also possible. I don't want to see the image would be removed from the section. I want to upload my image. You can upload any image URL over there. Okay, let's say AI images. Okay, so keep it HD and sound real. Okay, generate. What is the size do you want to keep it for this section for the image? That is also up to you. How many images do you want? You want 3 images? It is going to give you the 3 images. This is better than what was before. Correct? Wherever you have custom work, which means now you are going to talk about your product, which key functionality, like the AI is not aware about the key functionalities of your tool, then there you would always need manual work. It's not like a storytelling, you told it and now it has understood. Either you go ahead and get this document converted first of all into an audio, and then audio has to be feeded into the text. That is also we are going to talk about. So this, the in case if you want to go ahead and save your time in terms of creating a generative or like any kind of automated PPT within 2 minutes, it can go ahead and do a job for you. It can go ahead and write a content for you. But this is more like social based. This is more like things or the topics that you are going to talk about would be selective. Okay, would be selective in terms of these are the general things that would always remain on internet as it is. You don't have to figure out what has to be the topic. The prompt is going to help you out. Okay, what is the topic? But in case if you have a custom product and you are going to explain it, then definitely you might have to go ahead and do huge prompting. You have to go ahead and generate content from ChatGPT and then paste it over here. Okay, or you will ask your content writer, or now there's no need of content writer. You guys can go ahead and do it. Tell your chat gpt the SOP of the product, each and everything of the product, because then take that prompt and drop it here in the Gamma app. Then it is going to go ahead and create the PPT for you. But yes, you have to feed this. You have to feed even the AI that, okay, what your tool that you are going to discuss for the business proposal would be able to do. Its key components, its advantages, its scenarios where it is suitable. Something definitely nobody mentions the limitations in a clear way. But yes, okay, what were the key challenges while making this up? How it is going to help out educational sector or the sector where you are going to propose it. Okay. So each and everything has to be go ahead and told in the AI, and then it is going to go ahead and create a good and a decent PPT for you. So this was turning any document into a professional presentation using an AI. Okay. Now let's talk about one more hands-on, and so hands-on from document to presentation. Okay, this is all already we have done. Now solving your management challenges using Gen AI. We have been talking about ChatGPT again and again, and everybody would have used. Okay, I believe you guys would have somewhere used Mistral.ai as well. Mistral.ai as well. Have you heard about this? Mistral.ai, frontier AI in your place. So let's see how does it work. Now, so basically the name is Laychat, and I believe you would have got an idea that the word lay denotes the word the. Correct. So let me go ahead and take a situation. Why Mr. Lord AI? Definitely, it is going to help you out for each and every aspect, just like ChatGPT. Also, it runs on a model, but at the same time, let's take a scenario for the management help. Okay, let's say you are a young IT manager. Probably you might not be young, but okay, let's take this scenario. Let's say you are an IT manager. Two of your best developers are always late for meetings. Okay, and you feel stressed about addressing it. You are not addressing it because they are important, and let's say you are not in a situation that you would be able to right now hire or fire. Okay, now without upsetting them, you would like to go ahead and like now you are unsure right now how to act without upsetting them, and you wanted even to convey that okay, this thing should be conveyed to them that okay, they have to go ahead and like no come on time. And let's say these are your senior developers as well with your same age group, or these would be some situations I'm 100% sure you would have somewhere faced. Okay, but okay, so let's see how AI can act as a coach, can act as an executive coach for you guys. Okay. So what I want here, I can set up the roles. Okay. What I can do, I can set up the roles. You can have any chat GPT and Claude, you can have Gemini, anything. So what I'm saying is act as an executive coach for A young IT manager? Yeah. It takes me to the chat. Okay. It says absolutely, Akshay. This is the ID that has been provided to me by Intellipaat to continuously use it so that all the data, whatever I'm training, it's always with them with the history. But okay, fine, that makes sense. So, as an executive coach, my goal is to help you develop your leadership skills, navigate, maximize your impact as the IT manager. It's a view. There are a few areas we could explore together: leadership development, team dynamics, and communication. Okay, this is in general. It is talking about okay, what can be done. You tell me that what is the biggest challenge. Okay, now I have to give a prompt. Let's say the prompt would be: I have two team members who are always late to meetings. They are the best developers, and I am worried about how they will react if I address this. Now, what should I do? So the part here for us to understand is Gen AI is not only about to create or explore the reports or creating presentations. It's also about the understanding of your work regarding your management and interactive AI. That is what. Okay. So probably it is going to give me 5 to 7 coaching tips. Let's see what it says. It says addressing punctuality with this, leave it. Prepare for the conversation. Gather facts, document instances of lateness, time, meetings, impact. This keeps the conversation objective. Reflect on possible reasons. Are they overloaded? Do they have personal constraints? Is it a cultural norm for them? Plan your message, focus on the behavior, not the person. Use the SBI model, which is situation, behavior, impact. Situation, well, I have noticed it. Behavior, you have arrived this much. Okay, impact, what has impacted when they haven't arrived on the time. Okay, have a private one-on-one conversation. This is what it is recommending instead of talking there directly uh, in front of everywhere. Set the clear expectation. Our team agreed to start meetings and to respect everyone the schedule. Let's make sure we all stick to that. I guess it's going ahead and giving you okay what exactly you can go ahead and discuss it. Monitor it, prevent resentment, and anticipate their reaction and everything. Okay, now we should see this is what ChatGPT has given me. Now we should always have follow up questions. As I told you in the very starting, AI are good, but they could be biased. They could provide you some hallucination. So to go ahead and confirm, please have your follow up questions. Now, what could be the follow up questions? Let's say, what if the behavior continues despite my conversation? You got an idea what has to be conversated and how it has to be? Have questions for it. If the lateness continues even after one-on-one conversation, it is important to escalate issue firmly but fairly. Okay, what you can do: schedule a follow-up, clarify expectation against, ask for their commitment, end the conversation with a clear agreement. Can I count on you to be on time moving forward? That's a very good thing. This is something very suggestive. Very good. Okay. That yes, get some answers in the real time, hear it, tell them directly to address it, so that when somebody speaks, somebody says something, you know that the other person at the next time would be too much hesitated, too much embarrassed when he knows that okay, somebody was counting on me and now still I've done the same thing. So before you go ahead and reach out to him, in case if he is an ethical guy with some like now uprights, then definitely he is going to go ahead and come up to you before you go ahead and reach out to him. Then it could be how can I encourage punctuality without discouraging creativity? Should I involve? Okay, this could be another. Let's say, should I involve HR at any point? Can I make team-wide changes instead of addressing individuals? How do I balance empathy with enforcing rules? Correct, it could be anything. So see, it responds to us. Okay. When to involve HR after multiple conversations, before issuing formal warnings, if the behavior escalates, to protect yourself and the team, how to involve HR. Now, see, it's all about, this is one of the tools where you can set up few roles and it is good at it. That's just my personal experience. However, ChatGPT would also work for the same way. But yes, it has been good in terms of when I go ahead and define a role. That it's good at memory, I can go ahead and say that. Whatever I go ahead and tell it, throughout that conversation, throughout that call, it remembers that okay, it has to act like what. Okay. It could be anything. Let's say, how do I balance empathy with the rules that I'm going to apply, and a lot of things. The like and the dislike button is the reinforcement learning. Whenever you are liking it, the model is getting to know that okay, this are the responses that the user is liking. Otherwise, it would have changed it. Okay. So what are the models that you want to go ahead and use? There are few models. You can do that. You can also create an agents over there. So you have the data analyst agents, convert any CSV file into an analysis. It can do that. So the another alternative for your Julius.ai, but Julius.ai is expert, I would say. That's my understanding. That's expert on that. Okay. So data analyst, you can convert any CSV file into analysis, and there are not very large, but yes, it is specific to this. You can create your own project, and within your own project, whatever the related work you are going to do with the project is something you can go ahead and keep it. All the charts would be returned over there in the project itself. We're going to talk about campaigns and all these content writing on a specific platforms, not only Mistral.ai. So this is how it is going to help you out in solving your management challenges using GenAI too. Not only tool related. Now, a very good one, that is turn documents and YouTube videos into an entertaining podcast in 3 minutes. Okay, I'll just tell you, I'll just ask you, you have a report file of 80 documents, 80 pages, 60 pages, 20 pages, 30 pages. What would you like to have in this fast running time? Would you like to get converted it into the audio and put your earphones, and when are you traveling, you're sitting at your back seat, you're driving, you would like to continuously hear it? Reading something is more interactive. It depends upon definitely the hobbies. All those who like reading it would always like reading. But yes, there are situations where a lot of tasks are being done. You might have to go ahead and convert your huge presentations or huge documentations into an audio or on a podcast. Now, Spotify, you would have heard about few advertisements. Okay, they're talking about how this was evaluated, how this was developed. Okay, now nobody is there to go ahead and speak something for you. So it's all about like the situations where new things are getting created. The you had to okay, now, the people who are into the content marketing or as a content marketing manager, so you would have worked somewhere in the past. Now, they would like to have some audio, let's say. Okay. Now, for an audio, what has to be done? Let me tell you what was the manual work behind it. So, some content writer used to go ahead and write a lengthy script first. Then we used to hire a person whose vocals are very good, whose sound is very good. Okay. Now, we asked these people to read this script. Once they were reading the scripts, there were several takes. There were several takes. Correct. Plus an extra investment on this money as well. Plus definitely the investment on the huge mic you would have seen for the recordings. Correct. So there could be a number of things. There could be a number of situations. Okay. In even in your cases, you might have official documentation You probably don't want to go ahead and read those small letters which are written one by one, one by one, one by one. Now, in case if I tell you a solution, you would be able to convert those documents into an immediate audio. It's not going to be effective. It's going to be ineffective. It's going to be save a lot of time. Okay. Not only this, it's not. It doesn't works only on the uploaded documentation. You want to go ahead and have some audio researching the internet, researching the links which are present globally over the internet. You have YouTubes, and you just want to say that these are my sources, use all of these sources and get an audio ready for me and a specific tone. That is where we use Notebook LM, and I believe you would have definitely heard about it. So this is the new agenda where basically it would be not only for the digital marketing, but it is for marketing, and probably that would be even mentioned in the curriculum. So why it is digital marketing? Because you know that everything nowadays present has we have is digitized, correct? So transforming business leadership through Intellipaat partnership, okay, whatever it is. So this is going to be the agenda fact of AI on business decisions. Using AI for data-driven decision making, yes. Analyze customer behavior data with AI tools. Deep dive into AI for hyper-personalized campaigns and SEO. Project Spotlight on automating workflows. We'll see the rise of autonomous AI. We'll be using Zapier over here. Not only N8N, we'll be using some other tools as well. Whether present in your curriculum or not, I'll try to go ahead and touch maximum tools that are available. Okay. So let's jump back over here. It says the new co-pilot in the bedroom. So nothing much tough. Okay, the new co-pilot in the bedroom, nothing much. It's just telling you that okay, AI has the capability to change the way decisions are made. Instead of relying on your intuition, leaders can now use data-driven insights. Okay. So basically, you know that it doesn't replaces human judgment at all, but yes, it supports it. It helps leaders make faster, better, and smarter decision. That is what it has been written in the slide. Okay, moving forward. So before AI, what were the situations, and what is after the AI? So if I will talk about before AI, which means looking somewhere like now. Backwards. Okay, decisions were dependent on what? Decisions were dependent on reports, old reports, limited human capacity, and slow manual analysis. With AI, definitely you would have the forward looking, it predicts trends, it scans millions of data points in the real time and delivers insight, I would say almost instantly. Correct. Now let's say, think about how companies used to plan sales. Earlier, managers used to look at last year reports to guess the demand. It was slow, it was manual, it was outdated as well, correct? Now with AI, what you can go ahead and do it, the system can scan million of purchase records. You can upload mini files, social media trends, weather patterns, can instantly predict what customer will want tomorrow, what the customers are doing on your website, what why they are leaving, in how many seconds do they leave, and everything. Which means that decisions are not just faster, they are somewhere smarter as well. They are somewhere future ready as well. So that is what your point of evolution of decision making is. Then you have strategic planning. Okay, now strategic planning could be anything. It could be a seasonal stock planning. AI can go ahead and help you out. Okay. So let's pick out a problem. Let's say your retailers oftenly rely on last year's sales data and intuition to decide what to stock for the holidays and what not to stock for the holidays. Correct. Sometimes what it could it could lead to overstocking some items, running out of popular products, and let's say there could be a situation where they might go ahead and lost revenue as well. Correct. Now, what AI can help them out? AI can help them out to predict the past sales. It can go ahead and help them out to look for social media trends, that what kind of products are trending right now, where there is more scope that which product would be bought more. It could help you out with pricing, competitor pricing. Definitely, you can go ahead and do it manual as well. But yes, it would be easier for you to put to the chat GPT and find out who would be a competitor for this particular product. What are the main trends of this product? Correct. So what it would do, it would simulate your multiple demand scenarios and predict which products will sell the most. Correct. So this would allow the retailers, let's say we are talking about retailers, then this would allow them to stock the right items. It would definitely reduce the waste. It would increase the sales as well in case if you are using the AI. Not only that, it could be, let's say, an airline. Okay, airline, everybody would have traveled. Does not matter whether you have been into a retailer business or not. Everybody would have traveled somewhere at some part of time in an airline. Now, you would have observed sometimes the airlines do have this issue. Okay, that they struggle to price tickets. Okay, if the prices are too high, seat will remain empty. If it is too low and revenues lost, then also there is a problem. Manual adjustments cannot keep up with the rapidly changing demand and competitor pricing. You guys are already aware of this. What AI inbuilt in the airline applications can look for, they can monitor bookings, they can look for the competitor fears, they would be able to immediately like now market the demand in the real time, in can predict peak demand periods and suggest price adjustments dynamically. Airline can fill more seats at optimal prices, increasing revenue and competitiveness. So by the end of the thing, by the end of the ticket booking that is possible for a specific flight, it can look for the competitors. It can look for, okay, what can be done, whether it has to be increased if the demand is too much, whether it has to be decreased based on the trends that again how much time, how many tickets in the past, in the last 1 hour or 2 hour has been filled, then putting a logic behind it. Okay, there are high chances that in the past always before 24th hour of the flight is still 10 to 12 tickets happen, and it has been continuously happening. So it would adjust and suggest you the price automatically, that what should be the price. Correct. So it could be applied anywhere. It could be an investment strategy. Let's say portfolio managers from the finance department face complex decision making, look for global markets, look for economic indicators, look for company performance constantly that has been changing. Okay, now predicting which investment will perform well months ahead and extremely challenging. Okay, when you cannot predict basically many months before itself that which investment or which stock can go ahead and help you out, like no, it's going to give you the profit only. Okay, now here you need what you need, huge amount of investment scenarios to be discussed, forecast potential outcomes need to be discussed. Correct. So before committing the capital, you have to also think about the risk is reduced, you need a smarter decision, you need a data driven investment decision. So everywhere AI is going to help you out, from the strategic planning to the financial forecasting as well. Now, financial forecasting, traditionally what used to happen, traditionally revenue forecasts were built on what, on spreadsheets and past sales. Okay, the problem was basically they often miss sudden market changes, that suddenly what has happened that could not be registered in the sheet at that very moment. Correct. You cannot look for huge historical patterns. Okay, you cannot look for everything all at once, looking at current market conditions, looking for outside factors like inflation or your customer sentiments. Correct, this is not, everything wasn't possible over there. So that is also the revenue projection it's not only regarding the finance. It could be, and let's take an example of a consumer electronics. Okay, now instead of just relying on last year's sales, competitor can launch the like what the competitors have launched, what was the economy at that moment, correct, the current trends, the current competitors, the latest products, uh, the sentiments, okay, whether it is being now bought by more by children or by what is the target audience, everything can be figured out, and these tools can help you a lot. Not only in the revenue projections, it could help you in the cost optimization as well, correct. It can go ahead and like now help you for risk assessment as well. The best example is the logistic companies. Inventory reduction with bots and AI voice bots. Yes, we used to have people onboarded for just having the chat team. Okay, they used to continuously chat with the learners so that we do not miss any of the learners ruining their experiences. Now there are AI bots. Okay, they help a lot. Correct. It could be a logistic firm. Okay, where AI can be used to study fuel usage and delivery routes. Okay, now definitely in case if you're not coming from a logistic background, but I had someone who are like no who is very close to me in the transportation. Okay, so he has a transport business, and one of my friends, you can say, and most of his trucks, okay, are used in factories, okay, for the chemical transportation from north to Bangalore, and then from Mumbai to Bangalore. It was in not yeah Badodra. It was in and it was in Bareilly, and it was in different places. Okay, so every time where there was a problem of figuring out the fuel issues, and you know that truck drivers do a lot. Truck drivers do a lot, correct? They will just do to find out new techniques to go ahead and get money on the basis of like now petrol has to be done, this much petrol has been added over there. However, many out manual things were figured out that what can be done or not. But yes, whatever the route they are taking, whatever could have been the traffic throughout that report, okay, that can be done. Okay, the system would be able to flag warehouses, the routes with unusual high costs, too many of tax tolls, correct. So yes, companies have worked on it, companies have tried, because manually it is not possible to accumulate each and every information all together and do the jobs. Okay, does algorithm based trading, okay, that is what you meant by algo trading, correct? Does algorithm based trading in finance use agent AI already for placing orders and redeeming stocks faster? Yes, why not? But at what platform you are using, that matters, whether it supports or not. Because see, if any of the tool that hasn't an ability to go ahead and take a trigger from somewhere else, you won't be able to do it. But things happen. Yes, things happen. Okay, have you been investing in stocks? I can tell you about my stocks. That's all. Not much into investment banking. Zerodha you are using. I have been still running on the basics, that is Grow. I know that Zerodha, Angel AI, I believe these are the better ones, correct? They don't charge you on the basis of that. So you have like now either you talk about intraday. Intraday you have to be more active. You have to be continuously observing it, because anyhow you have to go ahead and come out of it within that same day, correct? Now let's talk about, there is some bidding strategy in case if you guys are aware. All those who have been putting it, I believe everybody would have been doing it. So as soon as you can set the cost price, correct? That as soon as the this reaches to this particular amount, your 10 let's say stocks should be uh, stocked up, correct? Or 20 stocks you might have to go and apply. So that's the logic base. There's no AI, I would say. That's not an AI. That would be a logic base. So that application, probably I would also do a research on it, and I'll come back to you in the next class that whether it is a logic based. I feel it is going to be a logic based only. So the code of this, the application probably would be continuously tracking, okay, what is the point, and as soon as something, so as soon as you said something, a condition would have been set that okay, as soon as the price drops to this action has to be taken. But I don't think so that is something that it uses an AI. It is more like logic based or conditioning based. But however, I'll do some research and I'll get back to you. AI could be further checking that okay, what have been the past patterns or what have been the previous behavior of this stock, and then in how many days there are high chances okay that it might go ahead and like no either bull, correct, either bear. Now that is something I believe AI would be able to help out, where you do not have a value, you do not have a target value that okay this action has to be taken, then this would be the value. This is something a conditional based only, something that would give me a pattern, that would give me a suggestion, correct, okay, that in the upcoming type there are chances that this is going to be down. That is what I will feel it like as a model running behind it. But still yes, there could be a number of things, risk assessment and a number of okay. Let's move forward. So the marketing strategy, yes, AI is going to help you out with the customer segmentation. Earlier, what used to happen, marketers divided customers into very broad groups like age or income. These were the main factors. Okay, that okay, what is the age and what is the income? These are the only two factors that, while like no marketers used to figure out okay what kind of products and what kind of shop I should open for okay, that people for students, for children's, let's say, for people. And if people are so let's say you would have seen a normal medium class shops as well, you would have seen lower class. I'd say not lower class, I would say it's the probably the quality where it's not too good, but at the same thing the price is also very cheap. But at the same time, people have been investing in building malls as well, have been building in showrooms as well. Okay, so they have a target audience. Okay, whom I want to go ahead and shoot it up. Correct. So apart from that, nowadays what has happened? So instead of just figuring out my customers could be only based on age or income, you can have the purchase history of a specific individual, what he has purchased, how much he has purchased, how oftenly he browsed, which means browsing patterns. It could be even social media activity, and I'm going to show you this today as well. Don't worry. That how do we track activities on the digital marketing? The concept is digital marketing. We cannot meet face to face, so I that's not the physical activity, but an online how things happen are happening on our activity and how to improve that. We'll talk about it. So let's say finding the hidden groups of high value customers, okay, which are completely going untracked. It could be an ROI, rate of interest prediction, that where to spend money is always a big problem, okay, in all the businesses. Okay, budgets are never going to be applied only in one department, only across one channel. No, it is always like now already being consumed or are spread across most channels. Okay, and few of the channels might not go ahead and perform well as well. Correct. So now let's say somebody has invested on YouTube, somebody has invested on Twitter, somebody has invested on Telegram and this. Okay, so now AI can help you out to figure out okay which one is used more. Okay, that it could have the prediction could be better whether at Facebook, whether at Instagram, whether at Google Ads, whether showing you that okay where are more chances that where you can get a better return on your investment. Correct. So that is what probably your it AI would be able to help you out in setting up your digital marketing strategies as well. Okay. So anybody who is doing some retail work wants to sell something. Okay, as for now, I believe Instagram has become a very crazy source. Correct. The reels, I believe, go so popular, so fast, so quickly. I believe there would be high value of returns for sure. Moving towards operations and optimization. So yes, you would have inventory optimization, as already somebody has given as an example. Okay, you would know how much to stock based on the patterns, based on the levels, avoiding the loss. You would have predictive maintenance. Okay, so probably equipment failures are costly. Uh, if any of the equipment fails, it will cost what? It will cost downtime, it will cost expensive repairs, it would be a loss of productivity at that moment of time if that equipment is the one which is being used, correct? So normally what happens, companies used to wait until something breaks, or they used to follow the fixed maintenance schedules, okay, that doesn't always match real needs. Now probably you guys might have seen the recent, I'm not saying that okay, AI is would be able to help it out completely, or but yes, it could be monitored. Now we have recently been we have been seeing airplane crashes, correct? Let's continue move towards supply chain resilience. Okay, so supply chain, everybody knows that how from the retail, from the company, from the manufacturers reaches to the customers. So there are huge pain points there as well. Okay, port delay, raw material not getting, weather reports are creating issues, correct, lot good things. So yes, I would be able to help you out there. It's strategic planning, financial forecasting, marketing strategy, operation executives. And yes, so what would be your role when you are planning? We have seen how we can go use ChatGPT for planning, forecasting, in case if you have data, how you can go ahead and convert it into insights. Marketing strategy, we are going to discuss about campaigns still yet that's pending. Okay, operational excellence, in case if you have stocks, would be able to review it. So what you need to do is you need to always look for framing strategic questions. Now, questions could be what? The very first step for the managers is not to directly use AI or to run AI. The first step is to ask the right question. Okay. Instead of asking, let's say, should we expand something? Should we expand our resources? What it could be framed better? What kind of customers exist in that city? So instead of directly jumping to the problem, try to figure out what could go ahead and help you out to find the root of it. Okay, so instead of you figuring out, okay, the sales happened very good in Bangalore, Pune. Okay, now instead of us directly expanding, now let me go ahead and expand it in Madurai as well. Let me go ahead and expand it in Mysore as well. Let me go ahead and expand it in, let's say, in some let's say in Punjab as well. Okay, the cultures are different where. Do you think, is it going to give you the benefit without any plotting, because you got profit in some areas, you are expanding it to the other regions without thinking of that what kind of customers are existing in that location, in that area, correct? How much demand can we expect from there? Okay, which kind of product categories will work best over there? Okay, now probably there would be a huge difference. People from, I would say, from Hyderabad, Bangalore, I would say Delhi. Let's talk about male beauty. Okay, probably you guys tell me. I'm not dividing the culture, but people who are from Delhi, people from who are from Mumbai, who are actors, the male, I'm just talking about the male people, whether they would be much more buying the beauty products for them, or the people from Punjab. Definitely, people from Punjab, specifically in case if the main production is of farming, or the work is more into farming, probably I don't think so they would have been using it. And I could be wrong, and I would like to be even corrected in case if I'm wrong. So your like before you go ahead and talk about your future plannings, you need, as a manager, you need to figure out, always keep take care of this thing, that whether something is suitable at that part of time or not, at that place or not. Okay, so AI can just run predictions for you, but as a leader, you need to go ahead and check the assumptions. Okay, maybe the model is using the data from the last year when the economy was booming, or maybe like it was assuming supply chains will run smoothly because previously it was running smoothly. Correct. So in case if you're not questioning those assumptions, the recommendations could be misleading from even the AI. So don't completely rely on it. Correct. You have to apply critical analysis. Now, what does this critical analysis means? Let's say the AI suggests you that entering the city will be very profitable based on competitors, based on checks. So before you are jumping into it, you need to analyze what about local competition? What about local competition? What about rising rental costs in the upcoming time? What about the regulatory challenges? Correct. AI is not going to always look for all the factors. It might just be very precise about what you would have asked. It might have avoided regulatory challenges. It would have avoided political challenges. Okay, it would have definitely avoided about cultural differences. In case of something which is too modern, and you are planning to go ahead and have a bar or a pub next to in Haridwar, next to the uh, something like that, or let's say in Banaras, you know that the things are going to be violating over there. Does not matter how much AI might go ahead and suggest you out, like because it has not been there over much. So yes, there are high chances for you to make the profit over here. But what about the cultural differences? What about the human sentiments? Okay. So a lot many things. Integrate human judgment. So that's all about what you need to go ahead and take care about while working with AI. Now, practical example of AI in business. So this is AI is already here, recognizing AI in your daily life. Okay. So you know various things, various use cases. I don't want to get into this now. Think you just go through this PPT, then everybody. Okay, entertainment, you can use AI. Netflix and YouTube, you are using it. Music discovery, it is using it. Spotify discovery weekly learns, it uses it. So Spotify, Siri's voice recognition, demand prediction, smart prediction, route optimization. Okay, yes. Before we talk about using AI for data-driven decision making in marketing, we will talk about the podcasting. So we were talking about here the last slide, turning the documents and YouTube videos into an entertaining podcast. Now, Notebook LM, how many of you would have heard? Probably everybody would have heard about it. Notebook LM. Have you heard about it? Google Notebook? Just click on try Notebook LM. So let's say creating a new notebook. So what it says, upload your sources. Now the best capability of this AI tool, this Gen AI tool is it allows you to share your Google Drive links. It allows you to share the website links. It allows you to paste the text. It allows you to upload the file. So it does not matter how huge your documentation is. Okay, you can go ahead and upload your files over there. Okay, now let's see, this is my Gen AI. I'm not, let's see this extension is available or not. Download Microsoft PowerPoint, let's say PDF document. Okay, I haven't checked it with Word. Probably I use it for directly accessing the links, but let's see. So I've just, okay, we have the Google slide option. So I'm just putting the very first session, I'm uploading this document. So first of all, what happens? The text gets extracted. What a beauty, see. In one way, whatever you have uploaded, the things have been converted. This collection of slides, titled Generative AI Session, serve as an introductory guide to artificial intelligence. With a particular focus on generative AI, the presentation begins by establishing the fundamentals of AI, explaining how it enables machine to mimic human intelligence and the task like decision making, machine learning, DLing. Finally, it highlights the AI as tools like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. Okay, I can add a note as well over here. I can have an audio view. I can have a mind mapping. We'll see. So probably, let's say what I want to do is I want to go ahead and convert it into note. Okay. I think you have missed few details from agenda. Can you quickly verify? It says I can certainly verify the agenda details for this. Perfect. These are all the items listed on agenda number 1 slide. Good. Reframe the first prompt once again. Okay. So see, now it has changed. The session is designed to explore various facets of artificial intelligence, progressing foundation. The comprehension includes this, and this. Okay, so now it has changed the intent. Now let me do one thing. Let me try to get an audio about this. Okay. So what category of video would you like to have? Or like, oh sorry, the audio you would like to have. You would like to have a deep dive, you would like to have a brief, you would like to have a critic one, you would like to have a debatable one. Okay. Length shorter, longer, or the default one. Language, that's your choice. You can go ahead and select. So format is, let's see this one. Okay. And I'll click on generate. Now our podcast is getting created. An audio podcast. Let it run. Okay, meanwhile the audio is getting generated. Instead of me waiting for it, let's look for another feature, which is mind map. What is a mind map? You people would have definitely done it. What is mind mapping? In general, what is mind mapping? Creating your visual map, branching the sections from one place to another place, how the flow chart is. Correct. So that is what the feature you guys get over here as well. Let me create a duplicate out of it. Let it run and I'll try creating a duplicate. Okay, it has not been broken up. Great. Just let it run. Mind map has been created. And this is the mind map. Can everybody see it? Kind of a flow chart. And what are we going to cover? What has been discussed overall in this particular audio? It can be downloaded. It's your choice. And probably okay, the audio is getting downloaded. Meanwhile, what I'll try to show you my some previous report. Okay, so this was demystifying artificial intelligence. Okay, this process has to be shown to you know. That would be a little bit confusing until unless. So just let this process run and then I'll show you that okay, this was uploading your documentation, getting an audio. And then I'll show you how to go ahead and surf over the web itself and then just look for the data, the audio out of it. This tool is by Google. Okay. So this was machine learning. Let's say fundamentals of AI. This is how. So the mind map is detailed. Major AI tools, what were discussed. N8N, GitHub Copilot, AI assistant on. There were two things, tools, Microsoft designers. What have we learned in what is generative AI? create new content. What were the users? The users were LLMs, diffusion models. What it uses probably. What were the examples? These were the examples. So see how it creates mind maps quickly. And probably, yes, this is one of the use cases where you might go ahead and need it. And that was a seconds of job. Seconds of job. You can even download it. And this is how it looks like. This is the entire flow. The entire model. What is connected to what. So that is what Notebook LM is going to help you out. And probably my audio should be up and running. Yes. Okay, perfect. I would like to play it now and creators, innovators, solving everyday problems. So it is a dual podcast with two hosts.
All right, let's dive deep into a topic that's a real game changer. It's moving way beyond just the experience. It's getting into the hands of
So you have seen that my documentation can be easily converted into what? Could be converted into an interactive podcast. Correct? Think of that, all those who really need podcasts. It is so much easy for them. No hiring, no several takes, so much manual. Not only this, now please look at my window. I can join it at any time. It will open my mic. Okay. Listen up. Probably in case if you can. You too regarding the generative AI. But still, I'm not sure how Gen AI would be able to help me in my business. Okay, I have definitely understood what you are going to train me on the session of the Gen AI, but still, my question remains the same to both of you that I'm still not sure how the Gen AI would help me out on.
That's a fantastic question. And actually, it's exactly what we want. We're going to move beyond.
Can you hear everybody what it has responded to? What I did, let me tell you. So, what I did, everybody has to go ahead and try it. They were talking about what they're going to have this, that amazing session. Now, see, these are the not the words that I and you have put in this AI. They were having a general and an interactive discussion about okay, we are going to have this podcast, we are going to discuss all these things, not being limited, bringing out new things also into play. Now, what I did, I clicked on a join button, and what it did, it opened up the mic option for me. And I told that okay, I had a discussion. I heard that okay, you guys two are having a discussion on it, but still I'm not sure about how the Gen AI is going to help me out. What it did, it didn't started explaining me. It moved according to its concept only. But what it told, that's a great question. It replied to me, that's a great question. But at the same moment, we would like to tell you that this session is not only definition based, but we are going to discuss about multiple applications where Gen AI is going to be helpful for that. Correct. It could be shared. I can like this share, but you have to go ahead and try it from your end as well. Okay. Not only this, you guys can have a video on it as well. Come back to audio. Have a video over here. Okay. So generate. Let's have a video. Talking about robots, do you want a briefing document out of it? Do you want the study guide out of it? Do you want FAQs kind of thing? Do you want a timeline document of this? So let's say I click on I want FAQs. Let's see what notes are being generated. They're one of the good tools. Like I really like good for prompting as well, good for converting document as well, good for having audio, good for having videos, good for having a briefing documentation. I can upload my document and I can get the brief of it. Okay. So see, this is the FAQs that have opened up. Navigating the landscape for artificial intelligence tool. What is artificial intelligence? What are the components? How does the machine learning work? And what are its different types? What is deep learning? What is generative AI? How generative AI is 6? What is an NA10? How does the Copilot might go ahead and help you out? Correct. In case if I want to delete it, I can delete it. If I want to convert it into the source, I can convert it into the source back. Alright. So let the video generate and I'll explain you the next process. That is, in case if you do not have a documentation, how then we can go ahead and get the insights from the various links, including the websites, including the YouTube link, and get a new content out of it. Correct. So let me go back to my notebook. Let the video run. I'm coming here, create new notebook. Okay, N8N is on premise. N8 is on premise. Okay, I'll take some general which is understandable to everybody. Impact on tariffs on Indian economy. Very good. So what I'm doing is I cannot go ahead and read all these documentations. Okay, I'll just pick up these links. I'll come to my notebook LMs, come to the website. I'll paste the URLs. I'll paste the URLs. I'll go back. I'll get a concise documentation and understanding of each and everything. But only the links that would be allowing the public access would be accessible, not beyond that. So let's say Times of India. And not only this, let me go ahead and talk about YouTube as well. Let's say I picked up this video. I click on the shareable link. I'll copy this link. I'll come back over here and I'll paste the YouTube link. I'll just run my node. So first of all, it will try to go ahead and figure out how many sources are accessible. So this is the very first one. Okay, so this is what the source says. This is what the main history, main documentation is coming out of it. Then this is another one, the YouTube one. It was accessible. Okay, it has got the context out of it. Similarly, all the links, apart from this link, the hindu.com, there was an issue. It hasn't turned into green. So it says invalid URL. Please check the URL and try again. So probably there is some restriction set up for it so that none of the third party can use it. So I'm just removing it. So all these sources are being taken, including your documentations, including your websites, including your everything. Even I can include my notes. Okay. Not only this, but also helps you out to identify what are the various sources. Okay. Describe something you would like to learn about on clicking. I'm feeling curious or something like that. Okay. Leave it. I will go ahead and get convert. I'll just convert it into the audio, or let's say mind mapping. Let's see how the maps get created out of it. Is there a summary of all such AI sites? why with their usage requirement. Probably, yes, I would be having some PDF where I might have multiple tools. Few of them I might not have worked about, but yes, for information, I can definitely go ahead and share for everyone. So see, this is how the Trump tariffs economic things have been set it up. India, Trump tariffs on India, so exempted Indian sectors, economic impact on India, GDP growth rate, export competitiveness, financial losses, rupee weakening, job losses, overall outlook, affected Indian sectors. These are the sectors. Don't you think it's amazing, everybody? Yes or no? I got a quick summary in the most attractive and then appealing way. Within seconds, without reading 10 lines, without reading 10 URLs. Correct. Everything is over there. In case you are going to click on audio, the audio would be generated for you. So I'll come back to this studio. I'll just click on audio. It will convert everything in a very good audio. Okay. And before it does that, it's lagging a little bit. It is processing it, then it will give me an option that okay. So then it will give me an option probably for editing it that what I wanted to, whether a briefer one, whether a detailed one, whether to a specific one. Okay. However, it says you have reached your daily audio overview limits. Okay. So you guys can go ahead and try it, run this notebook, do these hands-on, then only you'll get some confidence on how the things are being proceeded. But at the same time, let me go ahead and see that how about that video that got created, correct? So this was the 5 sources from the impact generative AI fundamentals. This happened today, correct? So okay, the video is still being generated. It might go ahead and take some time. Still, okay. That's fine, but yes, this is how all the things happen up, how the things process up, and you go ahead and like continuously. This is how we are going to proceed. This is a GenAI is something. It's not a software developer job. It's not a marketer job. It's not a mechanical engineer job. It's not an EV engineer job. It's not a digital marketer job. It's not about machine learning engineers. It's a generic field that helps out everybody who is working in different domains. Correct. So this becomes a slight difficult as well for me to go ahead and help you out. So this was the video created along with the audio. Can you see how automatically it is creating PPTs and the audio? It's changing slides. I'm not changing it. It's about this video only. Understood. Let's try taking some tourist images. Let's try it. Tourist image. India. So let's say we have this image. I'll download this image. I'm also trying it with you only. I've tried Gemini. Gemini. I'm not sure how this chat GPT is going to respond, but let's see. This is going to upload this, add photos. Remove the person in yellow. Same prompt, I'm going to go ahead and drop it to the Gemini. Okay, quite simple. Same. Let's copy the same prompt. Personally, I have seen while editing videos, while editing photos, I got better results from Gemini only. It didn't completely distorted the previous the background things.
Can you see everybody? However, it took some time for me to tell it again and again. That is probably it could be a connection issue as well. But the same image I have dropped in the chat GPT. It has taken time, and what it has generated because of its unsupported type. Now my question is, what are the supported types? Say the same answer. So don't remove any person in yellow. Instead, make the dress white. What it has done? Okay, can you see over here, everybody? The river which was available, which was at the background of these two people. Okay, is it distorted over here? Is it distorted at all? Not at all. Correct. It is completely maintained. Even the things which are not visible, there is nothing like this brown color is going into the river or something like that, getting mixed, merged, or becoming cluttered or distorted anywhere. Correct. So that is what I just feel it like. It has been always good in terms of image. Gemini has been okay. Revert back to previous changes and make the color, or let's say simple, change the shirt color to white. So different things you guys would be able to go ahead and check it. Okay. However, both of these ladies were having yellow, different shades of yellow, and since our prompt was not too much accurate, it has removed both the ladies itself. Okay. However, that's all. You can go ahead and try and test it from your use cases and perspective as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Generative AI certification course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. This course is specially designed for AI enthusiasts who want to prepare and excel in the field of generative AI. Through this course, you will master Gen AI skills like foundation model, large language models, transformers, prompt engineering, diffusion models, and much more from top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of generative AI.
So from data overload to decisive actions. Now that is what all about you would be even interested in. So before I go ahead and discuss all these points, let's change the topic. Let's take an example, and let's take an example that you are a marketing expert. The example is you are a marketing expert who uses Gen AI to a product launch. What? To a product launch. Now tell me, what would be your very first question? So, from where you are going to start in the product launch? Let's talk about, let's say you imagine you are a marketing leader, okay, and you are preparing to, let's say, launching a new product. What would be the correct question? Will the correct question would be, how do we sell more? Or somewhere, which customer segments are most likely to adopt this product and what messages will resonate them? What do you think? So this thing is very clear to everybody, I believe, that nobody is directly, let's say you got a product created. I know that even before creating a product, you will have some research of analysis that for whom you are going to create this product, for whom they are going to use it for. Okay, so let's say this is the product launch. That is what we are discussing it. You are planning to go ahead and uh, create a new product in the market. Definitely you are not going to emphasize on how do we sell more. This would be one of the important factors, but not right now. Okay, what would be the thing? The thing would be you would be having much important questions like who is going to use it, who is going to be the target audience, who is going to be your target audience. Correct, which means what customer segments are most likely to adopt this product. Correct. So, the more sharper questions you would ask, the more appropriate questions, understanding the market condition, that what is the current environment, what is the current market, whether these kind of products are being accepted by the customers or the consumers or not. So that is also one of the correct solutions. Now these could be n number of questions. Correct. So the whole point here is that you have the data in the market, but to make correct actions, even if you are using Gen AI, what has to be done? You have to go ahead and think correctly. The order is never going to change. Just whether it was a manual effort, whether it is a Gen AI related effort, whether whatever it is, the process would remain same. The process of doing business is going to always remain same. Okay, so that what it says, yes, that Gen AI would be able to assist you out with framing strategic questions. So yes, we are going to see how Gen AI would be able to help out to frame strategic questions, or how do we move ahead with series of all these steps from the data overload to decisive actions. Then what happens? Well, let's say you had your questions, okay, that who is going to help, who is going to buy it, who is going to be the market audience, what are going to be the environmental factors, or what are going to be the other constraints that might go ahead and affect my product launch or my product sale or my product business in the future. Okay, now what will happen? AI would give you the responses. AI would give you a segmentation model. It might go ahead and suggest you a campaign recommendations. Okay, now it would give you a number of AI assumptions. Okay, it would give you a number of assumptions, but as a leader you have to check these assumptions. Let's say maybe the AI is trained mostly on the last year's data when customers were spreading, or like, let's say, sorry, customers were spending more freely, or maybe the AI assumes only the online channels will perform better, let's say, without considering the offline markets. Let's say there is no data uploaded to the AI for the offline markets. But when you are releasing your product, you might be doing it digitally, as well as you might go ahead and have stores for it. You even might have stores for it. So that is what, as we talked about, that there would always be a gap even in the AI. Okay, apart from biased decisions, it might not have that value only that you are looking for. And yes, let me be very clear, I have been working with all of these tools, mostly all of these tools, from a long time. Okay, and whether it is ChatGPT, whether it is Gemini, it gives you good results. The things are becoming easier, but until and unless you don't write it in the prompt that please go ahead and make sure that you are considering all these factors. Now these factors, the term these factors, is somebody who is going to justify, is the leader itself. Because in case if you are not aware, because see, that is what AIs are not going to take the jobs for the leaders, for the managers, for the product managers, for the project managers, because AI can help you out in doing your task, but what task has to be done, what factors have to be considered, everything is going to come from some human only, because that is what you have an experience of what factors can go ahead and affect your business. Correct. So that is what, if you are not going to challenge these assumptions, you are somewhere building risk for your product. You are building some shaky grounds for your products. Okay. Is there any advantage only getting trained on Gen AI, or should we also get trained on AI? It depends upon what is your goal. Is the goal you're learning, or is the goal for you is getting a job? This is very important. Correct. Now, the point here is AI is a technology. AI is a technology. Gen AI is a part of AI, which is a segregated domain of AI. Correct. Now, this is AI. I'll explain you in the most easiest way. Here you create robots. Here you create cars. Here you create any kind of softwares that have AI tools are doing great jobs. We have seen already AI tools now. Point number one, you need to figure out where you are looking for your job or you are looking for knowledge. What I believe is somewhere apart from knowledge, job would be also a factor. Correct. So let's say the question is whether you are a developer, because that is where AI is used. Are you a mechanical engineer who is working in some production of some Tesla kind of companies into the design segment, not the field engineer? Design segment, correct? Then further, you might are you working on for some IoT based company, correct? Which is creating robots or are creating any kind of solutions, any kind of solutions. You would have seen multiple consultancies and companies who come up with home products, interior products, office products, and everything. Correct. Now, infrastructure services you are coming up. Okay. So the point here is that that's what you will be able to figure out with this solution. See, AI might need you creating models, might need a core coding tool, and it is a lengthy study. It is, I'll say, it is a massive study. So, in case now, as I told you in the starting, we work on any of these products. Let's say we are able to use any of these Gen AI tools. Why we are able to do it? I'm prompting it, I'm getting the relatable answer because at the back end, okay, what is there? Let's say I am a user and user is dropping a prompt and I'm getting a solution. Now, between the prompt and the solution, there is what? There is the application, there is AI, there is ChatGPT, let's say. Now, why it is able to give me a solution? The reason being here is it is using some data. Yes or no? Correct? Now, based on my prompt, it understands what out of this data has to be responded and in what way it has to be responded, which means at the back end of this application, there is model. Now, models are going to be used everywhere. Okay, at the back end, models are created as a priority. What? Models are created as a priority. That's the basic need for you to be able to go ahead and use AI in your systems. Now, this model needs AI knowledge, NLP knowledge, machine learning knowledge, data visualization knowledge. You would need deep learning knowledge. You would be needing similar things. Now, the point is, this is going to be a larger thing to touch. You would be able to create models. Is your company working at a segment where it requires you to create models? Point number one. Okay. Now, other factors you would be able to think of it at how much experience you are having, how much scope you are having. Okay. Now, let me tell you, those who create models are known as data scientists or data analysts or ML engineers. Okay, and every company hire these kind of people nowadays, ML engineer. But along with this ML engineer domain or AI engineer domain, they look for few set of things. Now, what are these set of things? If it is a development country, if it is a SRE role, if it is a SDK role, software development role, so they are going to ask you some programming languages as well to you to know, data structures you to know. Now, that is what you need to figure out. Will you be able to study each and everything? Plus, the experience in which you are there, are they going to consider you correct for the role? Does not matter how much good knowledge do you have. So this is what the AI part is. This is what the AI part is. In case if you want to go ahead and learn AI, you would have to include all these things based on the sector you are looking to shoot. Correct? But in case if you don't want to learn into this, if you want to make your current processes faster, then you just touch the Gen AI, which means you are nothing looking into how the AI is giving you good results, but you know various tools that can help you out to do your task with much more efficiency, train your teams on this AI. That is what the learning just the Gen AI is all about. Now your choice is completely yours. Okay. So we were talking about, yes, we have to go ahead and evaluate AI assumptions. Then we need to apply critical analysis. Okay. Now what does this mean? Okay. So let's say AI predicts that Instagram ads. Now, since this is a marketing session, okay, so it gave you, you drop the strategic questions. One of the strategic questions could be probably that, okay, how I can go ahead and advertise, how I can go ahead and create a hype in the market about this product or something that was never being touched, and we are touching this with this product. Correct. So let's say AI is going to predict you that, okay, do one thing, create Instagram ads. Okay, because that is going to deliver you the highest rate of interest. Okay, now the point here is Instagram ads. I do not know everybody is on Instagram or not, but yes, in case if you are on Instagram, there are several ads that come up, that pop up in the between based on whatever your liking is. In case if you are looking, if you are a person from gym, like kind of a gym freak, then you would continuously get different protein or supplement kind of recommendations. So there would be advertisements regarding the clothing, regarding the various domains. Correct. So now before you jump in that, like, no, I should go ahead and immediately start running Instagram ad because chat GPT or any of the Gen AI mentioned, you need to also figure out what about the fact that your target customers also respond well to in-store promotions? Correct. So AI is not just going to capture each and everything. In case if you are asking it, okay, what is a digital platform? It would respond you Instagram. It's not even considering the in-store promotions. Promotions can be done like still most of the people, you would find people, you'll find malls full of people. They might not go ahead and buy anything. Okay, they might not go ahead and buy anything from the uh, city malls, but there are a lot of people, so why not to go ahead and consider that factor? Correct. And based on mall to mall, based on city to city, your AI might also go ahead and change its suggestions. Correct. Then definitely you have to go ahead and integrate your human judgment too. Okay. So finally, you combine the AI insights with your experience and your intuition. Correct. So AI might suggest you going heavy on discounts to drive quick adoption, but you have to decide differently to protect the product's premium image. You have given huge discount. Now as soon as you are giving a huge discount, there is a chance that yes, it will give you some more sales, it would give you more sales, but the profit that you were planning to make out of this product, that is somewhere you are compromising. Plus there is a difference between Android and iPhone. Okay, now the iPhone in the Indian market, I would say this has become affordable to everyone. That's a great thing. But apart from that, it was coming from a premium segment. It was coming from a premium segment that it always kept a hype of people wanted to take it. It wasn't like let me take it. It was wanted to take it. Correct. So that is also you need to figure out in what kind of segment you want your product to be in. AI would suggest you, okay, sell it by giving these many discounts. What about your profit? What about your segmentation? What about what category of product you want to go ahead and keep it into? So whether the discounted strategy given by Gen AI works for you or not, this is something only the human judgment makes the difference. No other one. I'll just move to another slide. Okay. Now this is moving up the intelligence ladder. Ladder, I would say. So you have three things, okay? Everybody has to go ahead and take care of. Without these three things, it's not going to be possible for anyone to achieve the right decisions. That is one is the predictive analysis, which is definitely what will happen next. You need to continuously think of it. Now let's take an insight, okay? AI is predicting a counter promotion could recover 8% of lost sales. Okay. So let's say any example for this could be forecast is showing you if the retailer launches a targeted campaign, sales will bounce back in 2 months. This is predictive analysis. Yes, it can go ahead and do predicts, but you have to go ahead and share all the information to it. So that could be an example. Then comes up to the diagnostic analysis that you can also do. So let's say there could be a situation where analysis shows customer shifted, which is called as, in official terms, it is called as customer churned. The customers shifted because of one of your rival companies launched heavy discounts in the same region. Now this is diagnostic analysis. Why did it happen? Why you lost the sales? So prediction is all about what can be done to revert something or to achieve a goal. Apart from diagnostic analytics is all about that, okay, why, figuring out why the things happen, and yes, AI can help you out with that as well. Then there is descriptive analytics. Example could be let's say a retail chain sees sales report showing a dip in quarter 2. Now you further segregate it, you further go into the depth, okay, that why there was a dip, okay. It could be, let's say, sales lost 10% in the last quarter, okay. Diagnostic is to figure out how it is, predictive is what else can be done which you haven't done till now. So that is what the predictive analytics, diagnostic analytics, and descriptive analytics is. Okay. Now let's take a case study to discuss about it, which is real-time decisions. Okay. Everybody would have heard about Uber example, correct? Now let's say it is a Friday night. The case is it's a Friday night, it's raining, and let's say a concert is happening in the city. What will happen? Let's say it has just ended up, the concert has just ended up. Now people have to rush back to their home. Okay. Now demand of the rights in such situations go up, correct? It shoots up. Now instead of relying on guesswork, Uber's AI does, Uber's AI looks at the live traffic first of all. It looks for how many drivers are free. It looks for past demand patterns, that whenever at such situations, when it was raining, when it was Friday, when it was some event in that location, when something was this much was traffic over there, then what would be the total number of rides booked? It knows somewhere in the starting. Within seconds, what it could do, it adjusts the pricing to make sure drivers are motivated to be on the road, as well as customers can get still rights. Now there is no person sitting at the back end and like figuring out, okay, now this amount should be made for this location, this amount should be made for this location. This that's not going to be that's not going to work practically in this environment. So what AI does, AI look for all these factors, AI look for the past patterns, and then what it does, it just changes the pricing of for each and everything, each and everybody. Now what is descriptive in this case, which is what happened? So it was a Friday night, it was raining, it was a big concert in the city, it was, um, let's say, the various factors, correct, that what time it was, okay, and what was the total traffic it was getting it from the Google API, Google Maps API, correct. So that is what happened. Because due to these results, ride demand has suddenly spiked. Correct. The same with diagnostic. What would be the diagnostic? When you know that, okay, something has happened. Okay. Sorry, misspelled it. So the descriptive, not the predictive, it was descriptive. My fault. I believe I just have spoken by mistake. This is descriptive. That what has happened, what has actually happened. Correct. And then what do you have? You have diagnostic. What do you have? You have diagnostic. Now, what is diagnostic? Why did it happen? Why did it happen? You know the reason. Because thousands of people left the concert at once. Got it. Now, what is predictive? When you know, the predictive is if nothing changes, wait time will increase, customer would cancel rides, drivers may get overloaded. Overloaded. Correct. Wait time would increase if no solution has been done. Let's say the price is still cheap, customer drivers are not going to come. Okay. Plus, there are many people to go ahead and take the rides. Correct. Because if it is very cheap, many of the customers are not going to get even the rights. They are going to continuously look for the other rights or look for other solutions. Correct. So that is what, like, no prediction that what will happen next. One more which is not mentioned in the documentation would be prescriptive. Now it is just like your prescription, which means what AI gives you the solution. What is the solution on the prediction, on the descriptive, plus your diagnostic, plus your prediction? Including all these things, you get a prescriptive solution. I already gave in the starting that what is the solution in the case of Uber, that it checks for all these factors and it continuously changes the prices, which prices are good to the drivers as well as good to the affordable to the customers. However, we as a customers will never like it, because when the surge charges are applied, okay, we don't like it. That's the whole point. But yes, so as I told you, descriptive is somewhere in detail. Okay, that what is the problem statement, that what happened. Just remember it with these two terms. What has happened? The happened is huge spike in demand. This is understood, correct? Now diagnose this, remember it, what happened, what's the main problem. Then you have your diagnostic, where you will diagnose why it happened. Then you are going to discuss about the reasons, that okay, there was a concert, there was rain, there was huge demand, huge traffic. Correct. So this is diagnostic. Predictive means what would happen now. Problem is already with you. That is predictive. What is the solution? That is prescriptive, including all the above three ones. Got it? So it does not matter whatever you're going to go ahead and do it. You can go ahead and make AI solutions to all of them. Okay, you can have the solutions for all of them at every stage to figure out what could be the reason or what could be the solution out of it. That is prescription. Now, building your data driven culture. Now, we are moving towards the hands on part more. Okay. Now, what has to be done? with the data first. So these are the various points that have to be done. But at the same time, let me take an example. Let's say a retail company noticed some loyal customers have stopped buying their product. Now, instead of guessing, they looked at the data, ran a small AI test, and fixed the issue. Customer drop off went down quickly. Correct? So, let's say the point here is you have to continuously validate the data, and being as a managers, you need to go ahead and always choose data first. Always look to the data instead of just asking the questions to the AI. AI is useless without your data inputs. Okay, so first of all, you have to encourage your team also to always ask what the data tells us all about. Okay, then what you have to go ahead and frame strategic business questions. Okay, so don't just look at the reports, ask focus questions like which customers might stop buying next. That is the thing, that is a smarter question. Or tell me the strategy to go ahead and revert all of them. You have to continuously do the experiments, which means test small ideas with AI, learn fast, scale what works. So smart experiments are always better than random guess, I would say. Similarly, human judgment, that is much more requirement. You know that AI doesn't gives you the exact answer, but yes, few things can never take place. Now, this is using AI for instant content campaign and ideation. Now, we are aware of that whenever we are talking about product, there are few things that have to be taken care of, whether it is a product, whether it is a problem. Okay, that as a managers, what you need to go ahead and rely on, what you need to take care of. These were all theory. Okay, what are the kind of analysis you need to go ahead and take care of? Predictive analysis. Okay, how Uber works and everything. So you should have some ideas regarding it. Now let's talk about instant content and campaign ideation. Now, first of all, you guys tell me one thing. Let's move to the next slide. Everybody is aware of what exactly the campaign is. This is important. What is a campaign? So I'll come to the campaign part. So it says, first of all, the end of the blank page or AI for to give the knowledge about the product, to do the promotions, I would say. The most important is for people to tell them that, okay, there's something, this kind of thing is present, this kind of thing is existing, correct? So the end of the blank page, AI for content acceleration, promotions, yes. So AI has changed how we start content creation. Instead of asking where do I begin today, we ask how can I make this better. Correct. So generative AI would act like a continuously creative partner to you, will help you to brainstorm. We have seen it. We have given an example, act as an executive coach for me. It will help you to draft the mails. It will help you to remove the writer's block. Okay, that where writer was thinking from where to start, what line, what catchy line has to be picked, and a lot of things. So that is what the old reality is. Overspends staring at blank pages, struggling with initial concepts and delayed campaign launches. First of all, the content writer of your company have to be given complete knowledge about what the technical product is going to be helping the market, or what it is going to technically do, because that person is a content writer. So that is once again a time taking process for one of your technical guys explaining them that what the product works, and based on that it goes ahead and writes the content. Correct. New reality, you know that you'll just tell the AI, and AI is going to help you a lot on it. Correct. Let's move further. Now you have practical applications from blog. Now this means AI is going to help you out on each and everything, whether it is creating a post, whether it is creating a social media, whether it is LinkedIn, Instagram, or Twitter, whether it is helping you in email campaigns, whether it is helping you out with the ad copy or creating ads like Google and Facebook ads. I'll tell you how the dynamic content in Facebook AI helps a lot. I'll come to this hands on too. I'll show you how the things work. Okay, so yes, there are various things in the marketing. It can help you out in blog post, it can help you out in social media, it can help you out email campaigns, it can help you out to create dozens of your based on the environments for different customers for different devices. They're based on their liking based, it might go ahead and generate the content. Okay, now what does it mean? So, okay, I'll ask you one question. Is it possible for Instagram or any kind of social application like Facebook to generate different ad for me? Which means it is showing ad, that is one thing. I'm not saying that, okay, you like cricket, so cricket thing is being shown to you. You like stock market, so stock market is being displayed to you. You like you are looking into homes, buying homes right now, so you might be just getting home suggestions. That is one thing. Let's talk about an example of sneakers. Everybody wears shoes, correct? Now let's say you are an athlete, I'm a street guy, the other person is the dancer. One of you, or there is one of the company that is trying to create a promotion in such a way that they are promoting only shoes. But once the ad is coming in front of you, the one who is a dancer, the campaign looks all about promoting a shoes for the dancers only. That's my question. Similarly, if I'm a street guy, I should feel like as soon as the campaigns come up to me, I should feel it like, yes, these were the sneakers I was looking for. Similarly, one of you wears formal. So there's no manual work at the back end. There's no manual work at the back end. Haven't seen such level of customization. Actually, it is possible. I'll show you how it is done at the back end in the hands-on. So generally, what is being displayed, that is the algorithm. What you like, it is being told to you, it is being shown to you. But I am not creating 10 campaigns, 10 posters. That one for the street guy, one for this, one for this, one for this, one for this. AI does that based on your, as soon as it comes, it reaches you as a target audience based on your past history. It will change the text written on the mail, on the campaign, on the data. It would change images and show you. That's not interesting, correct? Now, how it happens, we'll talk about it. Now, yes, it is going to help you out in these many factors, in these many situations. That's one thing. Now it says beyond text, AI is new creative capabilities. We know that what the capabilities are. It can generate images, image generations. Why we are talking here about? Because in digital marketing, images play a important role. Whether it is your product image, whether it is a poster, whether it is a campaign, whether it is an ad, whether it is a text description, whether it is your website holding a relatable images, okay, you'll always need image generation requirements. Voice generation, yes, voice generation, not only voice generation, I would say voice modulation. So you would be generating video. We have seen, we have studied notebooks.lm. We have studied about voice generation, and still I'm going to talk about few of them. So let's come to the very first hands-on. Okay, so yes, I'm going to talk about these tools too. That is ChatGPT and Jasper. Jasper is the paid one, so I'll tell you one alternative. That's not problem. So both of them are somewhere text based only. So that's a bit costly one. I'll choose a one which is going to be everybody would be able to practice it later on, because we do not recommend in the training you go ahead and buy Jasper and practice it. Then I'll show you about the mid journey and then the Murph AI. The Murph AI is more into the voice modulation. Okay, these are the content or images creation tools. And this you already know that this is the text based. Okay, let's look for it. So let's see what is the very first hands-on what it says. The case study is hands-on using AI for instant content and campaign ideation. Okay. Objective is demonstrate how AI tools can accelerate content creation and campaign ideation. Content creation and campaign ideation. If you are thinking that, okay, you want to run a campaign, you should have a Google ad account, you should have different things with you. You need those normal tools, not the AI tools. But here it's all about content creation, how we can go ahead and do, how we can create and have all the data for the campaign using AI to faster the process. Rest the digital marketing people know their job, that okay, how to go ahead and publish campaigns, reducing manual efforts and all. Okay. So the point number one, why do we do campaigns? For awareness, for engagements, for persuasion, for sales and growth, for mobilization, for reputation building as well. Awareness means what? Probably to let people know about what a product, service, or your idea or your issue is, which means a marketing campaign to introduce a phone, a marketing campaign to promote a health watch. Okay. Engagement means to engage the people, to interact with it, to participate with it. Let's say a social media campaign would help you to get a people talking about climate change. Okay. Persuasion means to change opinions. Okay, that is what all these campaigns are done for. Okay. So sales and growth, definitely that's the motive behind doing all the campaigns. Correct. Mobilization, if I'll talk about, what does this mean? Basically to get people to take action, like voting, donating, volunteering. Correct. Probably this is more into the political campaigns. That is what the mobilization. Similarly, the other factors. So how does a campaign look like? That's more important thing. Okay, it would have a clear goal, sell more shoes, get people to vote, raise donations, any kind of campaigns. If there it is an NGO, they are going to have a campaign on donations, correct? It would have a main message. Our shoes are eco-friendly, something like that. You would have creative materials, which means you might have in your campaign, you might have a poster, you might have a video, you might have emails, you might have slogans, you might have hashtags, you might have some tracking measurement, like if if the campaigns works or not. Okay, where do you run campaigns? You run campaigns on social media, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, X, anything. It could be in the form of online ads using Google ads, meta ads, banner ads. It could be an email, it could be a SMS as well. That's also a part of campaign. It could be at a TV, it could be at a radio, it could be at a newspaper, it could be a magazine, it could be at a billboard, it could be flyers, it could be events, it could be product launches. That is everywhere you will go ahead and find your campaigns. Now the point here is, for these kind of campaigns, how to create the content using this Gen AI. Okay, now there would be different categories of campaigns apart from business. There are political campaigns, there are social and awareness campaigns, non-profit events, public service announcements. So that is something I'm not going to get into it, but let me show you one campaign, how does it looks like. So recently Claude had done it, Claude campaign. It was by Axios. Yes, Anthropic launches first brand campaign for Claude, something like that. So it might have a poster, it might be just having an image, it might have some text, okay, and what it is delivering, correct? The AI for the problem solvers. Keep thinking, Claude. Getting everybody. So it could be a text, it could be an email, it could be a poster, instead it could be a running up video as well. It could be anything. So that is how the campaigns looks like. All those, for all those who are not aware of how it looks like. Now let's touch the very first task. Okay, and as we discussed, we are going to do some ideation first, correct, and then for the content creation. So the very first tool I'm going to use is ChatGPT only. Okay, now let's say I'm giving it generative generate 5 creative marketing campaigns. Once again, marketing campaign ideas for a new fitness smartwatch for young professionals. What can be included? Can include themes, taglines I might require, and let's say short concepts. I don't want anything in too much lengthy or too much of data. So let me see what it gives as a result. So this part is ideation and the generating the campaign concept. Okay, that's all. We are just ideating right now. As we discussed, in any kind of business, moving towards any kind of solution, first of all, you need to figure out what can be done instead of us guessing out. No, I'll just create this image only because I have seen it somewhere. It's better that we use AI to get some ideas. Now it says campaign, one of the campaign where it is telling the title to time to flex. Okay. Whereas the theme is fitness meets productivity. Sounds good. Tagline is work smarter, train harder. Concept is, what is the concept? See, position the smartwatch as the ultimate balance tool. Tracking not only works out but also works life balance. Ads feature young professionals seamlessly switching from desk work to gym mode with the watch adapting the both words. Perfect. So what it has done, it has given us relation with productivity plus desk to gym mode. So one campaign it has taken this one. Then there is another campaign, your personal best on schedule. I'm not liking it because I'm not finding out this as catchy. No. Tagline, because your time is your muscle. Okay. Probably I'm not still liking it. What does this muscle mean? Then concept, highlight micro workouts, reminders, smart health. Definitely we are talking about fitness watch, but what I can see here is I cannot see anything which is relevant to me as a professional only. It's not touching my pain point. Okay, here it has given one thing, that is smart health insights that fits into the busy schedule, but the tagline that it is more important, time efficient fitness. No, previous one is much better because it understands my pain points. Okay, but also for work life balance, work smart. It's telling me that okay, I cannot leave work. Work is smarter, then also train is smarter. That's another thing. Then the future is in motion. Stay ahead, stay in motion. It is telling that okay, what kind of image you might have. Okay, so no, not happy with it. Then no excuses, just results. Motivation for your ambitious. Okay, your drive, your data, your results. Bold and high energy ads targeting ambitious young workers who push limits in career and fitness. This is what it is telling, what kind of image or poster or video or an audio you should have. I'm still not happy with it. Campaign, sync your life, holistic. Okay, this is something I might like at some priority. P2. So theme, holistic health and lifestyle integration, one watch every move. Okay, focus on seamless sync between health, productivity and lifestyle. This could be also my tagline or theme, sorry. Highlight features like stress tracking, yes, sleep insights, meeting reminders. Now this is something okay to me, that yes, it is talking about my current work as well. Okay, and it is talking about my fitness as well, talking about checking about the stress, checking about sleep insights, and this. Got it? So that is what you like, what you don't like, what would be suitable to you, what will not be suitable to you. That is another point. Okay. Now, the same prompt could be also given as generate 5 unique marketing campaigns ideas for a fitness smartwatch designed for young professionals. Let's say create 10 social media content ideas that show how a smartwatch helps busy professionals tracking fitness and stay healthy. The prompt could be write a detailed 1 week campaign plan for promoting a fitness smartwatch on Instagram, including post, hashtags, and engagement ideas in case if you're sure about one platform. It could be let's say list 5 storytelling angles that show the smartwatch transforming a professional's work day into an active lifestyle, correct? So it could be starting with generate, it could be starting with a create, it could be writing a detail, it could be listing something, and similarly. So that completely depends upon your how do you go ahead and prompt it in more detail. Now let's try to create. Now let's say okay, which one to select out of it? Which one to select out of it? So let me choose this one. We'll give this, I'll have campaign sync your life, and with this sync for life, what I'll do is I'll take two things. This is sync for life. Time to flex is not going to help me out, but the content, the tagline that I'm loving it is this: work smarter, train harder. And once again, the concept that I'm liking is from this: focus on seamless. So it's not mandatory for me to touch or take something directly from there itself. So focus on the seamless sync between health, productivity, and lifestyle, and all those things. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you out to another tool. Okay, this tool is specifically focused on text-based content, but on social media campaigns, captions, ad copy, product descriptions, blog outline and titles, email copy. Make a note of it. Pepper.ai. Pepper.ai. So all those whoever encounter this, okay, like in case if you want to go ahead and do marketing, if you want catchy lines, if you want captions, so this has been specifically trained on generating such kind of things. Okay, so I'll just log in. This is also a premium one. You can talk to the companies and they're going to help you out, but I'm just signing in. Perfect. So this is the dashboard looks like. So you have, what do you want to create today? Ideate topics. Do you want to just ideate things recommended for SEO blogs? Okay. Now see, there's one more thing. Okay. What is SEO? Search engine optimization. So you have search engine optimization. What it is a way? Why it is important? What it does, it basically ranks it. If the SEO is done correctly, your blog, your website will rank on the top of the SRPs, search engine ranking pages, SRPs. So when you anything search on Google, it gives you 10 website for it. Yes or no? Correct? Now, if your SEO would be good, it would rank on the top. The more top on it would be, the more people, users will click on it. And there are high chances these people coming on your website might leave their email ID, and then your sales team can reach out to these people for making sales, and this is what is called as organic lead generation. This is a process of organic lead generation. SEO has various factors to rank your website on the top. SEO has very many factors. So the very first come is keywords, the correct keywords. Let me give you an example for this. So let's say I'm looking for generative AI. Correct. Now you were looking for generative AI courses. Now you would have searched best generative courses. What? Best generative courses. Or this thing. Now let me, okay, this belongs to definitely the marketing, but let me go ahead and show it to you. So, have you heard about SEMrush? SEMrush. I'm just logging within SEMrush. Okay. I hope everybody can see this tool. Before I create any content, any campaign, any ad, I should be aware of what people are searching for. Yes or no? I should be aware of what people are searching for. Now, for that, this is the SEMrush tool where I'll come to keyword search, keyword gap, keyword magic tool. Okay, so this is something which is core digital marketing, SEO management. Okay, it's not related to Gen AI, But still, now they have added a AI powered feature to make this tool. That is one thing. But yes, in case tomorrow if you are coming up across any situation where you have to go ahead and make any content, any creation, any kind of website launched on internet, and you want it to be on top, you need to have an expertise hired for it. That is an SEO expert. And what it is going to do, before you go ahead and write the content, or your content writer is going to write content for you, it is going to go ahead and give you few keywords that have to be stuffed in the content, because this is what people have been looking for. So let's say I am looking dedicated to India, okay, and I'm creating a product on Gen AI course, okay. I'm clicking on search. So that was a prompt space. How many people have searched for in it? 3600 with this word Gen AI course. Everybody getting it? Now what I got to know that yes, whenever I'm going to create any content campaign or my website or the content of my website, this word has to be used again and again, again and again. The KD is keyword difficulty, which means how tough it is for you to rank your content, blog, or website on this particular keyword. Getting my point, everybody? Let's click on all keywords. So probably this is putting us a limitation to it, that okay, only one keyword it is being displayed, but it will show you 100 of keywords for it in case if you have the paid version of it. Okay, now see, when I removed the course and only Gen AI, you see this generative AI, 90,000 people have searched for it. Gen AI. So now let's say in case if I would have been creating what is Gen AI blog, let's say what is Gen AI Intellipaat, and I do not know whether they have written or not. So see, what is Gen AI I have typed. Now few of the companies would be listed over here. Okay. Now let's say, how do we convert people? So let's say what is Gen AI. So there is a blog called as what is generative AI, correct? Now, whenever I'm going to write this, no, whenever I'm going to write this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a combination of these words which have maximum search volume, because the maximum search volume keywords I would have will, when Google will be reading this URL, crawling this URL, it would consider as a correct blog or a relevant blog. Okay, so that is what, whenever you are going to go ahead and create content, take care of these things as well. Okay, that okay, do you want to just ideate the topics, do you want to audit the existing website content? This is what also pepper.ai can go ahead and do it. What it can do, it can help you to analyze, identify the gaps, okay, between your competitors link and your links as well. Do you want to create a blank chart? You can go ahead and start working with blank chart. So let's say you would have getting, so let's start with some create. I want to create content. Okay, let's say create content using AI prompts. So project name is, let's say project name is fitness watch. Project domain, I can add it, not mandatory, but you have to enter the URL in India and competitors URL for the better research. Okay. So let's say I just created a project folder which is called as fitness watch. I'll just open it. Now, do you want to discover the topics? Do you want to import the topics? Okay, so let's say I want to discover the topics. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. I want it to generate the content. Wait, project and items. It has been created. Looks good. Okay. The AI content studio. Okay, the AI content studio, since we are dealing with the AI only. Okay, so do you want to brainstorm? Do you want to look for Google ads? Do you want for LinkedIn ads? Do you want the Facebook, Instagram ads? Do you want it to the B2B sales? So let's say I want to promote something on Instagram. So I'll select this thing, Facebook and Instagram ads. I'll say use app. It says what are you going to do it? The platform is going to be Instagram. Ad format could be, depending upon, it could be an images. Do you want a video? Do you want images? Do you want the story kind of images? In case if you're aware of Instagram, there are carousel and story. Okay, so slideshow, let's say I selected an image. A number of ads, how many you want? Just let's say I want one ad. Then there is an ad objective. What is the ad objective? Is it the awareness? It is the traffic? It is the engagement? So the tone of the content that would be selected, it would be selected on based of these options. Are you willing to sell, or it is kind of an app promotion? Correct. So let's say app promotion. Okay. Required ad copy. So are you just going to like headline, primary text, or the description you want? Okay. So let's say primary text I want headline, I want description too. All of them I want. Okay. Now, any other optional information? Okay. Yes. So your instruction. Yes, I have my instructions. So, let's say write Instagram captions promoting a fitness smartwatch for young professionals, highlighting convenience and productivity. I'll just copy it because I'll show you it from one more place. I'll click on generate. Let's see how it works. It is a content generation tool. That what could be written along with it, like in the campaigns and like this caption for my Instagram campaigns. Instagram campaign. Just wait for it to run. Just see. It says it is giving us an ad strategy. Fitness smartwatch Instagram study. Core concept is the professional edge. This strategy positions the fitness smartwatch as an essential tool that gives young professionals the edge they need in the today's competitive environment by seamlessly blending health and this. What is the visual approach? A clean, high contrast image. So see, it is generating content for you. Now, this is what you are going to give it to your video team. Got it? This is the idea it is generating for you. What is the visual approach? A clean, high contrast image featuring a young professional in business attire, blazer with casual underneath. I'll just save it. I'll just save it. Okay. So you are aware of image generation tools? Yes or no? We have already seen Microsoft designers and the previous ones. Now this is going to be act as my prompt. This is going to act as a prompt to me. Now I hope you are getting the points that how you would include multiple things, multiple tools together. Now, this would have been quite difficult for me to figure out and write the visual approach. That is what it has given me. That okay, it can act as a prompt to me. Okay, see, a calendar, the watch screen should be visible and showing a split display of this. And this creates a powerful visual story about integration between professional. Then what is the messaging strategy? The caption should create a direct link between the physical wellness and professional. So the caption, here is the caption. So once your meeting and matrices live in perfect harmony, track your day, optimize your performance. This is what it says. You can keep it as a caption. This approach works because it shows the product in its actual cost. It demonstrates the dual benefit. It creates an aspirational but achievable moment. Execution considerations. Keep the color palette sophisticated. Okay, with the touches of the brand accent colors. Ensure the watch. Now this is given to as a prompt only. That what has to be taken care. Now here you have it. So add content, fitness smartwatch, image ad, the professional edge. That is what the name this is suggesting. The professional edge. Okay, so a polished, this image can be generated, not a image generating tool. Okay, so it is writing the content. A polished young professional in business casual attire, navy blazer. I'll just save this as well. Okay, this is another suggestion it is given. Add copy, primary text, track both your meetings and matrices in one glance. That is a caption. Well, when wellness syncs with your workday, productivity isn't just a goal, it's a guaranteed. Headline, your professional edge on your wrist. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Yes or no? Your professional edge on your wrist. It is way better than what do we got in the chat GPT. So from chat GPT, we got idea. When I'm putting that idea in one of the tools which is dedicated to caption generation, to the advertisements on this, I got something called as this. Your professional edge on your wrist. Not only this, it is also telling me what kind of poster, what kind of image I should have it in my content. Correct. Now, similarly, there are n number of things that can be done over here. You could use this for brainstorming. You could use it for email campaign generators as well. Okay. So not only this, You can directly ask anything over here. You can directly ask. Now, in case if I would ask it to generate an image, it won't do that. Generate an image for me on this. It says no result found. No. You can use, okay, it says use brainstorming application. For general chat, like ChatGPT, use this. I'm saying generate an image for me. So it's more like the content auditing tool. See, I'm currently unable to generate images. How I can help you to give you a prompt that you can use with the AI image generators like Mid Journey and DALI, a stable diffusion or anyone. So this is what it says. I can give you a better prompt. So all those people who were a little bit doubtful that how to write a better prompt, this tool is going to help you out. What this tool is all about, what it could give you better, how it is different from ChatGPT. Similar, all the Gen AI tools are similar, but dedication, like, or let's say the genre of it more working, it's towards the content creation, the content checking of your website. It's more like the content dedication to the LinkedIn descriptions, to the posts, to the ads, to the marketing part overall. Not only marketing, any kind of content. So that is what this Pepper content application is all about. Okay. Now let's say I got the content. I got the idea first from ChatGPT, then I got the content, the catchy line that I have to use, the description I have to use, and now let's talk about I have to go ahead and generate visual concepts. Okay, so I'll take you to the another tool, which is this is all the part of creating a campaign. It's just being done in seconds. Mid Journey. So I'll take you to this tool. I'll just log in. This is how it looks like. This is the quality of images it would be able to generate. Okay. You have these options: explore, create here, and then you have personalize. You can personalize things. It is asking to join community, subscribe to start creating. Understood. Probably this won't go ahead and allow you. So you might have to go ahead and subscribe it. Take the subscription first. Okay. Now let me take you to another tool, which is DALI. It is from OpenAI only, the company of ChatGPT, and this is same, which is OpenAI. Okay, so this is will mention ask ChatGPT, but yes, this is what it is going to help out. Okay, so I'll just write here the prompt. Let me copy this. Generate an image on. Okay, this is the DALI. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste it over here, and I'll say create image. Sorry, create. So this is whatever the textual prompt do you give, it will convert it into your images. Let me just log in. Let's generate it. So see, this is faster somewhere, I would say. Okay, so it says a polished young professional wearing business casual attire, a navy blazer over a minimal white shirt, seated at a sleek modern workspace. They are glancing at the wrist where a smartwatch is clearly visible. The smartwatch's screen displays calendar notifications on one side and heart rate on the step matrices. So if you will zoom this, if you will download it, you would be able to get it. In case if you want to edit the prompt, you can go ahead and do that. But yes, so for your generating your images, for generating good images, good quality images, you could be able to use this DALI. Okay. So similarly, you might have different one, and then no, you can use image, you can use create content, you can have videos that we have seen in the last classes from the notebook, LM, and everywhere. You can have your campaigns ready for it. Okay. Now, another part of the campaigns could be audios as well. Okay. I use this to create image with the text on it. Text didn't show up properly. Image was good. Yes. Actually, this is more, it understands image only. But however, in case if you will tell it that, okay, it should have a caption being displayed on the image, probably it will do that as well. Okay. Now coming back over here, another part, another section of the same campaign generation could be a professional voiceover in minutes. And we are going to learn about Murph.ai here. What? Murph.ai. See, that is what the campaign is all about: having a poster, having an audio, having an image, having a content, have a caption, and then wherever you want to post it, you can go ahead and post it. Okay. The another one is you would have seen some sleek campaigns, okay, running on audio kind of applications. Okay. So I was talking about the voice modulation part, voice modulation section, correct? That just not just recording in one automated tone like we receive it on a phone call, but something else could have been done for it. So what it says, there is a new case study here, demonstrates how Murph AI can be leveraged to create high quality professional voiceovers quickly, saving time and cost for marketing campaigns, e-learning, podcast, or any kind of video content. So what is a Murph.ai tool? Murph.ai is going to save your lot of money in hiring voice actors. You don't have to hire voice actors. You don't have to schedule recording sessions taking out time. You don't have to go ahead and do the editing and mastering the audio. Understood. So that is what the Murph.ai does it. It converts your text into high quality and natural sounding voiceovers. Come to Murph.ai. It is one of the good tools. One of the good tools. Amazing tools. I know that probably everybody would have just heard about Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, Copilot, because they have a strong control in the corporates. So as soon as they update any feature over there, people get to know about it. So see, we'll just create a project. Okay, I'll just name it project. Let's say fitness. Now let's say I want to run ads on a Spotify. Okay, I have to provide my voiceovers to them. Correct. Then only they are going to run it between the ads in case if you don't take subscriptions. Correct. So let's say fitness watch, a folder from the ID. Now see, a very good one. Good one. See, this is the Ruby one. Okay. How the Ruby sounds like. And not only this, you will have many more. I do not know whether you guys would be able to hear it or not. So I can give some caption here. Let's hear out voice. Okay. Coming back to the chat GPT or Pepper Blue for having good prompts. Okay. I want a new content for fitness watch advertisement on Spotify. So I need content for voiceover. Okay. So it is saying, please give me more details. Who are you going to target audience? Okay. So let's give it the duration and everything. Now this is what makes it better, because in case if I would have dropped it to ChatGPT, it would have given me answers. Whom you are aiming to reach? Fitness enthusiast. Tone, it should be energetic and motivational, calm or informative. It should be motivational. Key features or benefits of highlight. Let it be. So these must are fine apart from calendar notifications, heart rate. I have a calling feature, BMI. Call to action. What do you want to visit a website? Visit a website called Fitness Trend and download an app from Play Store named as Fitness Trend. Duration, the content should be 30 seconds long. Let's see. Okay. It has given us a content. Stay ahead of your day and your health with fitness watch, ready to take control on this. Perfect. I'll copy this content. I'll come here to move.ai. I'll paste the content here and I'll look how does it looks, what voice style I want. So English, US, Canada, you want it. Spanish, you have different languages. This is English India as well. So there are different voice styles: sad, angry, conversational, newcast, furious, sorrowful, terrified, inspirational. Correct. So I can make it conversational, or let's say,
some years ago. Never mind how long precisely. I set out to see.
so let's say inspirational.
Welcome to technology and innovations. AI to smartphones. We keep you up to date with all things tech.
So you have different one. You have Ken. Okay.
Health with Fitness Watch, the ultimate companion for fitness enthusiasts, busy professionals, and beginners alike.
So this is the conversational one. Now it has this feature has promotional as well. So different here.
Of your day and your health with Fitness Watch, the ultimate companion for fitness enthusiasts.
So let's say English India. So they have different genres. They have different voice styles.
Welcome to our Lean Manufacturing Techniques course. In this session, we will cover the core principles of.
Don't worry about what it is saying right now. As soon as I'll click on use voice, it will use this text. Okay. So it would have similar different genres. Okay. It could be calm as well, it could be furious as well, it could be angry as well. So depending on what type do you want to go ahead and use it, you just need to select it and you need to click on use voice. Got it. Now do you want to, so you have few filters as well. You just want male, then only the males would be shown to you. All age groups. If you want to generate it for kids, there is a kid voice which is Oliver. So in case if it's something like gaming or something like that. Okay, so I'll do a project on something more reliable and more relevant apart from creating the content and storing it somewhere. I'll show you a post sales job. Okay, so on that would be a real work, because this is more kind of AI helping you out more with the content, but not putting all these things to control all these cases. These tools should allow to, correct. So AI, it is giving me too many things, but yes, everything if we want, probably these tools should have also partnered up with those workflow tools as I told you, N8. And today I'm going to discuss about a Zapier tool. So I hope you guys would be able to understand it, yes or no. So in case if it is e-learning presentations, that is one thing. In case if you are planning for advertisements, you have dedicated, okay, you don't have dedicated voice for it, not required. I believe we can go ahead and use it for all use cases. For audiobooks, for YouTube, for IVR, okay, for games. Okay, probably the one I have selected one that is being displayed. Document. So whatever you want, you can go ahead and have it. Just click on use voice, run it. Okay. I can run the text over here in case if I want Ruby. Okay. So this is the content I have given. One second, I'm just deleting it. Split scripts by paragraph. Don't split, paste a script. Okay. The pitch I can manage, the speed I can manage, everything. Wherever I want to add a pause, I can add a pause here after extra week. So these are custom voiceovers in case if you want to give that. Okay, variability and lot of things. Let me run it.
Stay ahead of your day and your health with Fitness Watch, the ultimate companion for fitness enthusiasts and beginners alike. Track your heart rate, steps, and BMI effortlessly. Get calendar notifications.
I've increased the pitch.
Stay ahead of your day and your health with Fitness
Voices changed, correct? I want to make it little broader. We also do have a mic option over here. You can, whatever you can say, you can directly, instead of writing, you can say as well.
Stay ahead of your day and your health with Fitness Watch, the ultimate companion.
Got it, everybody? I hope you guys would be able to go ahead and do all this now, correct? So add media in case if you want to get the add media, in case if you want to upload a project from the documentation, that is also possible. That's not a big deal. You just need to upload the documentation. You want to translate anything, that could be also translated. Can I download the voice generated? Yes, you can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, what's the role of it being generated? So can you see this option, download audio? So you would be able to download the audio too. Okay, so that is what the tool will be able to give you. So let's come back over here. So this was creating a professional voiceover in minutes using AI. That is Merv.ai. Okay, we'll do one thing. And this is already I have compared, I have covered it using the DALI. So this was creating custom campaign visuals from DALI. Okay, so now let's move to the next one. That is analyzing customer behavior data with AI tools. So this is AI for digital marketing beyond clicks and views, understanding customers' behavior. Now you see this. whatever the websites that you have, whatever the products that you have, or whatever the business you are in, it's way important for you to continuously track your business platform. Yes or no? How many users are coming? What happened with the users? Are they currently live? Why they haven't it? How many rage clicks they have made? Similarly, same. So that is what traditional analytics, it is written, tell you what happened, 1,000 visitors, 5% conversion rate. AI powered analytics helps you understand why it happened. Okay, so frustrations, rate, here and there clicks, not able to find out, a lot of confusion on the website, and due to which they might have left that. Okay, so such kind of things can be tracked with one of the tools. I'm going to talk about Microsoft Clarity itself. And so, yes, this is what the part of your website is. All those who are into the development purpose, or all those who are in the marketing, who have been given the right to control their website. Let's say if it is Intellipaat.com, where you have all the course pages, it would have the heat maps. Okay, basically the visual maps for where the user clicks, move their mouses, scroll. So this what this will do, this instantly reveals which parts of your page get attention and which are ignored. You would have session recordings, which means watch anonymized recordings for real user sessions on your site. See what they were hesitating to click on, or when they left, everything. So this also has a great impact on controlling the user's behavior on your website, or figuring out what is wrong at platform level. Okay, and you could go ahead and improve it. Automated friction detection. Okay, which means user clicking repeatedly in frustration, it's not working something. Let's suppose I'm clicking tap 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 10 times, things are not happening, which means you need to go ahead and check out with your developer, okay, that these things have to be corrected. Okay, because we have found few of the rage clicks for it. Correct. So that is what you need to continuously track your website as well. So this hands-on, or this tool that I'm going to discuss now, is dedicated towards tracking your website, your platform, controlling what users are doing, getting to know what users are doing, what they are making, what is happening, how to control it, how to solve it. Is there any issue with it, or what are the things? Got it? So, what is Microsoft Clarity? It is one of the free, user-friendly behavioral analytical tool that helps you to understand how users interact with your app. Okay, it has features like it can provide you session recordings, it can provide you heat maps, it can help you with rage click detection, it could help you out with JavaScript error tracking, it could help you with e-commercial insights. Okay, it could help you with watch list. These are few of the features of this tool. So let me take you without delaying to Microsoft Clarity. So just sign in. Okay. So this is how it does looks like. See here. Now we need to understand one thing. So you have this Clarity first of all. How many sessions are open, and how many times this your session is open to what many people. Okay, pages per session, how many pages are being checked, okay, throughout in that session. So let's say if just I have one page website, this would never change a value. Scroll depth, how many people have scrolled your page up to what extent. So what is the scroll depth? Active time spent, which means what is the average time spent for by each customers. Raise clicks, how many random 10 clicks have been made, how many live users are present. It gives you the live activity is being which is being performed on your website. What are the total number of users that are coming up? They are coming out from India region, whether they are coming with a tablet mode, whether they are coming with a phone mode or not, what was the user intent. Okay, so this is what session with returning users, okay, which means those people who are coming back again and again. Okay, sessions with new user, every time new user is coming, that is 100% only one user. This is a testing website. Okay, who is the top user named as one session is coming from the India region, there is no contact card that's not being left. So this is what some information. It uses Chrome browser. Now, whenever you would be planning to get your website built or any new feature, it's better that you take Chrome into loop while designing it. Okay, the Chrome browser's ability to or the pixels or the layout and all these things. Getting my point, everybody? So this is what basically it says. Now the point here is how to set it up. How to set it up. So this is the heat map. Okay, so I have this is one of my project. So before I talk about all these things, it's important for us to go ahead and know how to set it up. The point number one thing is you should have a website. What? You should have a website. So I'll show you fresh hands-on on few of my websites. So let's say I have some code. Let's say I have written some code. Okay, everybody knows what is a website, correct? And how a website is being built. It would have some code at the back end. So see, I might have a code. Code could be on VS Code. Code could be anything. So let's say how do you host a website? So I'll come to one of the platforms that helps me to host a website. Hosting a website means anything, any platform which is capable to go ahead and convert your code into a runnable format over the internet, and people should be able to access it publicly. Okay, so I have this code. Okay, so this is one of the codes which is going to generate a website. Now, how to generate a website? For that, wherever you have code, what you need to do is you need to go to settings. But I would do one thing. I'll create a fresh one. Wait, simple one. I'll show you. So let's say create a new repository. I'll just create a folder name on this GitHub demo website for Microsoft Clarity so that I can show you the functionalities of Microsoft Clarity. Okay, choose visibility. Yes, fine. It's public. I'll create a code file here, creating a new file. I'll name this file as index.html and I'll paste the content. I'll paste the content, which is this. I had it in my drive. I'll paste it, remove this much code, and I'll click on commit changes, create index.html. Now I just onboarded my index.html to a platform where it will always remain, which is a GitHub platform. As nobody has mentioned that there is nobody who has heard about it, so I'm not getting into the depth of explaining of the explanation of GitHub. However, yes, this is the index.html. I uploaded a file. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it as a website. So I'll come to pages, and within pages, I'll click on deploy from branch, which is by default selected, and the branch name would be selected as master. That's all. I'll click on save. Okay. Now this is my website. This is the code of my website. Now where it is, it would be running by default. Whenever you host any website on GitHub, it something runs with this format. HTTPS directly the repository link, which is rush to Akshat, then dot github.io. Okay, that's all. Hit enter. Here I should have my application, but it says there isn't a git pages site here. I'll go back. I'll check here. It says yes, a new file has been added, but please save it once again. What it says, please save it once again. Okay, I'll come and save it. I'll click on comments. I'll come back here. I'll give a refresh. It says Intellipaat blocks. Okay, in case if I'm going to the artificial intelligence, it might go ahead and take me to an artificial intelligence blog. Correct. It's a basic website for me to show you how do we connect all of them all together. Then you have career guides, big data, data science models. Okay. So this is the basic one where it is a clickable environment as well. We have about us, okay, and we have visit intellipaat.com. So it will take me to intellipaat.com. Now let's do some connections. I'll come back to clarity because I want to observe what Kuntal Datta, what Saurabh, what Dr. Amesh, sorry, yeah, Ramesh ji and Swapnil were doing on website, or what is happening with the users. What I'll do, I'll come here to the clarity, and here in this arrow, you see here in this arrow, or I'll try go like no to come to my projects. In this project, I have to create a new project. Create a new project. The name is, what should we name it as for now? Let's say Intellipaat blogs. A website URL. What is a website URL? So this one, website industry, it is an edtech industry. It's completely up to you. What do you select? Careers and educations. I'll click on add new project. Now let me tell you, it takes up to 2 hours for it to reflect. What to reflect? It to reflect. Right. Now it says almost there. Okay. Choose an installation method. How do you want to go ahead and apply this Microsoft Clarity over your website? So what you can do is click on install manually. You will get a uh, code, copy this code and come back over here, okay, to the code file of this, and within the HTML section, I'll just click on edit this file. I'll come back to index.html here. I'll click on edit and I'll try pasting within the HTML itself, the script part. I'll save it, commit changes. So these are the steps I'm showing you. So these are the new changes. So now my account, my website, my index.html and my this Intellipaat blocks, okay, this would be connected. So that script has to be added there in your website. Okay, so this is Intellipaat blocks. You can see the project has been created. Okay, so it would take some time, okay, probably to run, to happen, okay, for it to be displayed. That takes some time. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll show you the one which is present over here. Okay, now let's come back to any of the platforms, a similar one. See here, let's say there was one of my websites. Okay, so this is another project which is local copy. Just like here also I have a website. See here, the github.io. So there is one of the another websites. Let's see if it is still up and running, and then we'll see whether we are seeing any changes or not. This is my another page, not interactive as the one I showed you right now, but yes, this is how it looks. Okay, this is how it looks, or I'll give you something better one. Okay, come back here and see the current status. I'll show you the dashboard of local copy. So, what are the total number of users live? Can everybody see it? Because I have opened this website already here. How many live users are there? One user. Now it has increased to 7 live users. Okay. Let me see. So see, I'll not be getting any rage clicks views. The reason being here is it is not a clickable website. Okay. And it would keep changing the time as per requirement. Let's say I just want to see for today. Let's see, 7 live users, and it will slowly keep changing the data. But yes, it tells me what is happening over there. Okay. So there is one India Chrome mobile is accessing from mobile. Another one is mobile Safari. Correct. These are different users ID. If somebody okay, yes, and then one is PC using Edge. Okay, so this is what I can get the live recordings of what you are doing at my website. Now this is what the Microsoft Clarity provides. So it will take some time. Definitely it would take some time that what has been done. See, this is what I hope somebody is doing it. It doesn't captures the name, but yes, where the person was trying to click. You can see the orange bars here. Everybody, yes or no? So see, that becomes so much easier, and that is even what the AI is. That what you are doing on your website, I can watch it. I don't see Firefox. Okay, probably Safari Edge, Chrome. Chrome is something. Firefox haven't. I haven't also received it. Probably, I believe Clarity has something called as like it captures the details with the name Firefox. that something could be a chance, because it would show here only those options, okay, that it would have it. Okay, otherwise it would show any general name for it. All right, so that is all. Me on Chrome, we can check the activity. Okay, someone you need mobile Safari, mobile Safari, mobile Safari. Okay, let's come back. It's okay, so I can check the highlights too for this recording. I'll come back to dashboards, I'll give a refresh. Okay. So that is what, when you will have a more functional website, a more live website, the more things would work, the more options would be displayed. Now, this is one thing, a static web page I deployed on GitHub. Correct? That's one thing. Apart from that, you would have heard about Wix, like WordPress and all this, where you probably have your websites deployed. So GitHub is more like at a foundational level to store your data, but now I'll try to log in Wix. Okay, so Wix Studio. We'll go in it. I'll try to log in. Probably I am already logged in. Perfect. So we'll come here to our portfolio, my workspace. So see, nowadays it is very challenging that who has accessed my portfolio or not during interviews or not. Okay. So I have a portfolio of Mr. Sai Suman. So here you can create different websites. You can have your sites created, proper sites itself. So see, how do we, let's say it has nothing to do with Microsoft Clarity. It is a separate platform, managed Wix. So let's say I created one of the websites, and when I'll try to edit it, so I'll come here to applications, to applications. Now this is for all those developers who work on websites, okay? Or in case future your team is working, it's telling you that no, it cannot be done. You would be aware, you can help them out that yes, it can be done in such a way. So there is Microsoft Clarity that I have enabled for it. So let's say I delete it. So I don't need it anymore. I deleted it. Okay. Now, so what I'll do is, let's say I will once again look for app, get more apps. I'll search for Clarity. I'm just re-enabling it for you to show you the process how we re-enable it. So we click on Microsoft Clarity. I'll click on add to site, agree and add. So what it will do, it will take me to Clarity after some time, after a few things. So see, Clarity has been opened up. Says create a Clarity project. I'll create a new project. Continue. Example Contoso homepage. So let's say the project is Wix site tracking. The URL of my portfolio where you guys would be visiting. Let me close all this. So go back to Science Month workspace home. Let me go back to workspace. Okay. I'll just open it. Everybody will have this link. Okay. I'm going back to my adding the project. I'm adding this link. I'll just select and add a new project. So this is how, in case if you're working on any third-party application where you're creating website, you can directly integrate your Microsoft Clarity over there. It says data will continue to show within a few hours. Okay, so that is how it shows over here. However, I already, since I knew that, okay, I am going to be in a session and it takes time. So I similarly, same another duplicate project, I already have it with the name portfolio. Okay. There are no live users. Only there is one unique users. That was nothing. That was me itself. Since I deleted it previously, this portfolio is not going to work. There was a change. The change is because I deleted Microsoft Clarity first, and then I have shown you once again the new one. Correct. Which means I can only have it in Wix site tracking, the new project that I created for you guys. We need to link with Wix. We already did it. You remember, I came up here, I opened the site, and then I added the app RAMs. Okay. I opened the app RAMs like Clarity. I connected it with Clarity, and then I created a project. So the project has been already created. Okay. This one, I'll show you. Come back here. The point is the previous project. So when I started, see, can you see now 6 users? Everybody? Yes or no? The previous project that I had no was connected to it. So when to show you guys, I deleted it. That is why that project has become useless. But I once again have shown you how to add it. Correct? Coming to app, manage app, clarity, add to the site, give the project name. Where I give the project name. So we can see this right now. 6 live users are present. What? 6 live users are present. That is you guys right now. Got it. Slowly, all the data will load. Even I can download it. Can be kept with me. Even it can be accessed over there as well. But it says data will continue to show within few hours. So that it takes time. I'll be just closing all this. So whenever it would be a situation where you have to go ahead and track your users, the recordings that I have shown you, this is one of the best tools to figure out what is happening on your platform, what is wrong going with your platform. Got it? So that is your Microsoft Clarity. Moving forward. So that is deep dive into AI for hyper personalization campaigns in SEO. So we are aware of what is SEO, what are campaigns. Okay. So it says beyond segmentation, true one-to-one marketing with AI. Okay, that is what I was talking to you in the starting, that whether this Instagram would be capable of, whether this AI would be capable of, that the sneaker example I gave you. Correct. That the same thing would be displayed to you for a different purpose. And for me, if let's say if I'm a dancer, the same shoes or the similar shoes is going to go ahead and show me that that campaign, that advertisement is just for me only. Correct. So that is what one-to-one marketing through the AI it's called. So traditional segmentation, how the things used to happen. Let's say we are suppose launching a new line of sneakers. I created one ad and I push it out. The same photo of the sneaker, the same caption, let's say upgrade your style with latest collection, the same call to action, that is shop now. That was a traditional segmentation, that every time the same photo, the same image, the same ad with the same title, with the same photo, with the same click to action button would be displayed to you always. Correct. Now what AI is able to do, as I told you, AI doesn't just shows the same post to everyone. It can dynamically change the content depending on who is seeing it. So let's say if you are a fitness enthusiast, okay, the line might go ahead and change in advertisement, the caption might go ahead and change in the assignment. Your perfect running partner, lightweight sneakers built for morning workouts. Let's say you are a fashion lover, you are scrolling late evening, the same sneaker ad might read, elevate your street style, limited edition sneakers just dropped. Let's say you are a business conscious person, then it might go ahead and suggest the same post might go ahead and change with a different image, with a different promoting a product like a special offer, flat 20% for only for you today. Okay. So yes, AI can change the image or video thumbnail to match that person's interest. One person might see it as sporty, one might see it fashion forward, one might go ahead and see it professional. So that is what the AI helps you in the marketing to getting everybody. Now, same brand, same campaign, but now every single person feels like the brand is speaking directly to them. And that is what AI driven hyper personalization is all about. If a same product is marketed differently, would it not cause confusion in the target audience? No. The same product, it's not like same product. What I'm saying, different images of product could be also altered with different captions. Correct? Now, definitely, a formal shoes are not going to be displayed to a person who is going to have, let's say, a choice of wearing party canvas shoes. Getting my point? Okay. So that is what it depends upon what kind of images you go ahead and upload it. You might go ahead and upload it an image something like this, which has four. That is what the smartness you need to figure out. Let's say I have four images over here in my ad. One is the formal shoes as well. One are the canvas shoes as well. When the other one I might have sneakers as well. The other one would be having boots as well. I have four images. And then similarly, I have combination of these 4 images with different products from each of these categories. Then just the captions are changing again and again. You're getting my point? Then to at least you'll feel it like, yes, the new thing has arrived. So that's the strategy that you have to apply. That okay, how you can go ahead and do it. But yes, let's say if you have given a collage, one pic is a collage of 4 different images, which means one image has 4 images, and similarly, I have 10 images. I would be able to upload all these 10 images, okay, with different products in it. And the titles would go ahead and change, the images would go ahead and change as per the search. So let's say you could have only images dedicated to canvas 2. So based on people who have done search, some past search on your canvas, the images of canvas would be displayed to him. AI is great in understanding images and showing it to you. Got it? So that is what, same brand, same campaign. Okay, but it looks like brand is directly talking to them only. You would have seen this happens even in Instagram. If you are looking for a straight fit lowers or loose lowers, it would display you the same kind of images only, on which, let's say, on the past, as soon as you would have seen some image, you liked it, you clicked on it. Now all the images which are similar to that product, that would be started displaying to you. This happens with you or not? Correct? That is what the hyper personalization is. The dynamic content, which means AI can alter website, text, images, offer based on individual visitors' behalf, predictive recommendations, similar to the recommendations. AI anticipates tailored messaging, crafting email, crafting ad copy, similar things. So that is what how AI does it. Okay. Now, since we are talking about real-time environment, and I am telling you things again and again, and it is correlated to marketing. Do I need to upload images on Instagram while making post and it will auto do it, or I need to add a plugin? Don't you think so? This question is important for you. You would have posted your photos on Facebook, Instagram. It might give multiple options over there. So is there anything? What is there present that gives us to go ahead and do hyper personalization? How AI get my information? AI is not getting your information. It is tracking the way you act, the way you click on. Now, how AI? Because the tools that you are using, no, they are continuously storing the data, your activities, the activity log. If you will press your laptop right now, it shows you all the processes, control all delete, correct? It continuously tracks what are the computer perform, like no processes are running within the computer. Similarly, when you run in the Instagram or the Facebook, Instagram and Facebook continuously shows for each users that how much activity it shows you, it shows you in the settings how much time you have invested in it, what posts you have liked in the past, what stories you have archived, yes or no, which means it is storing the data. Now they have inbuilt AI directly over there. Now AI is smarter. Whatever you do, it stores it, and whenever it wants to go ahead and any suggestions has to be displayed, any actions have to be done, it uses that previous information. Got it? Now let me show you how actually it happens. Okay, so Instagram is something we are not allowed to have an account on, but yes, I'll show to you this on Facebook. I'll just log into Facebook ads, or it would be business.facebook.com. It is Meta Business Suite where all the advertisements run. Where, and in this advertisements, when you are going to upload images, then you are going to use Pepper AI, the DALI to generate good images, good slogans, good captions. Okay. So what happens in the meta suite when you will come, okay, within the ads manager, okay, you need to create an ad account. There's nothing paid. Simple. This is how the meta suite looks like. This is how it looks like. Business.facebook.com. It will take you directly here. Good afternoon, Akshat. This. you need to come to the ads manager. So it says come to the campaigns, create campaigns here. So here the campaigns are created actually. Okay, here you have to create campaigns. Now when I'll create a campaign, the ad that is going to run as a campaign for me, okay, so it says first of all buying type. Okay, so what you are planning to do, is it an auction, it is in reservation. Campaign objective is up promotion, let's say. I'll click on continue. Okay, so let now it takes you to the name, the campaign name. You give the campaign name. Okay, campaign objective as for now is the app promotion. So what is the campaign budget, daily budget, how much amount do you want to spend? These your digital marketing people will decide. Okay, their team will decide, your stakeholders will decide how much do you want to spend to run these campaigns to go in front of the people. Correct. Then you will come here. Will that budget be used based on consumptions? Not consumptions. You have set it up for 800. There is no guarantee by Facebook or Google or Instagram, even in the Google Analytics, that how many people it is going to convert it for you. It just gives you an estimate that in front of 10 lakh people, I would be able to display your campaigns. This is how the business runs. Got it? So it's not like like it's a general that okay, you have set up this, you have given it. Let me delete this campaign. It was lagging a little bit. Okay, see. So let's say ad set name, any name, performance goal. Let's say maximize reach of your ads or anything. Okay. You will come back. The start date, from when do you want to start your campaign? Okay. So let's say I'm putting it to 22nd. Okay. Do you want to end this campaign? Yes, you can set it up. Okay. Looks good. To run in India, you need to declare if your ads are related to securities and investments. That you also need to go ahead and check it and check this option. Okay, so it says verified beneficiary and payer information is required to deliver ads and all this. Okay, so you need to verify. Your team would have, your Google account would have this verification that could be done for it. Okay, now I wanted to show you one thing. Wait, let's say I go with the traffic. 1 minute. We'll just delete this. Okay, so I don't have any campaigns. We'll click on create once again. Let's say traffic I want. Okay, so I'll say manual traffic campaign. This is the name it has taken. So campaign objective looks good, budget looks good, campaign bidding strategy, highest volume. So this is for social issues, electronics, politics. That is what it is going to revolve. So you need to confirm the ID and everything. So we have something called as ad level, ad name, ad setup. Okay, yes, here we have it. Give me 1 second. Okay, this option. So this is the campaign details where we were putting the name and the details in the budget. Okay, then this is the ad setting rules. Within the ad setting rules, when you come up here, there is an option called as dynamic creative. It says we will automatically create combinations of your media and text that your audience is likely to respond to. When you check this option, so see, as for now, here you will see in the ad thing, the ad setup, it just allows you single image or video. That is the traditional style. Only one image and one text would be shown. But see, I'll come here in the new traffic ad set and I'll enable this dynamic creative. What it says, you can now provide creative elements such as images and headlines that be used to automatically generate variations for your audience. Certain variations such as automatically cropping an image or applying a carousel template depending on the creative elements and the placement selected. Getting everybody. So this is what it does. This is what it does. So when I'll come to my next step, what will happen? You will have here to upload more images, select images, select videos, create images. Okay, you would be upload multiple images from your system. Got it? So this is how you can write the primary text, that is all about any headlines, descriptions. Where do you want, when people are clicking on it, to which website they should be redirected over there? Do you want it to be displayed on Instagram direct as well? Do you want to go ahead and direct it in the WhatsApp as well? Everything would be from here, and you'll just click on publish. For that, you need a page, Facebook page. But yes, that is where, when this is how, when it is going to be posted, based on the user's history, it will keep shuffling the images, it will keep shuffling the data, and try to go ahead and make it more straightforward, reliable to that person.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Generative AI certification course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. This course is specially designed for AI enthusiasts who want to prepare and excel in the field of generative AI. Through this course, you will master Gen AI skills like foundation model, large language models, transformers, prompt engineering, diffusion models, and much more from top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of generative AI.
Okay. So we are now going to discuss about AI of finance, and coming here to the AI disruption in finance. Okay. So we have seen that, we have discussed, okay, what financially, or I would say what traditionally finance used to mean for us, how the processes were happening in the finance. Traditionally, we used to wait for monthly reports. When the reports were generated, we used to work on that data. There was no forecasting available, and even in case if there was something, it wasn't neither that authentic, or I would say like no much reliable to go ahead and do it, because it was not possibly, or I would say practically possible for manual hands to go ahead and like no, or to go ahead and forecast the values based on previous data. And even in case there was, it used to go ahead and take huge human effort, okay. And that is where in most of the cases things were being missed, things were being not able, like not delivered at the same time. Mistakes used to happen, we used to find out the mistakes, but that too at the end when it had a no meaning. Okay, we required something that could continuously monitor the data, that can help us to stop any loss if it is happening. Whether it is a loss, whether it is fraud, it should be immediately flagged. It should be immediately flagged. That is where the AI is helping you out in the finance. Not only about the fraud detection, but yes, definitely even in doing the reporting part, doing the complex calculations as well. Not only this, doing the competitive analysis, doing the trend related things, even can help you out with the stock market to figure out the current status of a company or a value of a company. Correct. So that is what it says that AI changes this by turning vast amounts of financial data and market data into clear and actionable insights. We will have a great case study on this, okay, which will clear this point. Leaders no longer need to guess or wait for weekly reports. That's true. As I already told you, continuously monitoring can be done. It helps you to forecast future market trends, credit defaults, investment opportunities. Most of the companies, okay, even you're talking about your growth, they have inbuilt the AI as a feature that continuously suggests, okay, that what would be the best plan for you, and this best plan is decided based on few questions that are being asked in the starting to you guys. Like let's say your PAN card number, okay, what is your average salary or your monthly salary, what are your any loans are running or not, so what are your EMIs, okay, and similar things. And then it would go ahead and suggest you, okay, what is the best like no plan for you. Either you are interested in having SIPs, or you are interested in mutual funds, doesn't matter. Okay. So yes, it can also automate your complex workflows. We have been already seeing that. Okay, we can automate, we can connect third-party tools, whether it was N8N, whether it was Zapier, but yes, it can go ahead and do the task from our end. It can work on reports as well, automating the Google Sheets, automate the reports. So that is why leaders must pay attention on this key areas of disruption where the problem is in the finance sector. So these were the few major challenges, that is lending and the credit scoring. You need something, some companies, like even some companies have kept the tools, various tools for your Just AI. Let's say, let's talk about Just AI. So it has been used by the banks, okay, for going ahead and doing automated credit scoring. Now nobody is sitting out on billion of people checking that whatever is their payment history, how often they have been making the payments, whether these payments were authentic or not, and all these things. So either you talk about the CIBIL score, you talk about different, obviously your credit score, your multiple factors when you try to go ahead and take your home loan. Probably most of you might be having this. Okay, either you take about the car loan, education loan. These factors go ahead and matter a lot. So that is what AI can. AI is already, I would say, helping this out in lending on credit scoring. Sorry. Then in investment and wealth management, yes, there are companies who have already used AI-based solutions. Fraud detection and risk management, yes, this can be done. We'll see how it happens. In customer experience in banking, not only in customer experience in banking, but AI is helping out in improving the customer experience everywhere because it automates the process. You can do a lot of cost cutting in instead of hiring a huge chat team to answer, I would say the unreasonable, or I would say not a uniform numbers. Okay, like every day you might not be getting the same number of chats, but still you are just paying same person the same package throughout the month. Monies throughout the month. Does not matter whether the requirement is coming more, whether the requirement is coming less. So that is what has completely replaced by virtual assistants, your chatbots, which can be available 24 into 7. You don't need to go ahead and hire 5 chat people, okay, 3 to work in the daytime and then few of them to work at the night time. Similarly, bank use AI to deliver personalized products. Now, these are the case studies that we are going to discuss now, companies to companies or whatever the companies that we have observed in the past have made use of AI and was able to bring out major changes in their business, either in terms of revenues or their growth. We'll see. So we have already discussed, okay, one of the successful AI bots was SDFC Eva bot. It was good at answering million of customer queries. Not only this, personal recommendations, it was able to go ahead and do it, had a feature of voice enabled banking assistance, and a lot more. You can go through this PPT. Now let's come to the new topic that is from here, that is case highlights. Okay. So PayPal was one of the companies, okay, which has introduced its proactive fraud prevention, just like your Windows firewall. What it does transaction monitoring. It is not written over here, so it's better that you guys listen to me. The very first task of this proactive fraud prevention is capable of doing ahead and transaction monitoring, which means every transaction which is done through PayPal is being analyzed in milliseconds. How much? Milliseconds. Every transaction that is being done. The next step comes up. What this tool does, pattern recognitions, pattern analysis, I would say. So most of the time, AI looks at the spending patterns, login devices, locations, timings, okay? Which means most of the payments are done in the daytime. In case if the payments are being done, it is by an iPhone 13, whether it was from Android, whether it was from a PC, whether it was from a tablet. What is the range of very often payments? The range is somewhere less than 50K, and as soon as it will observe that, okay, let's say some payment has been done at night time, which is not uh, often payment that this user does. The device that is being used is new, it has never been into the records. The payment that has been made is more than 50K, which is not a usual number that this user used to make. So this is going to be raised as a flag. Okay, so that is what the third thing, apart from finding out pattern recognition where it figures out the pattern. This tool, what it does, this does anomaly detection. What? Anomaly detection. What is anomaly? In general English, it simply means that any changes which appear to be fishy. Okay, so that is one thing. So the analogy behind is like it's like kind of a security guard that watches every transaction in real time, immediately stops suspicious activities, asking like a OTP and similar things. Okay. Not only that, instant action could involve fraudulent transactions can be blocked, can be held for review. It helps both the users as well as the platform. So that is what the PayPal came up with, the AI powered proactive fraud prevention. Similarly, you would have heard about Robinhood. Okay, this is more into the portfolio analysis. Then talking about Robinhood, which is a personalized investing at a scale, or I would say what it uses AI for the portfolio analysis. It uses not only for portfolio analysis, it uses for market trend comparison. Then you talk about the tailored recommendations. Now, what does tailored recommendation means? Whether it is a stock, whether it is ETFs, whether it is any investment based on user risks profile as well as the goal. So it not only just sees what the user is capable to pay, but risk as well. Okay, so how much the risk the user would be able to go ahead and take it up. Okay, not only this, then it also comes up with adaptive updates. Okay, which means it would go ahead and continuously recommend you or adjust the recommendations to you as based on market fluctuations, market conditions, or user behavior changes. So that is what this your Robinhood has used this particular AI to go ahead and help the individual investors. Talking about Revolut, have you heard about this company? It is one of the fintech companies, and we'll have uh, a case study discussion on this as well. It is a fintech company which basically works more for UK based, you can say. Correct, yes. So similarly, this what this has brought automated KYC. Automated KYC. As for now, what I have seen, even the KYC part, like ICICI is doing automated. Probably I did not open any recent account in ICICI. It was long back. But yes, talking about SBI, probably I don't say that. One of the agents join and then they verify. They have a stricter process, and I would say somewhere SBI is much trustworthy as well. It's not like ICICI is not good, but somewhere in terms of, let's say, in case if you are taking a home loan, you want the things to finance, SBI has a greater perspective in checking the properties in depth, and they will not loan you in case if there is any issues with the properties. So it's not only about why doesn't it helps and how only housing finance companies help you out on few of the properties, because it's not, let's say, RERA approved, or it's not about, in case if we talk about in Bangalore, it would be a khata, that is the mandatory thing. Let's talk about Noida. In Noida, you have, it should be registered under a plot number. It should not have a khasra number, correct? So there are a lot of things over there. But see, they also have a logic. That why they do not go ahead and help the freehold customers, because it's all about the money has to be turned over to the government. Now, what government does, probably, I'm not talking about any of the specific governments, but how this business is made, why these most of the banks only help out specific properties, not all kind of properties. There is a reason. So all these big builders, okay, whether you talk about Prestige, whether you talk about Amarpali or Amrapali, whatever you pronunciate it. So what happens basically, the government takes the land, okay, somewhere at a very cheaper prices, and from the small, I would say, the farmers, or like now at a very cheaper price, and then it basically they go ahead and sell it to these big builders. This is where probably such kind of organizations would make profit. Point number one. Now, these big builders are going to create high-rise buildings, correct? Where there would be hundred of families there would be living, correct? And government knows, or not to say government, but let's say this whole uh, I'll say the group of people involved in such kind of fields, they are aware far that okay, now everybody's, it's not a possible thing that everybody is going to buy it on cash. Okay, everybody has to go ahead and do the loan. Now, to go ahead and drive all these customers, all these people for the business, for specifically the land on which these big builders are creating. Okay, once again, they will have a profit over here, taking the GST and such kind of things, plus getting the bank interest and everything. So that is what also these are the things that are not disclosed, but these are somewhere the logics that why bank, knowing that okay, whether even it is a good freehold property of somebody, and somebody, a small builder, is creating campus for you, they're not going to approve loan for that place. It's all a big game, I would say, but fine, let's ignore it. So yes, this was the company which has brought an automated KYC, which verifies your ID documents, okay, during the onboarding process, continuously scans the transaction for patterns that could indicate fraud or money laundering. It has alerts and actions, which means it flags immediately the high risk activities and helps the compliance take the actions. Then reporting, which means it generates audit ready logs for regulatory compliances too. So that is what this company have introduced, AI powered automated KYC. Moving forward, talking about implication for leaders. So it's not something big, you guys are already aware of. So the point here is we'll just have a discussion in each and every point. So point number one is strategic imperative. What does it mean? So see, AI now has become a strategic necessity, I would say. Okay, it's all about putting the strategy regarding what. It's not only about creating reports, it's about reducing the cost, managing risk in financial department, and unlocking new value streams. Okay, now I believe everybody knows JP Morgan, correct? JP Morgan. So there is a JP Morgan's coin platform case study. What it does, I'll take you to the official case study published by one of the media partners, I believe. But yes, what it does, it automates the legal document review, which definitely somewhere cut the cost of hiring separate legals and a lawyer team, and then definitely even reduces the errors because the documents, the review documents are too lengthy to be evaluated. So there was, I think so, superior data science, JP Morgan coin case study. Yes, the superior data science. Right now, I'll give you the summary, what it talks about. But yes, whatever the case studies I'm giving you, please read it out. You'll get to know a lot of things, and these are the case things that are already implemented in the market. Okay. Now let me tell you what basically this talks about. I have not only this particular blog, but I have read many other similar articles that talk about the coin, like this coin case study. Okay. So the article basically, or I would say the articles I have read through regarding this particular case study, describes about how JP Morgan developed coin. Now, what is coin? Is it a money coin? It is written as coin this way. It's not that coin, 1 rupee coin, 2 rupee coin. It is contract intelligence. Contract intelligence. I hope now you would have got an idea where it focuses on. Correct? So what basically the tool that it is using, the AI that is it is using, which is more focused towards figuring out contracts, reading out the contracts to accelerate the process of reviewing the legal contracts in its financial operations. What the tool uses an NLP system, natural language processing system, because it's the documentations that are being prepared. It's not like it is going to have some mathematical formulations. No, it is going to use the human English language. Correct. Now, what was the motivation behind deriving such kind of tools? So they wanted to reduce the manual efforts, errors, and definitely cost in processing large volumes of data. It basically is one of the real-time example, I would say, of applying AI into the finance. Now we might be thinking, okay, there would be 4 to 5 documents. So what is the problem and why to go ahead and onboard AI for it? But that's not true. JP Morgan, if you guys are aware, it is one of the great banks, and there would be multiple tasks, okay, which would be regarding to that. So that is what everywhere ChatGPT, or they won't be using a specific tool. The AI needs to be trained on the requirements as well. Now they have a requirement regarding the finance and legal, so no other data would be trained to that. It's better that all the logical and the required or the similar things are being trained to the AI, so that it is much more better and much more specific to the results, and the accuracy would definitely increase for it. In case if I will talk about the components, one component was the NLP. It uses NLP technique to read, to parse, to understand the content of legal contracts and extract key terms, clauses, commitments, risks, etc. etc. That is what the tool uses NLP for it, natural language processing. Okay, for checking all these commitments, contracts, key terms, clauses, risk, and many more things in the finance. Okay. Then it uses automation and rule. As I told you in the very first class, automation plus rule. AI is not just including machine learning. Even in case if you remove the machine learning, AI exists. AI exists. Correct? We started our discussion, we started our class from this only. So this was a diagram. This is AI. This is ML, where ML is a subset of AI. Let me remove this. Then what is remaining over here? That is what the rules. Okay, automation, if else conditions. Okay, so yes, it uses such kind of things as well. Kind of, I would say, a hybrid model, not purely a black box model, but yes, it uses a combination of pattern matching, trained models, some rules regarding the finance. Okay, let's say if this of the commitment is somewhere mentioned, it has to be rejected. AI should not go ahead and read out the entire documentation. Yeah, that are the rules. The rules would be definitely unique, would be based upon companies to companies, how they would like to go ahead and work. The system was scaled to go ahead and manage huge, or I would say thousand of contracts, reducing the hours spent by human lawyers and reviewers team. Okay, so later on, what happened? This tool Coin was integrated to the legal operations workflow, so that its output can be fed downstream processes like risk, compliance, decision making, and similar thing. What benefits it gave? It benefits like time, cost saving, error reduction, consistency, speed, throughput. That's all. What else it can go ahead and give you out? But yes, so this is one of the popular examples, and please save the link with you and go through it, or the related articles for the coin case study. The more you will read, the more you will understand how you would be able to go ahead and implement AI in your company, or suggest someone or your senior members probably to bring AI or to the adoption of AI in your system. Okay. Now this is one thing, that is the strategic imperation. Now this is competitive edge. Okay, which means more faster, more secure, and cost efficient final services. Okay, so I believe everybody would have heard about MasterCard, the Visa card, the Rupee card, and similar things. So MasterCard has also started using AI-powered decision intelligence to speed up approvals while minimizing the fraud. Let me take you to the official site of it, www.master.com. mastercard.com. There was a case study of Mastercard uses AI. It was regarding somewhere accelerating fraud detection with generative AI. Mastercard. Yes. So what it says, as fraudster seeks new ways to exploit technology, Mastercard is using generative AI to double the speed at which it can detect potentially compromised cards, further protecting cardholders and securing the ecosystem. Okay. So one of the fishy activities when spywares and the malwares are being used, it is called as card skimming. Okay. Now when you we don't have the time to go ahead and go through this all. I'll just go ahead and summarize what was the context and how the AI helped the MasterCard companies. Okay. So probably they are using predictive modeling. As I told you in the very start, whether it is a supervised, whether it is unsupervised, whether it is a reinforcement learning to train off these machines, they have different algorithms. And one of the algorithms probably we might have discussed, even in case we haven't, not a problem. There's something called as naive bias algorithm. This works on probability. Something could be, something is. What is that probability? So how this MasterCard leverages generative AI by using predictive modeling. So what is the reason behind it? Basically to improve the detection of the compromised cards based on their network, enabling faster response, faster blocking of cards, and a lot. So somewhere what MasterCard in the case study told that mentioned that they were able to double the detection of the cards, okay, as compared before when they were manually doing it. It reduces more the false positive cases, which means what is false positive cases? Where means when they have mistakenly flagged legitimate transactions before manually, now this process by mistake when they have flagged such kind of genuine even transactions that were made, because see, for every customer manual, one individual cannot go ahead and look for the entire payments that have been made. Even in case if we will talk about ourselves, in last month how many payments you would have made? You would have made many payments when you will open your Google Pay, UPI or anything, correct? So it's not possible for anyone to go ahead and figure out your last 5 years of track record and then check that, okay, yes, every 1 month you go ahead and make a big payment as well. So as soon as a human intervention, no, they just look for this, they just scroll up your past payments. Okay, this looked a little bit bigger. They are not figuring out, okay, from which device it is being made, or even in case if it is being made, so what was the time, what was the location, and all this. It's not practically possible to go ahead and manage the data entirely at such when you are helping out billion of customers, correct? So what they did, what they mentioned, that 200% they were able to reduce the false positive issues, the false positive transactions. Okay, this is a very big number. What does this simply indicates? That manually when they were working and they were flagging the issues, okay, so there were issues which were being flagged incorrectly, which means transactions were legitimate, but still these were flagged. That was reduced up to 200% by using artificial intelligence. Not only this, the speed of identifying risk or the compromised merchants was improved by 300%. This is what MasterCard gives you the numbers. Okay. So what is the mechanics? What is the workflow at the behind? So how does it work? So the tool or the system scans transactions data across billions of cards and millions of merchants, looking for the anomalies. That is what it looks for. Okay, where are the issues? What kind of issues are being generated? It uses, as I told you, the predictive techniques. Okay, that is continuously figuring out the patterns between the data, the time, the duration, the amount, the device, the location, the IP address, and a lot more. So yes, this was a game changer for MasterCard. It enhanced existing security suite. So it uses MasterCard used to use a suite which was called as Cyber Secure. It was launched in 2020. Okay. It was having cyber signals for the bank, but yes, after using this particular AI, the things have been now much more improved with the numbers that we have discussed. Faster responses were there, immediate blocking of cards can be done nowadays, greater accuracy, better fraud prevention at merchant level, strengthening test and trust and security with the customers, similar things. So this was an example of how the MasterCard was able to help out in this competitive edge technologies. Talking about building trust. So AI strengthens customers' trust through applications like real-time fraud detection. Okay. As we already have discussed an example, the PayPal, correct? So PayPal, let me also take you to this case study. So yes, data analytics and fraud management. So they have written an article how data analytics would be able to help you out in the fraud management. Okay. And I'll just summarize what it says. So see, PayPal somewhere operates, in case if you guys are aware, it operates in more than 200 plus markets and process billions of transactions. Process billions of transactions annually, I would say. And this is one of a big number that can attract fraudsters. Now, traditional fraud detection system were rule-based filters, manual reviews, and could not scale with that volume. Cannot scale definitely with this volume. So PayPal built a multi-layered AI-driven fraud management ecosystem that combines data analytics, machine learning, and human expertise. Now, here, the human expertise is not something done by machine. Whatever is possible done by machine, but that is one thing. But still, the flagged things, the flagged cases that were done by the tool, these were manually checked only by the human intelligence. That cannot be good and changed at all. Okay, it used machine learning models. It gave they uploaded massive data sets of historical transactions labeled as fraudulent or legitimate, which means, okay, you guys will tell me. So they gave multiple data sets, okay, with variables, as we discussed in the starting classes, variables like name, pan, payment, year, similar values over here. And then they were having a label column here, which was telling that this combination of variables is going to sound legitimate, is going to be treated as a legitimate payment, or it is a fraud pattern, or it is a fraud pattern. So, what kind of learning would have been used when you have the labeled column with you that tells what exact data it is, what the variables are trying to denote? Supervised machine learning is something was being used even here in the case of PayPal. Now, what it used to continuously check? It used to continuously check your transaction value, location, device, IP address, user behavior, which means the speed, sequence, time of the day, network relationships, which means shared cards, devices, addresses. So algorithms continuously used to retain using the fresh data from ongoing activities as well. So not only the previous data was just being used, but yes, somewhere whatever the current payments that are being made, whatever the current payments are being made, that were also being continuously used to improve the models. Okay, so every transaction was continuously checked in milliseconds. Okay, low risk auto approved, high risk blocked or flagged for manual review, even for the users, even for the users itself. Okay, so somewhere what it did, it minimized, I would say, false declines, preserving customer experiences. Now, you know that nowadays 1 lakh, as soon as this is a rule based, But somewhere as soon as you go ahead and try to go ahead and make payments than more than 1 lakh, immediately an OTP or a call is being arranged to you whether this payment has been made or not. Correct? So such kind of things would be always flagged at the bank's end as well, so that they can go ahead and review for you. And that is somewhere going to help you reducing the fraud losses, and in return somewhere improving the customer experiences as well. Correct? So it did a lot. It did a lot. This PayPal tool, it used to go ahead and generate the network graph analysis between the users, merchants, devices, and a lot. But yes, overall, it was able to identify trend anomalies, predict fraud probability, investigate edge cases, empower safe behavior. Okay, so that is what this PayPal tool helped out. Okay, similarly, we had critical governance, which means you need something as a leadership focus on transparency, fairness, and regulatory compliance. Now, see, whether it is a bank, whether it is any office, any service, any organization that is playing in your country on your grounds, that is there in your grounds, has to follow all the government regulatory compliance rules, or I'll say it has to go ahead and follow the governance. Correct. Now, this was where the Revolut applies the KYC verification. Okay, now this KYC verification is one of the mandatory rule set by the RBI itself, correct? That this KYC verification, in case if you remember, the KYC was not the thing from the very start. Okay, you just used to go ahead and submit, you used to be there in a huge line, standing up with your two passport photos, a PAN card photo state, correct? In case probably everybody would have lived that moment. But yes, nowadays you just open your bank account, you just fill out your details, the documents get verified, you get a call, and your account is created within a minute. So, this was a case study for this fintech company and by this fintech forum as well, which is Revolut Rolls, not the India one. Revolut Rolls brings out AI powered customer verification. I'll say KYC. Yes, correct. So by the FS Tech forum, so this is the case study. This is what you can go ahead and read it out. So basically, they have deployed a AI powered customer verification across UK and EU. Okay, that is what UK and EU. I was forgetting. Okay, so in these two regions, this was being deployed, and what it did, okay, what it was capable of. The tool, it was developed for fourth line. It was developed by fourth line, which just uses a single, not getting too much technical, but yes, it uses just a single API. Okay, so it is integrating the technology through a single API, which means the SDK is already somewhere ready and just it has to be called using an API. That's all. Okay. What it was capable to go ahead and do it was capable to go ahead and do biometric analysis, active livelessness detection, that whether to confirm it is a real user or it is just a spoof. Talking about, apart from that, yes, document verification for there. What it did, it somewhere increased this numbers 38% year by year. This is what the rapid expansion happened with the support of AI. Not only this, it ensured all the compliance were being met, maintaining fast and seamless onboarding, builds a stronger risk and compliance culture. It had somewhere a profit of, okay, we have this, what it says here, record growth at the company which secured its long awaited UK banking licensing last year, helped to drive 149% of hike in profits to 14 billion during the 12 months period marketing in the fourth consecutive year of net profitability. Correct? So which means overall from 149% of profit jump was there to 1.4 billion in 2024. This was in 2024, which is not mentioned over here. So that is what. different companies, different things have already adopted AI, and they are doing their task with much more ease, I would say. Okay. Talking about this was critical governance, following all the AI is ensuring the transparency, fairness, and is making sure all the processes are being done in the correct order. And then the last one, which is the workforce evolution. I believe everybody would have heard about Morgan Stanley, correct? Morgan Stanley, correct? Yes. Stanley, OpenAI. They partnered with OpenAI. See. So, and you will go through this case study and you will read it out. Says this technology makes you as smart as the smartest person in the organization. Each client is different, and AI help us cater to each clients in their unique needs. It was said by the head of the firm-wide AI at Morgan Stanley by Jeff McMillan. Okay. However, what it did, Morgan Stanley integrated AI-powered tools from OpenAI into its wealth management division. Not all the division, but the wealth management decision. What were the key tools? So, AI Morgan, basically kind of an assistant what created for it, which was somewhere GPT-4 based internal chatbot. Okay. What it used to go ahead and do it? It used to help internal advisors quickly access the Morgan Stanley knowledge bases, either the policies, research, product information that they are willing to sell, and a lot of things. Because the organization was quite, the firm was quite big and quite large. Not only this, it used to go ahead and help generating meeting notes, summarizing key discussion points with the client consistently. So, in case if they are in the communication with the client, it would go ahead and do a job of creating notes in the meeting that was going through. It also used to go ahead and draft follow-ups communication, saving advisors hours per week so that they can go ahead and focus more on serving the clients instead of just having the follow-up mails, reaching out again and again, again and again, again and again. Okay, not only this, it helped the analysts of the companies or the traders in the international security groups. Okay, it helps to search and summarize research documents efficiently. What it did, probably it helped a lot of, it boosted the productivity. It was a response to somewhere more faster and more accurate client queries, scalable knowledge access, I can say, continuous improvement, and a lot more. Okay. I hope it is very clear with our discussion that how AI is already integrated in finance departments by large finance companies, and you would have got an idea that what AI is capable to do so. So whether it is investment banking, whether it is portfolio management, whether it is your fraud detection, whether it is report creation, whether it is drafting mails, whether it is making up follow-ups, whether it is about playing numbers, whether it is about like now what PayPal has included, what MasterCard has used it for. Somewhere AI is going to help you a lot. It just you should be aware of that, yes, whether AI can do this or AI cannot do this. Then you need to go ahead and propose this in your organizations, and then somewhere either your own developers of the companies, either you might have a third party collaboration with the companies who can create a dedicated model for you, and then yes, a lot of time can be saved. Now you have seen that there was a growth in by 2% in reducing the like now wrongly flagged legitimate transactions, correct? There was a growth of from 149% of 149% for Morgan Stanley that we discussed. Okay, the previous one, sorry. So yes, it helped basically many of the companies, correct? So that is what even you would be also able to go ahead and utilize in your companies in case you are coming up from the finance departments. Moving forward, so this is now data-driven decision making in finance. Let's go through all of them. The shift towards evidence-based decisions. So either you talk about from reports to real-time insights. This is what AI has helped you out. So we know that finance once relied heavily on historical reporting and human judgment, but now AI can process vast financial and marketing data sets into clear and actionable insights. And that is what this point speaks you. Okay. This is what it can go ahead and do it. Faster leadership decision means no more waiting for manual reports. AI can enable real-time data-driven decision making, predictive power, predictive capabilities. By identifying your patterns, AI can forecast market trends, your credit defaults, investment opportunities with higher accuracy. Then you have workflow automation and all this. You guys can go ahead and read it. Nothing much important written for me to go ahead and discuss. Now, yes, how AI supports better financial decisions. So the point number one, which is market analysis, much more, I would say, important part or an important domain within this finance segment. So AI can help you out to process the global financial data, stock movements, currency fluctuations, commodity trends. It will enable you to timely invest and take risk related decisions. So there was one of the Aladdin platform, BlackRock's Aladdin platform. It evaluates million of market data points daily to guide investment strategies. Note it down. The example here for this is Aladdin platform. In case if you are planning for investments, it will help you out for with good strategies. Talking about company performance insights, okay. So yes, definitely it can summarize your income balance sheet, your cash flow sheets within seconds. It could allow you to go ahead and compare it with various companies, sectors, or your competitors. Okay, then you have risk and compliance. Yes, AI can help you out to detect usual patterns, like no, that may indicate compliance breaches like insider trading, money laundering. So HSBC, the bank that you might not be interested in taking the credit card off, correct? But yes, this is one of the also companies that was being highlighted somewhere in slightly 1 or 2 years back for spotting suspicious transactions more accurately as compared to any of the other financing banks using AI ML monitoring system only. Talking about customer and business behavior, AI is continuously tracking how a customer is spending. So yes, that is one thing. Coming to the next, which is AI in financial forecasting. Yes, that's true now. The projections, or I would say the forecasting projections have become more accurate. More accurate. Whether it is predicting the revenue, whether it is predicting the expenses, whether it is depending, figuring out market risk, you would be able to go ahead and do it much better than your traditional spreadsheets. You have already seen JP Morgan uses this. Then you have hidden correlations. What does this mean? AI detects hidden correlations in financial data. Basically, subtle links, or you can say subtle links, such as your how fuel prices affect insurance claims and related one for ensuring whether it is motor insurance, whether it is a health insurance or similar things. Okay. Real-time forecasting, yes, it is available. So now we are going to use in this class, after this much of theory, we are going to discuss Perplexity AI for this entire finance class. Okay. So it gives instant business insights. It is way better than ChatGPT in case if you are talking about the factual data or the mathematical calculations. Perplexity manages concise summaries of market trends and company. Okay. So yes, Perplexity AI uses, it synthesizes real-time web data to provide instant cited answers to complex business questions. Similarly, JP Morgan, we have already discussed, no need to discuss it once again. Okay. Now, before I go ahead and get into the demo, so the last slide before we start with our practical with Perplexity AI. So what is the implication for leaders? So managers don't need to be the data scientists. We are aware of that. But yes, they need to know how to frame correct questions. Okay. The value of AI insights will always depends on the clarity of the questions asked. Point number one. We started with a discussion in this class like, okay, what is prompting? No, the prompting is all about how clearly you keep your queries, and that's my personal advice to all of you. Don't be lethargic, don't be negligent, and don't consider AI smart enough that you should go ahead and write 12 lines in the prompt, but you're just writing 3 lines in prompt. No, if your task is huge, your prompt would be huge. So that is what now we are going to see in our demo. So the demo is going to be somewhere analyzing a public company, and let's see how the things go ahead and work when we bring out our thoughts in terms of prompts with Perplexity AI. Okay, now let's do this, let's perform it. Sure, our company is built on legacy SAP systems. Okay, you are using SAP, correct? So, and proprietary tools where all financial transactions are recorded. How to build an AI tool strategy on Adobe? That's not a problem over here. You don't have to go ahead and build a tool. First of all, you need a model to be created on it well. So the model would depend upon what kind of data are you expecting from the models, or I'll say a before question to it. I explained one process, okay? Whether today we are using ChatGPTs, whether we are using any kind of tools. So the process wasn't quite simple, okay? Whatever the models that are being created with the logic of what is your new data. Point number one, what is your new data? Figure out your variables. What I mean to say is figure out your variables. And before you are figuring out what is your data, what would be the future data from what you want, tell me what are you going to predict well. So, and let's talk from the more scratch. So let's say well you are feeling a requirement of having an AI. Tell me the place, tell me the purpose, why do you want to use AI? Apart from the benefits I have told you, where you are going to implement AI. Okay. He wants to automate some of the actions like financial reporting. Okay. The second one, writing insights for the day-to-day progress. That's not a problem. So see, what is the version are you using? Whether it is an ECC or some older version? The ECC itself. I understood, because this is what the most of the companies have been even using for it. Okay. See, the point here is what you need. You need to understand over here. First of all, you need a tool. This is what the developer is going to help you out with, which extracts, because SAP won't allow you to go ahead and inbuild something, correct? You're not working for the SAP company. So let's say, even in case if you're working, they're not going to modify the tool because it is based on the business requirements only. Point number one requirement comes here that you need a tool which should be able to extract data from SAP automatically. And why I am saying, then I am considering that all the records as you have mentioned, all the reports that you have mentioned is already present on the SAP tool. Yes or no? Correct? Point number two, ETL has to be applied on it. ETL. This was the part I already discussed. Extract, you have done, the data has been extracted. T for transformation, L for loading. The term which is not mentioned over here is called as aggregation. Getting my point? For this, there are tools like Spark, Hive, Hadoop, data engineering, Informatica. These are some popular tools which would be able to extract the data from your SAP, transform it, which means cleans it, validates it, looking out for the null values or any kind of outliers that should not be there, and then it is going to aggregate the financial data. Then what should do, as you told that, okay, we already have few of the reports being generated, so it should be able to generate P&L, let's say your balance sheets, your currently how the data is being recorded. It is being recorded or it is being evaluated well. It is being just recorded or it is being evaluated, or somebody is manually updating it. Now this is something you have to go ahead and help me out. But yes, let's say the requirement is even creating balance sheets, your variance analysis, okay, all the factors that would be required from a financial background, whether it is a cash flow evaluated by manual plus some automation modules on the top. Understood somewhere. Plus, the tool should be able to detect anomalies, errors, incorrect posting, missing entries, then should be able to create insights for you. Correct? And see, your data daily to daily task is something, see, would always depends upon your companies, whether based on how your procedure is. So it is not a big deal at all to go ahead and have it, and whether it is followed or not, that's more like a scrum kind of thing. So I'm just excluding all of this. Correct? Now what can be done? What you can do, you can use point number one, which is called as RPA, robotic process automation, or check with your developers, the SAP developers. There would be few SAP APIs. Definitely there would be SAP APIs to fetch the transactional master data. What tools could be used? I can tell you to do this. For extraction, Path, Blue Prism, and probably Power Automate. I'm not sure about the Power Automate. Okay, but still you can get it checked. These are the tools that would be able to help you out for fetching the transactional or any kind of your main data. Okay, now for data cleaning and your structuring, like misclassified entries, the outliers has to be reduced. What you need to do is you need to use NLP parsing. I come up from a cloud background. I'll tell you to go ahead and use data engineering, that is 205. So there is a tool called as Data Factory in Azure. Data Factory. Plus, you have to go ahead and use machine learning modules as well. Now, what does this mean? Using this module is not button. This is core code. This is core syntax. It would require for you to create functions, libraries. Once this is done, you will need AI agents, because you want everything to be automatically done. Correct? A workflow has to be maintained every time. As soon as some new data is uploaded, it should be checked, it should be extracted, it should be cleaned, it should be validated, then some report should be created out of it. You will require AI agents. Now that's not a problem. You can even use your N8N tool or Zapier tool. I would suggest N8N. It has much more compatibility with the SDKs. Now, what do you need to connect? You need to connect Python or the language you would have been used for extracting and transformation. Plus, you are going to use SAP SDK, because this is a third party tool. Okay. And this would be able to go ahead and convert the reports. So Python, are going to use core programming over here, and then with the help of the SAP SDK, okay, you would be able to go ahead and convert the reports in the desired way, like you want. Okay, apart from that, one more point would be added over here, that you can also use through this AI agent some LLM models, which means textual based models, so that whatever is written in the report can be predicted, can be analyzed much more better way to generate new reports. Just like we used Open Router. From Open Router application, we used a model called as DeepSeek. This is a textual based model only. It is one of the LLM models only. So for forecasting, in case you want the further things to be done, that you might have to use the REMA model, then you have to use profit model and similar kind of things. So the point here is, it's not like one tool or one program can help you one thing. The process is you have to use multiple tools for different purposes, and you have to use an agentic AI which would be consuming some model in it. Since your data is textual based, mathematics based, so you would be using the correct model in your AI agent, and AI agent will do the connectivity between all these three tools. Now, in case at any point of time you need to go ahead and do cleaning. Now, AI agent will not come up with any button that you click on clean and it cleans the data. No. For that, here you have to write a Python based script as well. Getting point? So, before we go ahead and start actually taking an example and discussing it, see, we need to understand one more thing, that why to choose Perplexity. It's better that you have Perplexity Pro so that you do not have any limitations. But yes, in case whatever the things that require research and fact checking, Perplexity functions are way more smart in terms of, I would say, ChatGPT, pulling and summarizing information directly from the web with clear citations is something Perplexity is really good at. In case if any of the task requires accurate citation backed information for academic research, Perplexity is good. For direct information, dense answers that prioritize factual reporting over conversational style, Perplexity is a better choice. Okay. ChatGPT is good for content creation, it's good for conversational style. Perplexity won't be able to go ahead and talk to you with that convenience, not convenience, I would say, with that softness, replicating or mimicking more like human. Perplexity is more like no solution focused. Solution focused. You want this, it will figure out where it is present on the web and it will give you the results. It will not have things like, okay, in case if you are interacting with it in a specific kind of a tone or manner, it would follow the same tone or manner only until unless you direct it to do so or force it to do so. But yes, in terms of factual things, citation backed information, Perplexity is going to be very great. Okay. Now let's take an example. Okay. Based on our demo, analyzing the public company. So let's take Infosys. Explain the Infosys Limited in terms of NSC, that is INFY, NYSE, INFY. I just gave a prompt there. Explain the Infosys. Sorry, I misspelled it, I believe it. Yes, correct. Infosys. I had an extra Y, but that is what. Okay, and it is not a NASE, it is NSE probably. Okay. Now, all those who are not coming up from the financial background, it doesn't mean the class is not for you. So here I will just explain this term, NSE, INFY, and then NYSE, INFY. What does this mean? These are the notations, okay, which tells that Infosys is listed under two different stock changes. Okay, one is called as NSE INFY, which is National Stock Exchange of India, and INFY is the ticket symbol used to identify Infosys on the NSE. Then you have simply this NYSE, which is New York Stock Change, which is USA. And INFI is the same ticket symbol which resembles that, okay, Infosys is mapped under NYSE. Okay. This is called as this is called as American Depository Receipt, ADR listing. ADR listing, allowing US investors to trade shares of the company. That is what the NSE, INFI, and NYSE, INFE mean. Okay. Now what happens? What I'm getting? I'm immediately getting some results over here. Okay. So that is what Perplexity is why it good at. It shows that, okay, at close right now, it was basically on October 3 when it was closed. So probably at 4 p.m. EDT, in case if you will just convert it in the IST time zone, somewhere it would be similar to time zone to the regular intervals when our market gets closes. Correct. That is close to 3 p.m. or something like that. This is what the current market price is going on, the stock price is going on, plus this is at a better reach of 0.5. In case if you will see the time zone and the graph, that is also something it is going to go ahead and tell you. Now the whole point here is, okay, you do not need to have a grow account or any of the platforms that helps you to modulate and see whether it is profit per equity, whether it is the depth, whatever the issue, whether it is market cap, whether it is dividend yield, whether any factors that you might be figuring out. Okay, now it depends upon, okay, what you are figuring out, what you were planning to go ahead and do it, why you were coming up here to the perplexity and asking for Infosys. So there could be a number of reasons. Okay. Now, but what would have been done in case if perplexity AI was not with us? This is something that we need to understand. Okay. Normally, what you would do, you would collect the basic data. You will go to financial portals, whether it is a Yahoo Finance, whether it is NSE, whether it is Bloomberg, whether it is you grow or any of them. Okay. You will just look for there. You need to go there. You will look for this, and it will just show you this data. It won't answer you. Correct? Yes or no? It would show you all these details. I would say it would go ahead and to show you much more details like, okay, what are the mutual funds that are involved with these stocks, mutual fund companies involved with Infosys. Okay, it could be a long-term exchange for SBI. It could be a high risk SBI mutual fund. It could be your Aditya Birla Finance might be included with this, and you will get much more details out of it. Now, the power of AI is that you would be able to ask it, okay, n number of questions on it. Now, let's say in case if I'll ask you, what is the graph that it talks about for the 12 last 12 months? Okay, so probably you will select for 1 year and you will get the changes to notice. Okay, that in December it was at a peak, I would say. Okay, then gradually with the time it has been somewhere degraded only, and the stocks are right now to the, I'll say, at the minimum pricing only, or it might go ahead and like no. So overall the decline was somewhere 29% only. Okay, so it is all somewhere in bear mode. Okay, not at all the bull. Correct. In terms, in case if we are finding out this pattern, observing this pattern. Okay, this is what it is telling you, the 52-week range, what has been somewhere. But yes, see, this is one thing that, okay, it listed me out the exact data, and in case if anybody can open up their like now any financial portals right now and can try validating it, just try to match whether this data is accurate or not. Okay, so this is saying previous close is 16.15 and the open would be somewhere 16.24, and that is what the day range is somewhere revolving around this. Okay, now what AI can go ahead and do it. Okay, so basically first of all it is telling me these things are also mentioned in the financial portals. Okay, what are the products and platforms, what is the leadership, and what are the quick facts. Okay, even the current news are being displayed. Point number one, advantage number one, all the related queries that you might be looking for are listed over here. Show INFI latest real-time stock chart and key matrices. Compare Infosys Financial with TCS and Wipro. This was in my part. Summarize Infosys recently quarter earning highlights. What are the Infosys major products and revenue breakdowns? News and regulatory issues affecting Infosys. All these things are already mentioned. You will just need to go ahead and click it. And all these important aspects that are actually important while choosing, either you are planning to buy a mutual fund, either you are going to buy some stocks, either you are planning to sell your stocks, all these things are going to help you out. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have another prompt. Now this is what is not possible in the financial portals. What I say, summarize Infosys last 12 months financial performance. So no, you don't have to figure about, see the lines, see the graphs, figure out the graphs for 1 month, 1 month, create the reports on it. It is going to go ahead and explain all these things to you. Financial performance, highlight revenue, growth trends. Let's see. Now, what AI might go ahead and do, AI might pull quarterly reports and earnings call transcripts, summarize revenue growth, profit margins, major risk, key events like acquisitions, regulatory actions, any leadership changes were done or not. So this is what the report has been generated with a proper graph. Okay, so this is what the current thing is. The current map has been mapped first of all. Okay, it says Infosys delivered solid financial performance over the last 12 months, achieving revenue of 162,990 crore approximately, that is close to 19.5 billion for year 2025, representing 6.1 year over year growth in INR terms and 4.2% growth in the constant currency terms. The company maintained robust profitability with operating margins of 20.1%. Just look for these facts. How does it closed? Fine. And achieved record free cash flow of 34,549 crores, marking a 44.8 increase of year over year. Okay. Talking about revenue performance, Infosys demonstrated consistent revenue momentum throughout the year, with quarter one of 2026 revenue reaching 42,279 crores, showing 7.5 year-of-year growth and 3.3 quarter-over-quarter growth. Now, the whole point here is, let's look to these matrices. The total revenue is this much, that is this much of growth. Here, this much is growth. This is quarter to quarter. Constant currency growth is 4.2 annually. Profitability and margins, let's have an eye on this. So it has a strong operational efficiency, we all are aware of. Operating margins of 20.1%. This net profit of Q1 reached this 8.7 over year. Large deal momentum, client matrices, you can look for that. Okay, all of them, you can look for all the factors. Now, the point here is, this is what becomes too much easy for me to figure out all these percentages, because even figuring out all these percentages become quite difficult for a person who is not coming from a finance background. Most of the investors I have seen, they are just looking for these graph lines. What? There are two things what they look for. Okay, here was the downfall. In the past years, there how for how much duration the things have been into the depth, they look for it. As soon as they seek any kind of bull, they try to look for the previous bull, and they try to think that, okay, whether it is going to be consistent or it would go down, or either it would go up. Correct? But that is what it is called, as market is completely unpredictable. Every time whatever you think is not something would go ahead and happen. Does not matter how many Instagram influencers come up to you and say that, okay, this is something, please follow, and you would be getting rich like me, or whatever it is. Correct? We all are enough mature for that. So that is what, apart from all this, or you to figure out the calculations, the duration over here, you can ask prompts, you can drop prompts, and it is going to help me out. Let's increase this further by asking more questions to it. Okay, so let's say I want to compare Infosys with TCS, Wipro, and HCL Tech on revenue growth, margins, and market cap. Let's see how does Perplexity responds to us. So during this, what process it is doing, AI can scan news articles, analyst ratings. So the factors that we manually look for, okay, whether it is social media things, any kind of market sentiments, everything would be covered. Okay, now let's see how does it looks. It has become quite easy for us. See, so probably it might go ahead and take some time to reflect. Let it be there. So when you click on this, it will show you this further details. Okay, what was the bullish view? So Infosys is expected to be more resilient against AI driven revenue deflation. This is what it talks about, bullish view. And bearish view also has its own part and factor. Okay, it might go ahead and reduce IT services revenues by as much as 20% over the next 5 years, with productivity gains and delayed client spending pressurizing high margin teams. I'll just take you one step back. We don't have to go ahead and create watch list over here. Okay, so see, this has been loaded. No, let's come back here. Here we were discussing. It is still pending. Fine. So this is what it shows. TCS with 22.69% of this. So we have got a table format, which has become quite easy for to discuss. Okay. Here you can see the market cap of Infosys is 6.10, TCS is 11.5, Wipro is 2.61, somewhere very less. HCL Tech is somewhere better than Wipro. Not better, I would say. This is about the market cap. Okay. Now, quarter one revenue growth, okay, that is 7.5%. TCS is 1.3%, Wipro is 0.8%, HCL Tech is 6.4%, and that market cap looks good. Revenue growth overall 6.1. TCS it is not able to list. We might have to go ahead and figure it out separately. Wipro it's in minus, it's in a negative. That's bad. Then Q1 operating margin, it has for 20.8, 24.51, 17.3. Everybody has its maximum margin kept on the table for at least for most of the quarter one things. Now, similarly, for the net profit growth chances, 8.7, 6.0, 10.9, 9.6. It says Infosys led the group in revenue growth for this, okay, significantly outperforming TCS, Wipro, while matching HCL Tech's strong performance of 6.5. Margin analysis, marketing capitalization leadership, profitability trends, okay. So in profitability trends, you will see net profit growth showcase mixed performance across the sector, with Wipro leading at 10.9%. Growth in Q1 526. Q1 526. We'll just reconfirm it. Followed by Infosys at 8.7, TCS at 6.0, and HCL Tech facing a decline of 9.7. Okay. Okay. Here, this is what it is talking about. Q1 526 or 525 net profit growth. Okay, yes. It was talking about net profit growth only. Because sometimes what happens, there are chances that it might go ahead and use some other company names here by mistake. So it's important that you go ahead and keep checking for the same. Okay. Not only this, let's say I might ask for, so you can have this EBITDA margin, you can have any relatable terms of questions and it would continuously answer. So the prediction or the analysis becomes quite very easier. Let's say I ask it, what's the projected EPS growth for Infosys in financial year 2026 if revenue grows at 10% annually? Okay, first of all, what is EPS? The company's profit divided by the number of outstanding shares. That is what the formula for this is. Higher EPS, higher profitability per share. So what does it answers? So it is running scripts over here. See, for putting out all these logics and doing the calculations, it writes the machine learning codes over here. Okay. So what it says, based on the current financial matrices and assuming 10% of revenue growth for FY 2026, Infosys is projected to achieve EPS growth in the range of 8% and 12%, with the most likely scenario being approximately 10% of the EPS growth itself. Okay. So it also showcases you what are the calculations, what are the logics that have been used for it. Okay. What are the risk considerations that you might go ahead and think of it. Okay. So the projected 8 to 12% of EPS growth range assumes no significant changes in the share buyback activities or extraordinary items, making it a reasonable baseline expectation for 2026. So neither coming out as too much outstanding for the year, but looks okay only. Okay. Now there could be similar things, okay, where let's say list 5 growth factors or drivers for Amazon and the risks that could lead slow growth. It doesn't matter that only it can play with the numbers, but even these things, these kind of questions that can help you to figure out what could be the condition in the upcoming time, or any factors that are influencing Amazon and are not doing good or are in the news, is something also can be figured out. So it is talking about all the sectors. Okay, so it talks about 5 key growth drivers are AWS and AI infrastructure expansion. Amazon Web Services remains the company's primary profit engine. So this is the cloud. This is the cloud. Amazon AWS. What they are talking about. Perfect. This is one thing, 8 billion in 2005, 17 billion in 2026 as workload shifts from training to the inference pipeline. Okay, that's better only, correct? This is what it says for it. Then multi-streaming revenue diversification, okay? So based on different AWS is a cloud platform similar to Citrix. Citrix, not much aware of, but AWS is a public cloud platform. I'm not sure if Citrix is also a public cloud platform. Let me just quickly check. Give me a minute, please. No. See, it is a cloud providing services, but it's not a public platform, which means you created your ID and you started deploying your things over Citrix. That's the difference. You have to go ahead and reach out to the company with your requirement. Only that requirement would be stored for you. It's more like a private cloud. Okay. So this is the advertising business momentum. The advertising segment has emerged as a high margin powerhouse, leveraging Amazon vast customer data and shopping intent to deliver superior conversion rates for the brands. Then Prime subscription growth. Has there been any growth? It says probably not disclosed, but yes, somewhere the things look good only. Global market expansion is there. Despite heavy US concentration, 69% of revenue, Amazon continues expanding internationally. Growth risk factors, intensifying competition from Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud, with Amazon cloud market share declining from 31% to approximate 30%. Not a big number. In retail, competitors like Walmart, that is, it is talking about the e-commercial company. Okay, so Amazon plans approximately 100 billion in capital expenditure for 2025. Almost nothing bad. We can go ahead and figure it out. Correct. So see, that is what doesn't matter. This is one question, or you might have a similar questions regarding this. You might be asking the revenue, profit, and margin trends for Tesla over the past 3 years. You might go ahead and ask what makes Apple different from Samsung and Google in the smartphone business. You might go ahead and rank. Okay, let's do this. Interesting. Rank HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, and SBI by valuation multiples. What are the valuation multiples? Profit per equity, EV could be, or let's say beta. Let's see how it talks. Okay, so this is the trend currently going with. This is SBI, this graph, and then you have this ICICI. This is at the lowest, if I would say about the time, if I'll talk about the time. Then you have SDFC. Only SBI has been continuously running up from September 14, or let's look for the last 6 months. Somewhere almost close only. SBI has not been outperforming if we'll talk about 6 months. This is only the last 1 month I can see the growth, but somewhere the overall, we have to go ahead and check the durations. Now, either to calculate here, minimally checking the months and the duration, which has outperformed. I'll just ask it, which has outperformed considering last 6 months data. ICICI is running at moderate valuations, premium valuations. SBI is the most attractive. This is the most attractive to least. State Bank of India, then ICICI, then SDFC as for now. ICICI Bank mid-tier position and provides a balance between the growth potential and reasonable valuations, making it attractive for investors seeking exposure to India's banking sector without paying the full premium commanded by SDFC or taking any perceived risk. So it is comparing SDFC and ICICI because SBI has been outperformed, or these are the two one which have been outperforming. Sorry, correct. That is what our growth talks about. So SBI has been throughout the less in the last 6 months. Okay, talking about the growth in terms of these valuations. Coming here, this is something challenging for us to figure out. There is a negligible difference, but still there is a difference. Okay. What it says based on 6 months performance data for April 2025 and October 2025, ICICI has outperformed the other two major banks, followed by SDFC and then SBI. That is 16% 6 months revenue. SDFC is 9.05 to 10%. That is the best performer. So that things become easy in case if you are planning doing investments. So Perplexity is going to help you out to evaluate and get into the technicalities in the human readable form. This is the best thing you can go ahead and do it. Okay, so you can do competitor benchmarking, you can analyze market sentiments and news, you can do stock valuation and whites. Okay, let's have a relatable question. So let's talk about Adani Power, Adani Enterprise. There are many. So is Adani price stocks currently under evaluated or over evaluated compared to peers? Now, all those who are not clear about this definition, what is under evaluated and over evaluated, let me also all this. Also explain what is under and over. So this is in the stock and valuation insights. So see, it says, okay, this is the current price. Okay. This is what the current listing is. for the Adani enterprise, and these are the details. So what it says, based on the current valuation matrices, Adani Group stocks appear to be overvalued as compared to their peers, with most companies trading at significant premiums to historical averages and sectors benchmarks. Now, what is over-evaluation? Over-evaluation is stocks when a stock market prices exceeds its intrinsic or fair value based on the fundamental analysis. So these variables that are being used, these are being used to go ahead and do some kind of figuring out the stock price. But when the price is listed too above of the actual price that should be there based on the fundamentals of the company, whether it is the depth ratio, whether it is your PE, whether it is UR, in any ranges. Okay, so overvalued stocks typically have high PE ratios, price to book ratios as compared to peers. So this is what it looks like. This is somewhere overvalued as for now. It doesn't directly impacts that okay, it would go less, it would go up or high, but still by definition, if you will go, there are chances that the stock will come down to its intrinsic state, because at every time duration, at every time interval, okay, all the stocks get neutralized, get to its original values, and then once again they show the movement based on the market dependencies. Okay, so Adani Enterprises overvalued, Adani Power overvalued, and Adani Energy Solutions very expensive, Adani Green Energy extremely overvalued. Everything is going overvalued only in terms of Adani. So what decision you have to go ahead and take it. So that's completely your decision in case if you are planning to go ahead and buy all this. But yes, it clears out all the things for you. You do not have to get into the things of technicality separately looking for decisions, definitions. What does it mean? Should I buy it or not? Now let me drop a simple question that everybody might have. Should I buy 10 stocks at current listing? What are your suggestions? So it is showing me, okay, my prompt could have been better. I'll just stop it. I'll come here, and instead of stocks, I should have mentioned it as shares. 10 shares of Adani price, of Adani enterprise. Or should I wait? Let's see how it talks. So it has observed in the last 6 months by default. So by default, it generates considering the 6 months. Where's the graph? Yes, download the Perplexity app, not required. See what it says. What is the answer? Given your background in the finance education and company analysis, I strongly recommend waiting rather than buying Adani Enterprises at the current levels of 2590. Okay, so because it is saying that somewhere we are currently running at 2590 port. Current market position is this, with a market cap of this. The stock is trading near the middle of its 52-week range, but shows several concerning signals. So this is okay, that okay, the range is fine. It is somewhere between only for what the maximum is it has touched in the last 6 months. But at the same time, over evaluation concerns. P ratio is 85.160x times, okay, which is highly. Booking ratio is too high for this. EV or your EBITDA value is also going too high. Poor recent performance. 1 year return is minus 24% as compared to what it was. 3 year return was 10.27% annualized. Stock has declined from 3 to 1 high to current levels, and still it is high in terms of this valuations. Correct. Technical analysis, what it says, support levels say that once it is in a range of 2563 to 2545, okay, this is something where the price may break up. What is the resistance band? The resistance band is somewhere 2616 to 6653 in the upside. So it's saying better entry strategy of going in this is target entry range is 2300 to 2400. Okay, that is 10 to 12% below the current price. And a strong support, in case if you can wait for it, then it is 2052, because it has been the 52st week low somewhere at in the past. Technical confirmation, wait for price to hold above 2650 with volume of bullish entry. So many factors have been, I would say, no, it has cleared it. For even figuring out all these, you might be looking, not you meaning personally you guys, but many people figure out YouTube videos, look for the people who have been explaining and running business on such kind of deliveries. People go ahead and do it, make mistakes because they are not aware of the technical terms. This is a guide to you now in terms of investments or in terms of finance and everything. Okay, let's move forward. So the whole point is, yes, Perplexity is reliable. It's Chat GPT might go ahead and do fraud, like no slight mistakes, but in terms of factual and the numbers, it's not that good. But Perplexity is good one. Now AI for fraud detection and finance. So it'll come up here. It says why fraud detection matters. I don't want to get into all this because we already have discussed a lot about it from the very starting. So traditional method, I would say it was rule based. Okay, somewhere it was rule based. So let's say bank, what they were doing, they were setting up a rule that okay, as soon as any transaction is more than 50K or 1K, okay, what has to be done? It has to be flagged. Okay, now problem was a fraudster can spend multiple times 49,999 and can still remain under the radar because it is not touching 50K, just 1 rupee less than that. Correct. So that is a problem. Now, genuine customers, let's say they are making high value purchases like flights, let's say bought some AC, bought some car transactions and all this. These are unnecessary being highlighted again and again, again and again in the manual learning. Instead, those who are smart, those who are actually doing any fraud related issues, what they are doing, they are just selling up to 49.999999. Correct. So that is one thing. Then you would have, let's say, trying going ahead with AI driven approach. Okay. So let's take an example of customers. So instead of just looking to the static rules, AI, you know that okay, it looks into the patterns, correct? So the normal pattern, let's say, of a customer has been 5K to 20K monthly. And that too, he has been living in Mumbai. Transaction is occurring in the daytime. Suddenly, he spends 75K, that too 3 a.m. in the morning, and that too in Singapore. Another, then there is a 40,000 transaction, and this is an online transaction within next 10 minutes. These factors don't fit to the customer's historical profile. This needs to be highlighted. This needs to be flagged. And that is what AI does it. Correct? And AI doesn't just stops here. It continuously learns from the new fraud attempts that are being made. Okay. Next time, let's say a similar pattern occurs. Let's say unusual foreign transactions happened at odd hours. It is going to detect it faster, not taking that much of time. Okay. Not only this, then some further automation could have been set up on this. Okay. Beyond it, that in case if such kind of actions are happening, then immediately the transaction has to be stopped or pulled off. That is also could be possible and can be done. It depends upon how much do banks integrate these AI features and what more like now command it gives to the AI in its operational procedures. Now, talking about tools, in case if I have to talk about tools and technologies that are used to go ahead and do all these things, definitely the machine learning, Python libraries like Scikit, TensorFlow, PyTorch. There is a language you might not have heard about. Apart from Python, there is something called as a language called as R language. Okay. This is very good for statistical fraud modeling. Very good. Language R. That is also being used for the AI fraud detection. Then you have technologies like big data and streaming process. Note down, in case if you guys are interested to know, have some technical knowledge, very popular tool called as Apache Kafka. You might have heard about. Okay, probably in most of the companies it would be used. Another would be Apache Spark, where it gives you batch processing and real-time fraud detection as well. That is what the power of Apache Spark is. Apache Kafka definitely goes ahead and scans millions of transactions in real time. Apache Spark also gives you functionality of batch processing, which means scheduling. not only uh, real time every time, but at batches, which means at specific time intervals. Okay. And both of them are used all together with Hadoop. It stores and processes large volumes of data, creating cluster of virtual machines. Let's not get into that depth, but yes. Not only this, to have AI fraud detections continuously, graphs are also mapped. Okay. So you might not have heard about of this tool, but Neo4j, Neo4j, this detects suspicious connections between accounts, merchants, and devices. That is what this tool is used for. There is another one which is called as Tiger Graph. Tiger Graph. It is a real-time graph query to identify linked fraudulent entities. So how the cyber people are able to figure out, okay, this person only has made 10 fraudulent issues. So not only just frauds are being detected, but any similarity between the frauds, either location, devices, IP address, or anything, any time duration, at a specific time only something becomes active. This is also are being tracked nowadays. In terms of cloud, there are AWS fraud detector, Google Cloud has a Vertex AI, Azure machine learning has its own thing, but yes, there are many. You could have Power BI, you could have Tableau, you could have an ELK. These are the monitoring tools. But yes, these are various technologies that are being used. Talking about how AI detects fraud, I'm not getting now into the depth. We have already have discussed a lot about it. Behavior analysis, how the customers, what time, what day, what device, and everything. Moving forward, anomaly detection, any issues, anything suspicious that has been found, go through the PPTs. Okay. Then speed and scale, it can be done on like AI can go ahead and check million of transactions since it is a machine. What you need to do is you just need to give it as a heavy CPU. Now, AI in anti-money laundering. What is anti-money laundering? People try to go ahead and convert their black money into the white money. Correct? And somewhere the most easiest way is the cash or sorry, ATM withdrawal. Correct? ATM withdrawal. So, how the AI monitors are helping? They are keeping an eye on money moving between countries. If money moves in a strange way, let's say from India to Singapore, Singapore to Cayman Islands, okay, and then back to India, AI can flag it. A company sending money through 5 countries before it comes back to itself only is suspicious. This is what the money laundering techniques are, not only the cash withdrawal. Correct? Now, if I'll take about the real example, it has been HSBC. Has been using AI to spot complicated money flows that criminals use to hide dirty money. Now, what is this suspicious spots? So the money they are not able to get clarity from. What are the transactions? How these transactions piled up? Out of the box, what kind of transactions are being generated? Correct. However, these people who are generating black money, they have got a number of tactics. But yes, the things somewhere have been reduced a lot. Okay. Talking about automatic reports can be generated, SARS can be generated. Correct. Manually, these reports are slow and are tiring, but AI would be able to generate it. Hidden patterns can be generated. Criminals often break large amounts into many small transfers. So they look harmless. Okay. Let's say 9,900 rupees have been sent 50 times in a day in different accounts. So together that's almost 5 lakh. Correct. It would be almost 5 lakh in case if let's say 10,000 is being sent 50 times. Correct. But what they do not go ahead and send 10,000, 900 and 9,900. Correct. This is also a sign of money laundering only. Coming to the case highlights, MasterCards, we have discussed it. Okay. It checks every purchases, looks at the spending habits, location factors to calculate a risk score, safe transactions, improve sales, safe transactions, and similarly, PayPal, we have already discussed. HSBC, we have also discussed about the continuous monitoring. Okay. Implication on leaders, same thing. I'll say fraud prevention is not just a compliance issue. It's also about protecting customers' trust and brand reputation. So we have to go ahead and take it sincerely, and as early as you would be able to inbuild it in your systems or environments, the things could go ahead and change. Okay. So executives should evaluate whether their current fraud detection systems are rule based, that is outdated, or pattern recognition one. Investment in AI for fraud detection should be seen as a strategic risk management decision, not only an IT upgrade. This is a very important point. In case if you are at your company at a power of onboarding something, you need to go ahead and take care of all these points.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Generative AI certification course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. This course is specially designed for AI enthusiasts who want to prepare and excel in the field of generative AI. Through this course, you will master Gen AI skills like foundation model, large language models, transformers, prompt engineering, diffusion models, and much more from top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of generative AI.
Okay. Responsible and ethical AI in finance. Now, this is something not new that we would be discussing. Okay. We have seen all these things. There are 5 pillars. Okay. Fairness, no harm, data protection, transparency, explainability, human autonomy, and control. Okay. So, as we are aware that in case if the AI is biased toward any kind of data or lacks transparency, where the word with the transparency means that you don't use factual data, okay, you know that it is going to have issues over there, and especially in the case of the finance department, okay, if the tool performs anything wrong, even in a minimal mistake, it can lead to the loss of trust. Based on an AI, basically, you have sent a mail to the customer, okay, that this is something that has been done wrong, okay, but it was correct. There would be a huge loss of trust as compared to any other department over there. Correct. Not only this, whether it is a factor of security, whether it is a factor of controlling the data, whether it is any service that the bank provides or the finance companies provide, no chance can be taken to go ahead and just use biased or hallucinated data or any kind of thing that is not authentic. It's not correct. Okay. So yes, as I told you, bias could be in the credit scoring. Okay. There could be unfair loan rejections. Okay. Let's say you should be having a clarity, okay, that if anything was rejected, if their application was rejected in any kind of terms, whether it is a bank account, whether it is an any loan approval or anything, then what is the reason behind it? You cannot just go ahead and tell it that okay, this happened because of this, because my AI flagged it. You should have a reason, you should have an actual answer. You remember we have done that hands-on as well, where we were having a separate data set, and in that data set, okay, we uploaded a lot of information, okay, and we gave it to the perplexity. It was regarding the product feedback, correct? So let me know why the feedback was bad and everything. This is what we have figured out, correct? So that is what so there is a name given to a model as well, which is called as a black box model, where if explanations or transparency is missing in the activity that is performed by a company or an organization towards the people, towards the user, then definitely this becomes a compliance risk, okay, that it is not being compliant. And if you would know that, okay, whatever the compliance certifications are required in different sectors, you would have different compliance certificates that every company coming to your bringing a product, bringing a service to your company, to your country, sorry, should meet government laws, should meet governance laws. Got it? So that is where the black box model is generally called, when you are not having compliances. Okay. Similarly, over personalization, workforce impact, definitely automation reduces the manual roles in finances. But yes, somewhere the process becomes very fast. Okay, analysis become very fast. You would be able to give a better experience to the user. Okay. Similarly, this is what you can go ahead and take care of. Okay, AI is responsible lending. Okay, now what does this mean? Now, AI don't discriminate in loan models. Okay. Now, you know that, okay, whether it is uh, when a loan is being approved, the loan is being approved, okay, whether it is a personal loan, whether it is a home loan, basis on some factors like, let's say your income, okay, and how much loan do you want, okay, out of that, based on the property, let's say in case if you are taking it on a property, on that property, what is the property valuation, okay, and let's say the number of tenure, the remaining uh, tenure that you would like to go ahead and pay for it. Then a negotiation happens on the rate of interest. Okay. Now, either it is like now depending upon the age. Okay. Like, okay, how much age? Let's say a person is 50 years of age. Let's say 40 years of age. You know that there is a certain limit. Okay. That after 30, only for the maximum 30 years of tenure. Okay. Or the duration, the loan can be provided. When you're already close to that particular age, then you would have a reduced tenure limit. You might have to go ahead and give a bigger EMIs. But throughout all this process, it doesn't mean that the loan will not be approved to you. Point number one, irrespective of what age do you have. Okay. Point number two, does not matter whether you are a male, whether you are a female. What they're going to check, they're going to check your credibility, your CIBIL score, okay, your history, and your earning things, that whether you are capable enough to pay the loan EMIs or not. Okay, not even it is based on location. So that is what, in terms of lending money, in case if you will choose a department of loan, AIs cannot be biased at all, because the factors here on which the money is lended, the money is provided, are not specific to a specific gender or a specific niche of people, that okay, only ultra rich people can have, or only rich people can have, the money should be lended to them only, or the money should be only lended to the poor people. No, it's about, there are few rules and regulation sets, and they have to be, and that has to be followed properly in terms of things. Okay, moving forward. So this was one of the popular case highlights. Okay, where the Apple Card, okay, by Goldman Sachs, okay, was a algorithmic bias scandal. Okay, to be very true, not much highlighted when this really happened. Okay, but yes, when this was created by the company, okay, as written over the presentation, okay, so there was a biasness towards the gender in the credit scoring, okay, and giving the credit score. Okay, now there was the data that was being trained. Okay, definitely it was somewhere more lean towards male. Okay, it was not like, okay, the data was female, like the data for female was somewhere less, because the situation was, the real situation was that, okay, female people were using less loans. But the point here you need to understand is, okay, let's say if 50,000 females were paying, okay, have been taking the loan previously, or you have to go ahead and work on their credit score, you will not do this, that okay, if only female data you are giving 50,000, and because you were able to arrange 5 lakh of uh, credit scoring data or the history of men, so you are going to go ahead and get the machine trained on with the ratio of 5 lakh colon 50,000. Correct? You cannot have this in your data set, even in case if in the real data more people were men, let's say, okay, then also you cannot use this ratio
to a machine. The reason being here is definitely it would always give a priority to the male in this case, because that is what you are training the machine on. Okay. But even if this is the case, okay, the people who are more in this case, it doesn't mean that any female coming up in the upcoming time, okay, or you have to go ahead and generate a credit score or approve a loan, okay, it doesn't mean that, okay, she will not be getting loan approved on the basis of because more priority has to be given on male, because that is what the history says. No, the factors are completely different. That is what I'm trying to explain. The factors here are not the total numbers of gender category who have taken the loan in the past. Instead, these are the different rules. So this is one of the scam that happened. I will not say scam, basically a mistake. Okay, where Apple Card was not able to work properly. I'll say. Okay. Similarly, there was EU AI Act, okay, which was regarding the landmark regulation. Okay. So probably the data, the output, okay, was not very transparent in such case. Okay. Like the data wasn't even strong enough to go ahead and justify anything. Similarly, in large banks, okay, nowadays they are stabilizing internal AI ethic committees, okay, to check overall all the systems. Okay, basically these committees, what they're doing just after AI, okay, that just to ensure that, okay, whether the AI applications that are being checked, okay, that is being fair, transparent, and aligned with both all the compliance standards or not. So this is a very good move actually, this that large banks that are performing nowadays, which is okay. Doesn't matter what AI is doing. Okay, it is definitely reducing the manual effort of you checking it, doing this manually process by evaluating all the specs, okay, of a credit score or approving a loan. That is what AI is doing. But yes, at least you can go ahead and check the reasons, that what reasons the AI has generated, like, no, this score for somebody. So that is what people have, large banks have started creating, like, no, committees for the same. Okay. Now, implications of leaders, what you have to go ahead and take care of. AI decisions should be always explainable and auditable, or also auditable, sorry. Basically, you cannot go ahead and lean on AI overall. What has to be taken care from your end is definitely keep doing the audit of the data, whatever, wherever you are generating or using your AI. Okay, that is what regular based bias checks are part of governance. Customer trust is treated as a long-term asset. Now, this is not something to be explained. Everybody knows that. Any mistake in such cases would be a problem. Okay. The future of AI in finance, it's not the future now, it has become present. Okay. So whether it is a banking, okay, now you can go ahead and create your accounts quickly. Okay. The fully services are becoming AI built, okay, and it is helping people to go ahead and give them the personalized service. Then robot advisors, okay, these are more like advisors, your relationship managers, okay, like now where you have to invest, what you should be doing it, okay, do you have an offer for you. So with the minimum human involvement, they are able, AI or I'll say the finance and AI is able to reach out every sector, every point of time, every feature could be brought to the customer. Okay. Then multi-agent AI systems, okay, which means first of all, different tasks were being monitored by different people. Okay. Now, various of the factors, okay, what the other company is doing, at what rate of interest the other bank is providing, lending something to do. Let's say there is a festive option, okay, there is festive season. Now, what they are providing, how much discount are they providing? Let's say there's Dhanteras on your electronic, ICICI gave you 10K off directly. Every bank was not giving it, correct? So there is a lot of research in doing the competitive analysis as well, and where different people were involved doing all this thing. Okay. Now, this could be simplified with the AI itself. Okay. That because for this such task, it is just a comparison somewhere you are doing it, or to what they're trying to bring it out, or what has been brought out by the other companies that we do not have it. Okay, so that is also possible. Then AI plus blockchain integration. What is this term blockchain? I'll say a decentralized database that would store the information like transactions, contracts, records, which means in blocks that are linked, or I would say chained together chronologically. Correct. So that is what AI and this automatic, or I would say that this blockchain methodology, okay, can be integrated all together to bring out security in transactions itself. So the one we were evaluating, meanwhile, after the transactions happened, to just check whether something was fraudulent or not. Instead, during these transactions are happening, AI can be integrated at that point of time so that the money event goes on hold instead of getting delivered to a specific source. That is what the AI plus blockchain integration would can go ahead and help you out. Okay. Now shaping the strategic leadership. Okay. So I believe everybody has got an overall picture about the finance. Okay. It's all about you need to go ahead and take care of quite same actions and steps where it's you are making sure that all the data that is being used is not biased. You are getting it integrated at proper sources. You are re-evaluating all the things once the job is done. The tool should be transparent. The tool should be compliant to thing. You should be ready for, you should be always thinking for what if situations. Okay, in case if this goes wrong, what is going to be the impact? It's not about okay how you will correct it. Think about the impact first. When you will be always thinking about this cap, okay, impact, then you would always take your measures very thoughtfully before implementing and going ahead and doing any kind of thing. Okay, so that is what this shaping the strategic leadership is. Now, talking about new business opportunities, okay, so where you can go ahead and find out, okay, these things to be implemented, definitely the fintech startups, okay, where still the operations are based on peer to peer, okay, whether there are no AI driven insurances, okay, things could be brought up better over such kind of situations, okay. Forecasting always remains a common goal of finance team, okay, especially to go ahead and maintain their budget so that they do not go ahead and overspend things, okay, as planned. Okay, so that is what the things can be brought over there. Okay, so either it can be chosen by some third party AI tool, or even it can be developed on your own by the company hiring some developers. Okay, so that is what even in the trading firms, okay, and institutions like, okay, have you heard about institutions like N26 and Monzo? What are neobanks? All the banks do not have any physical branches, okay, but they do all the job completely digital. But AI powered is a choice, okay, whether they are AI powered or not. But yes, whether it is accounting account opening, whether it is money transfer, whether it is saving, investing, okay, it's just done through a mobile app or a website, okay. There is no bank. There is no bank, okay. So that not physically branch. 100% online and app based. Okay, instant openings you will see, low or zero fees you will fee because they don't have to go ahead and pay rent. Okay, better UX and UI you will observe than the traditional branches. Okay, so they are more focused on more doing the real time analytics. Okay, so your examples, your famous examples are N26. It is one of the European new bank. Okay, this N26, it's a European neobank, which is headquartered in Berlin, Germany. Okay, so it gives you the free debit cards, okay, Mastercards, okay, and similar you have many other branches. Okay, it's not only about the global brands, but you have the Indian brands like Jupiter. I I believe everybody would have heard about it. Razor PayX, correct? FI. So there are many Indian brands as well. So they have their customer support team, you let's say you have paid the bill, but the bill paid is still not reflecting it, and then you reach out to the customer. But somewhere when you this anything happens such like that, what happens? You start stopping making payments on such kind of banks or applications, okay? Because trust is on the head. Correct. So what implications? Same thing. You guys can go through this slide of PPT, and we are done with this, I'll say, with the finance part. Okay. Now coming to the main part, which is AI for developers. Now let me go ahead and tell you, I know that you guys would be coming up from a non-tech background, and it's not like then you will feel it like, okay, this is something is not going to be useful for me. I'm not a developer. I do not understand even a code, or let's say many of you must be aware of code. But let's say all those who have left coding, mean you guys would have way back past your colleges, correct? Now, we are not here to go ahead, and I'm not going to ask you to go ahead and create an application and go, okay, writing different functions and modules. But it's going to be a very interesting class, and when you'll get to know that, okay, this is going to be quite simple, this much simple for us to go ahead and do it. That is what we are going to check in this, okay? Fine. So AI for developers, let's start with it. Okay, this is going to be the agenda. What are we going to discuss in our classes? So how AI is helping in the modern software development, how AI powers code generation and debugging, AI in testing and quality assurance, AI for DevOps and CI/CD, responsible and ethical AI for developers, the future of AI for developers. Okay, but before we start about this, I would like to go ahead and explain you something called as SDLC. Are you guys aware of it? Software Development Life Cycle. Perfect. Okay. Now, what this whole software development life cycle means, how a product is planned to how it is released to the market. Now, this product you might be developing up for your own company, okay, or it could be a requirement for a client, okay. So there are two types of companies, I'll say. There are many companies, but major focusly that create product, okay. Either these companies create products of their own, let's say they're taking out some applications, okay, new applications, new products like Softonic and everything. Otherwise, there could be companies, okay, which where different companies come like clients, they tell their requirement, they share their requirement of their new project, okay, and then your company create products and hand them over. This is how both the things work. Okay. Now, coming to the point here, yes. Okay. So what happens? There are few stages. The very first stage I want everybody to remember is planning. Then what do you have? You have designing. Now you might also this stage is also called as requirement analysis. Requirement analysis. Okay. Planning, designing, then you have development. Okay. Then after development, you have basically testing. After testing, you have release or deployment, and then you have continuous monitoring of the product. We are going to discuss this part here. This is the major aim or major part of your product being built. Product being built. Here, it takes a lot of time. Now, I'd like to go ahead and tell you a few concepts about development, how the development works, or projects. Now, because these basic understandings are very much required for you to go ahead and move on. Any application you see, okay, any website you see, let's distinguish in two parts, website and app. I hope everybody knows the difference between the website and application, correct? No doubt. Website is somewhere that you access, point number one. In simpler terms, you access it on browsers, correct? What do you have? You have a domain name. What is a domain name? What is a domain name? So let's say www.intellipaat.com. Now the word Intellipaat here in this URL is the domain name of the URL. Okay. Now in this website, Okay, whether this is a website or whether this is an application that is available on your app store, or let's say your Play Store in case if you are an Android user, Play Store. Okay, this is accessibly locally. You don't have to access any separate browser to access it. This is available through browsers. Okay. Now what? The major point here is whether the website is being built. I'll just choose a white screen. Now, what I'm trying to explain is whether we create a website, whether we create an application. There is one different files. Okay, so let's understand when their project, when this is created, what happens at the backend. So there are two major requirements for any digital thing to be created. One is front end, one is back end. Okay. Now, what is front end? Front end includes three main things. One is HTML language, HTML, CSS, and the other one is JavaScript. Okay. Then backend uses generally your Node.js. Now, what are these? I would explain you. Okay. So now you need to understand this. Okay. HTML and CSS mostly remains column. Now there are new technologies to support it. But yes, these two things are main. Node.js, JavaScript is also used in front end mostly. In the backend, there could be different languages could be used. Okay. Now, what is this front end? I'll explain you. What is this front end? I'll take you to my VS Code. Okay. I'll take you to VS Code and I'll show you something. I know that everybody would be understanding what is the front end, but I would like to go ahead and show you the difference somewhere. Okay. So VS Code. Now nobody has to write the code. You just need to understand it. Nobody has to go to get the code and see everything. Okay. So to do .javascript to do, okay, fine. Everybody can see these three files. So this is the .css file. CSS stands for Cascade Styling Sheet. Then there is a to-do.html, one HTML file, and one is the JavaScript file. JavaScript file. Now let me tell you the difference and then let me go ahead and show you the difference. Okay. This CSS file, this HTML file is like a backbone. Okay. It's like the skeleton of the website. Okay, a skeleton means just like in our human bodies, what do we have? We have first of all just a bone structure. There are my hands. Okay, this is my rib cage. This is going to be my legs and so on. On that, styling is done, beautification is done, skin has been given, correct, and then eyes have been given. Okay, hairs are given, hair are given to you, correct. That is what is done, which means all the styling on the website or beautification of the website is done on CSS. Okay, now my eyes do blink. I'm able to move my fingers. I'm able to rotate my arms. I'm able to run. I'm able to breathe. So just the presence of organs like lungs is not making me help breathe. It is in a working situation. It is in a working regulation. It works. I'm able to move my hands due to my nervous system, along with the combination of the nervous system, my blood vessels, and each and everything. The motion or the responsiveness comes through the JavaScript. And all of them are part of the front end itself. Now I'll explain you all. Now, which means whenever a website would be created, there would be one section called as front end. Okay, which is responsible for showing your web page, your website, or your application user interface. Like this VS Code is opening right now in front of it. I can see all these buttons. I can see this with the blue color. I can see there is a section you can see. This is one section in my this application. This is another section. This is third section. Now, the owners of the VS Code have distributed, this is the architecture. This is the architecture. Then the beautification on it, okay? Like adding this white color on it, giving a proper font style on it. What font style? What is the font size? What is the font family? Okay, this is one thing. When I click on button, it responds me with a pop up. Okay, that is what the JavaScript would go ahead and help you out to do with. Got it? So this is front end, and now let me go ahead and show you. So just these three files. You don't have to worry about what these files are. This is doing it. So whenever a project runs now, okay, its main file, which is HTML page, usually in the real projects, it would be named as index.html. Here I have just written to-do.html, but generally this HTML file is mainly exist. So I'll just open this file and I'll show you how it is going to look like. Or let's say I'll just open it in an incognito tab. Okay, this is a to-do list. Okay, which is being displayed with this light blue color, this font style, this size, and this. Now what I'm going to do is in the main HTML file. Okay, this is just basic understanding. Everybody would be knowing it. It would be great only. Okay, in this main HTML file, okay, two things are called. One, your CSS file is called. You can see this. In my main to-do.html, there is one line of code that calls what? That calls my CSS file, which means I'm integrating the beautification in my main index.html. Apart from that, in case if I'll come to here you can see under the script tag, there is a to-do.js, which means JavaScript. JS means JavaScript. Okay. File is being brought. Got it? Which means in the main file, we call beautification and functionality. That is responsiveness. Now, in case, what happens, I want to show you. In case if I'll remove it, in case if I'll remove the beautification part. Okay. But let me go ahead and show you the complete working. How does it works? Let's say this is a to-do list and I have written, okay, car has to be washed. Car washing is pending. I'm creating my list. I click on add task and you can see a list has been added for it. Now this is a functionality that would be coming from the JavaScript. Let's say another thing is we need to go to market. Let's say we need to go shopping today. Let's say childrens are asking to go for movie. Click on movie. Okay, let's say there is some birthday party. There's some evening party. I create another list. Not only this, now when I click on this, these lists are being generated. This delete button is generated. I click on delete. That button has been removed. Everything is functionality. This is the combination of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, what happens in case if I remove the CSS file from here? I'm not calling this file, I'm saving it. We have lost the beautification, correct? This is one image. This is just image, and this is how it looks like. Add your task, add task, and it is showing the previous kind of data. Understood, everybody? This is what your CSS does. It aligns your image, your heading in center, what size of image to be reduced, okay, and everything. Now let's say what was happening in CSS, okay, or let's say in HTML, let me call it first to do dot CSS. I called it back. I'll save it and I'll come back, and it has aligned back. Now, what is happening throughout over here? Okay, there is an image of this size. I'll take you to do.css. Now, definitely, I'm not here to tell you the code. What does this mean? No, we don't have to even go ahead and discuss it. Okay, not required. I'm just showing you, okay, what CSS, what projects do have, okay, and why it is being difficult so that you can understand, okay, how AI is helping it, okay. So what happens in HTML, you create a structure, okay. I created a entry box. Quite simple, let's take it. This is my entry box. For that, I need to learn this line of code. And this is what very simple I'm telling you. The applications are quite very vast, quite very big. Correct. For this input box itself, I have to give these two lines of code. Then there is a add task button. And for every structure that I am creating, what is happening? Okay, we are calling a class for it. Okay, we create a class for it. The same class to do the beautification. These are the elements. To do the beautification of these elements, we refer to a class given to this element here, and then call the same class here. Okay, so let's say here my button of add task is given as a yellow color right now, correct? Yellow color. I will change it. Let's say I'm giving it as a blue color. Let's say blue violet. I'll save it. The color has been changed to blue and violet. So which means the CSS file controls the beautification and how all the elements look like in the window. Okay. Now apart from that, let's say I remove the JavaScript file. I'll go to HTML file and there's the JavaScript file added here in the bottom. I'll remove it. Okay. And now I'll try to add something. Let's say going in marriage, attending a function, and I'll click on it. It should be added. But see, I'm clicking on it. Actually, I'm clicking on it many times, but it's not working because the functionality of the backend creating a list, putting this here in it, and then giving a delete button to delete it has been stopped because that what my separate file was doing here. That was my separate file doing here. Okay, this line of code. Now, it's not like we have to understand what this line of code was doing. Okay, however, I have written this code, so I know it what exactly which element is taking it, but that's not something you're not going to develop all these things. The whole point here is understand it. Understanding this syntaxes. Okay, in JavaScript, and let is used dot parent element dot text content. This is something you have to go ahead and completely learn on it. And during all this, we get a lot of error. During all this, we get a lot of error. Okay, so that is what your project architecture talks about. I'll just come back. I'll just add it as it is to do.js. I'll save it. I'll come back and you will see all my previous list has been also accessed. Let's say Swapnil. Swapnil has been added just like a Ram. Ram has added. And similarly, so on. The list goes on. So that is what your front end part does. It's you create an HTML architecture. Okay. You do the beautification and you write the JavaScript for the functioning. Okay. This is what I have shown you as funnel. Now comes up the backend part. Okay. Now, how the files are maintained, even I'll show you this. So there is something called as backend. Now, backend is when you have to go ahead and access the database to respond to something. Now here my JavaScript was doing the responsiveness that okay, whatever is added here in this entity box, and when the button add task will be clicked, what will happen? Here data has to be picked. The data that has been entered over here has to be picked and kept in a list. Again, new data will be added. Again, it would be kept. Okay. Now here I'm not fetching data from any other source. From any other source. Think of it as like the other applications. In other application, what happens? This is your front end. Let's say I'm a user, okay, and your website, the created website from HTML CSS website is being displayed on my computer. When I access the website, it asked me, okay, please tell your email address. Let's say creating a new account and then password. Or let's say you are already having an account. Okay. Now, when you enter the email and password, or and when you are already having an account, what happens? What happens? The entry that the user makes, these two entries, what would be happening on these entries? These entries would be going somewhere in the database where all these were saved before. Yes or no? Generally, this would be a category of a SQL database. Okay. So whenever, whether it is an Amazon, whether it is a Flipkart, whether it is an Instagram, whether it is a Facebook, every application stores data, stores your credentials, okay, in their database. Now, this is something that you need to set. Here, what you were seeing on computer was your front end. Okay. In your back end, your database files are maintained. Your database integrations are being maintained. Okay. Now, these settings are made, these kind of programs are written that when something is being entered here, the request from the front end should go to the back end. The data should be checked. Once the data is figured out, again the request has to be given to the front end, so that is the JavaScript, so that it can display the new page, might be a home page after logging in. Got it? So this is my backend and this is my front end, and they continuously talk to each other. Correct? Now I'll show you a real example, okay, of the weather application. Now here also you understand one thing. Okay. This is what a basic front end I have created. Now you know that it is basic. Basic why it is seeing like this, because it just has HTML and JavaScript. It has no CSS. So it's not mandatory that you have CSS, but you can easily figure out that how it is looking without CSS. Got it? Now, there could be another situations, okay, where I don't have to go ahead and check the data, or the data is not present with me in my database. Okay. It could be I'm using the data from somewhere else, from someone else. Okay. Now you would have definitely used Uber, Ola, everybody. In Uber, Ola, Rapido, Zomato, Blinkit, okay, everywhere you have map. Yes or no? To continuously track whether where your delivery guy is. Correct? Where your delivery guy is. Whether he has reached to the door or not. Correct? Now, do you think Ola, Uber, and these people are creating Google Maps as well? Creating Google Maps or creating maps in their application? Actually, they are not creating it. They are embedding the already created publicly available utility. So Google Map has actually created the Google Map, and then what it has done, it has made its code available in a form of a link, publicly accessible link. They might go ahead and take a charge for it, and this link is called as API. All the links which are bringing you functionality which allows two features or two applications to talk to each other are called as application programming interface. Got it? Now, another example, one is I told you, okay, you are calling the Google Map, okay, you are integrating it in your delivery application. So the link which is helping them, both these two things to talk to each other, is called as an API. Not only this, okay, let's say you are in Bangalore, and in Bangalore the weather is, let's say, somewhere 20 degree. You took a flight, you reached Delhi within 2 hours, the temperature there is 42. How your device got the weather changed? Because internally you have two applications, correct? One is the weather application, the other one is GPS, continuously checking your location. And the link that is helping them to both them to go ahead and talk and change the results is called as an API. Okay. Now in the same way here, okay, there are many open source companies which provide their database over the internet. You can just use, which means you can just use their API in your project website or application to bring out the functionality. So what I did here, I created here a front end. What? A front end. Okay, front end. And what I'm doing, from a website, I'm calling a API and embedding it in my application from a third party. That third party name is Open Weather App. Somebody's else, because I will take a huge amount of time for me, okay, to go ahead and figure out the temperatures. How I'll figure out the temperatures of every city, correct? But yes, few companies have already done that. So if I'll take you to Open Weather App, Open Weather Map, okay. So here within the this company, okay, has a continuous prediction, okay, of the temperature at various cities internationally. So in
if I can get all it's working in my application here, my people would be able to also access data that what is the weather in a specific city. So what I do, I'll come to here, I'll take the API, I'll generate the API. API looks in something this way. I'll show you. So how does the API looks like? This is the link. How the link looks like. Point number one. Point number two, as I told you, what is link bringing? Link is just bringing the database of the third service. How the database looks like? Mostly all the APIs data is stored in this format, which is called as a JSON format, which follows key, value, key, value, key, value. Okay, here you can see this. I have the temperature, you'll have a city, okay, time zone, country, okay, and all the data, which means in case if I'm able to bring this database, bring the API, all this data will come, okay, and then I can integrate it within my this application. And that is what actually I have done it. Okay, first of all, let me just try something. And it takes time for API to fetch the data. So you can see I have kept Delhi. When I clicked on this button, my JavaScript is going to that API and is asking what is the current temperature of Delhi? What is the weather category? Let's say haze. That's other thing. Come to the VS Code. So this is my weather.html, which is giving you that basic data. Then there is weather1.js, the JavaScript file. If you'll go to my JavaScript file, and I'll just show you a slide code, okay, you'll see that I'm calling a API URL. So whenever anybody is entering any data over here, okay, my API looks for that particular city. Now, how I was able to figure this out, that these buttons should be used here, these names should be here in this way. That is what people learn JavaScript. People learn coding, but you don't have to do it. I'm just explaining you all this so that you have understanding, okay, how the websites work, how the really the code looks like. So, okay, what would be the problem in terms of development? Even in case if you're leading a team of development right now or in the future somewhere, okay, and then we'll see how this AI helps us out. Okay, now that is what, in case if I'll enter, let's say Bangalore, the API, the database that is being brought. So see, Bangalore is also being recognized with the name Bangalore. Okay. This temperature is normally in the Fahrenheit. I will write one line of code and it will be converted into Celsius. That's not a problem. Let's say Kolkata. Okay, we'll check for Kolkata. Does this API has the data for Kolkata? Okay, it's haze right now and 305.12 Fahrenheit. Okay, which means okay, different cities would go ahead and show you the data. Lucknow, let's say Bareilly, clear sky. Got it? So what am I doing? This is my front end. People are touching, clicking on it, and then clicking on get weather. My JavaScript functionality, okay, is checking the database of somebody else that I have included in my application through a link which is called as an application programming interface that displays me data. Now you just think it, that was my just basic way of explaining you things that okay, what are the project architectures? Okay, so whenever development is being done, there are these kind of chances that might go ahead and take place. In larger developments in the real applications, the files would look like way lengthy. Let me show you how does this looks like. Okay, so where the code is managed. So there is one of the platform, GitHub. So just open my repository. I'll show you one, let's say OpenSwap, OWASP application. So this is just a platform where all the files are being managed. Okay. So see, this is how the real project folder would look like. You have these many folders. One folder for front end. There's no need to create a backend separate folder that is person to person. They might keep all the files open like this way. So all these files are somewhere doing some task, okay, to work the application in a greater way. We don't have to get into all this, but this is how what the development revolves around. Okay. So now let's go ahead and start all of them one by one, one by one, one by one. Okay. So AI in modern software development. We'll start some theory. Let's create a piece. Okay. So the point here is why developers need AI today. Okay. If I tell you my personally, see, when I think about the AI in modern software development, I'll see it as less of a tool and more of a game changer for how we build software today. Okay. First, the complexity of modern applications have skyrocketed. Correct. Everybody believes that nowadays our applications are doing the huge task. Correct. Okay. We are taking millions, we are writing millions of lines of code, multiple integrations. I just show you one integration of a third party API. And that has also made me use a lot of brain behind it and constantly evolving frameworks. Okay. Now managing all these manual things, whether it was writing the code, whether it was integration, is not anymore, not feasible anymore, I'll say. Okay. It's like to build a skyscraper, a huge building with a hammer and a chisel instead of using machines to put up the ceilings at a faster rate. Second, business demands are faster deliverable cycles. Every client coming to you would ask that, okay, please get my application developed as fast as possible. Okay, nobody is going to now accept that you are going to give them the application once a year. Previously, the time was for 8 months, one year, going to 2 years of building one application. Now companies want their updates weekly, sometimes even the daily updates. Daily some new feature is being embedded. Okay. That is where AI helps developers to speed up the delivery without compromising the quality, and almost like having a highly skilled assistant who anticipates your next move. Okay. Now there is where Copilot will comes into the play. One of the AI tools that when I am writing the code, it suggests me what next line of code you are going to write it. Okay. Then there is a competitive pressure, as mentioned over here. Companies leveraging AI in development are building products in half the time compared to traditional approaches. Let me tell you. Okay. In case if your team is not using AI, let me tell you, you are essentially starting a race somewhere 10 steps behind itself. You are lagging at this level. AI has been, I have used AI and see in the development, it has brought a lot of, like, no, a lot of huge help. You just press one tab button and the next 5 lines of code would be written for you. Even you just need to have a basic idea of JavaScript and you would be able to create a functional application. Okay. Not only this, nowadays, however, not the case in the India, there are many people, many skilled developers, but still at the company's requirement, at the project's requirement, okay, this AI helps you to increase your force, okay, which means you do not have to go ahead and hire huge teams. Even with the small teams, can achieve the output of much larger teams, okay. It's like just turning a 3% squad into a 10% squad, powerhouse. Not only this, okay, I'll say the most exciting part, that is this innovation, okay, which means with AI you are able to offload repetitive routine tasks, okay, and developers can focus more on the creative and the new things which can help them to resolve some complex problem. Okay. Now, the GitHub platform that I've shown you, okay, there it has been clearly mentioned that with the help of a tool called as Copilot, okay, people were able to complete their task 55% faster. And let me tell you, this is not just a speed, that's more and more time to innovate, to bring out new functionalities. That is what 50% has been faster. Okay. Implications of leaders, what you need to go ahead and do it. Make sure that your team is going ahead and like using the AI properly over here. Okay. Then I'll discuss the Copilot. I'll show you how does it functions and how does it work. So do not worry about it. Okay.
So the takeaway for this complete slide, I'll say that AI isn't just a tool, it is a starting advantage of building software smarter, faster, and more creatively. So that is what AI in development is helping out. Okay. Now talking about how AI reshapes developer workflows. Okay. Now when we talk about AI in terms of coding, the best thing, the most thing that excites me personally is how it acts like a real-time coding companion with me. Okay. Now, firstly, what there was real-time suggestions, okay, which means, as I told you, when we write a code, we define the variables. A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, then C is equal to A plus B, and then print, just basic things I'm telling you, print A plus B, and the result 30 gets printed on the screen. Now these names A, B, C, these are called as variables. Now when you write program, every line of code would be where variable will be used. In every line of code, probably variable will be used. Because what happens in programming, you generated some output. Now, based on this output, the next feature has to be developed. So again, this has to be stored somewhere. For that, you store a name. These variables could be a unique names, A, B, C, D, F1, F2, F3, could be anything. Okay. Now, what happens? This AI helps you out to go ahead and figure out all these variables. Okay, from the functions, modules, whatever the line of code you go ahead and see it. Okay. Talking about natural language to code. Okay. Now, first of all, these are mathematical calculations, writing functions. Okay. But in case if you are able to write functions in the plain English, okay, and AI is generating the code for you, it's almost like you are talking to the computer and having it understand exactly what you are willing to have it, which is a huge productivity boost. We are going to have a hands-on on the same thing as well. Okay. Then refactoring support, the third point. Okay. This is another game changer, which means AI can spot duplicate or inefficient code and suggest improvements. So your code remains clean and maintainable without wasting hours of manual review. Now here this is development. This is not the finance. Okay. Which means if AI can go ahead and help me out to figure out duplicate things. Okay. Now let me tell you, huge amount of time in the development is invested in removing those extra words that have been used in the coding which are not doing any job, okay, but are present. Or my code is running, okay, but still there are some errors, inaccuracies. AI immediately figures out and tells you, okay, there is no need of having it. It will give you the suggestions to remove it. Okay. So you should have this understanding that, okay, it's not too difficult nowadays for the developers to write a code. Okay, so in case if they're telling you, okay, it is going to take 4 months, then let me tell you the team is going to be inefficient. It definitely depends upon project to project size, but you should have some cross questions to them. Okay, that why it is taking so much time for you to do this job. What would be the answers, the maximum answers you would be getting? No, writing the code is difficult. No, we have to write lengthy code. This code will take huge amount of time. I have to test against it. I have to go ahead and check for the errors and everything. Okay. Your next clear cut question to your team should be whether you are using AI, which AI are you using? So why does not you are not able to go ahead and help out to figure out the error? That is where you need to understand. Talking about your code consistency. Okay. So okay, there is two things I'll explain you. I want to print hello world. There are two ways. Let's say I want to print this hello world 100 times. Yes or no? Let's say I have to print 100 times. There are two things. Option number one, I write the code print hello world. And I write this second time print hello world. I'm writing this 100 times, so on, so on, so on. This is your option number one. The option number two, if I tell it to use a loop
for I in range 1 to 1 not 1, print hello world. The same job is done, only just 3 lines of code, and here you are writing 100 lines of code. Okay, so the systematic way to do the proper coding practices is also something that AI goes in and helps you out, which means to to scale your projects at a greater level without introducing new chaos. That generally happens due to writing lengthy codes instead of using the smart codes. Okay. Similarly, the integration help. AI can help you out with the various API calls so that you can go ahead and save your time, library imports, instead of sitting and creating the APIs and wasting your time. It's going to help you out to look for various APIs that are available and you can use it. Now, I don't think so. There's any need for me to explain the API, and that is where I explained it in the very starting. Got it? Then you have time savings. Okay. Now, time savings is reduces boilerplate writing, logging, error handling, and setup code. Let me also go ahead and tell you. This is the VS Code shortcut now. So, come back here. Let's say I created a new file and I'm going to create a, let's say, genai.html. I'm creating a new HTML page. Okay. There are two things. Let's say I'm writing HTML code line by line, HTML head. My head is, let's say within the head, I give a title. You don't have to learn it. Don't worry. Title, Intellipaat class. Now this is what I know, so I'm writing it. Body. This is a basic structure I'm creating for the HTML. Title. In the body, what I want to go ahead and display is H1. My participants have some break. Let's have some unordered list. And within this, I'll define list. Okay. Ram, Kuntal, Saurabh. Okay. Let's say Swapnil. Got it. I'll just save. I'll open it with Live. Got it? I immediately got a local host website, my participants with this size because I called it in the H1, and then the list of my people who were frequent on my chat box. Okay. Now, for just this method, even if I remove it, I am removing this list. Control save. You can see the tab name, that is Intellipaat class. That is something that comes up from the title. Okay. I'm removing the H1, just the structure. Okay. A page is ready with the Intellipaat class. I can start designing it over here in the body. Correct. I have to write this much of common thing. Plus, in case if I want to call a CSS file, then I have to add and increase the line. Now, even to go ahead and save the time, if I'll remove it, instead, I'll just give exclamation mark, and if I will hit enter, it will give me the boilerplate. Can everybody see this? As soon as I'm hitting enter on it, okay, I got the same thing, that is HTML. It is a specifying language. Remove it. It's same. Title and HTML. This is two extra things it has given for coding level. That's we use it to specify few things, but I don't have to write it. By default, it has given me this much. First of all, I have written it manually. Got it? So that is what the second last point was telling us. Okay. So basically, it saves a huge amount of time, reduces boilerplate writing. This is what the boilerplate writing is. Either for the logging, error handling, and setting up the code. We were setting up the code. Okay. Then definitely the developer well-being, which means minimizes frustration. All the emotional stuff is somewhere reduced when you do not have to go ahead and make efforts for such basic things as well. Now, benefits for developers for different roles. Okay. Now, junior developers, it is like a mentor, I would say, which is available to them for 24 into 7. They can learn faster by observing AI suggestions and understanding why certain approaches work, which accelerates their growth tremendously. Mid-level developers benefit by spending less time on repetitive, redundant, and routine tasks, like writing the boilerplate code, and instead they can more focus on software architectures and problem solving. So it's more like moving from being a craftsman to becoming a project designer. Instead of just writing it, you are putting your energy, efforts towards figuring out how I can make this project better. If I'll talk about the senior developers, they can use AI to review code, detect flaws, enforce coding standards. So I'll say that it's almost like a virtual quality analyst team that never sleeps, ensuring high quality work is being delivered while freeing them from doing the base scratch QA of the things. Talking about full stack developers. What are the full stack developers? Full stack developers are those developers which are doing front end job as well as they are doing back end job. This is what the front end job people mean. Full stack developer mean. Front end and back end both. Okay. So that is true. Okay. You get a massive productivity help. Okay. Because AI helps you out to figure out writing the prototype within seconds. Okay. Within hours, I would say. Seconds would be a wrong word. Okay. Instead of days. Okay. Connection issues. When you write front and back end file now, when you try to go ahead and create connections, you write different files for it, your root application. Okay, the routing has to be told, okay, from where to click, when, what has to be done, where it has to go, and all such factors. Okay, so that is where AI helps a lot in this segment as well, that is integrating front end and back end and databases all together. Okay. All those now who are the upper level category, who are the AI engineers or the data engineers, okay. So they help where AI can help them in building the model integration, building the continuous pipelines, cleaning the data efficiently, okay, figuring out the tasks that used to take days before, now are going to take less tasks, okay. So the overall takeaway from this is, okay, that AI can amplify the skills, okay, at every stage, turning small teams into powerhouse innovators. It means you do not go ahead and you don't have to go ahead and have a heavy or very large team nowadays to go ahead and do the development job. Then anybody in anyone in the future talks about, I need 10 people, 7 people, 3 people for this task, which means you have to go ahead and do the cross question QA to them, that how they are accessing their code, how they are writing their code, what is the difference, how the things are working. Let's move forward. Okay, now this is one of the case studies. So, case study on your GitHub Copilot. Okay, let's say when we talk about the real world AI impact on, like, now, GitHub Copilot is a perfect example. Okay, now, before we talk about its fact, let me go ahead and show you what this Copilot, the word Copilot again and again talks about. So, as I told you, GitHub is a platform. Okay. GitHub is a platform just like your Google Drive, where you manage your photos, images, okay, and it can be shareable. Doesn't matter whether you even lose your device, the data is always maintained on Google Drive. Similarly, all the product related files are maintained on GitHub. Now, GitHub has introduced this one small monkey feature. Okay, this is chat with Copilot, kind of an AI integrated, more focused towards development. And I'll click on it. Okay. It opens up a chat here itself, and this is more correlated to development. What it has taken, it is working on this repository. Okay. Now I might go ahead and ask anything. Okay. Uh, is there a chance to shorten my code, or is there any redundancy? This is for one particular repository. I have many repository likes this. This is the juice shop. I have 10 different applications. In one file, I have many. In one project, this is my project, juice shop. Within that, there are many files. Okay. It's a, I can help, but I need a little guidance before I run checks across the repository. Do you want me to look for redundancy and opportunity to shorten the code across the whole repo? Okay, I can run the automated scans and point out all duplicated functions, similar files, large duplicate blocks. Okay, tell me what option do you want? Okay, what I'll say is I'll just say the point number one, or it is saying within your project, do you want me to go ahead and look for a specific file content? Okay, so I'll just say, just to save the time, just look for my JS files. And I started searching the code base. What if we paste the code and ask for the suggestion? That's quite easy. That's quite very easy. I'm just telling you this upper level thing. The code you will be writing and you will be asking the suggestion, it will immediately give you. That is going to be a simple job for it. Okay, you are providing the content. What here it is doing, it is going to the repository. You just mentioned look for my JavaScript file, JS file, and that is started looking for JS. That is what the intelligence we are talking about. Okay, this is I scanned the repository files. You pointed me at focused on JavaScript or TypeScript or the plain.js files. I could find in that set a quick summary of what I inspected and relevant finding follows. Okay, a number of root files in server code. These files are present in my code. These many files are present. Okay, these many files are present in my code. Okay, now what is the high level findings about the redundancy? Most of the code base in TypeScript, not plain JS. You requested that I look at JS files with the repository largely uses the TypeScript file. What it says? No, the files that you are expecting me to go ahead and do it, it's more into a TS file than the JavaScript file. However, repeated static header markup across views. Okay, many times the headers in the program files are being overridden. Similar route handlers that serve private assets can be done. Repeated small utility code that can be centralized. Large inline data has been called. Now I know that these terminologies might new to be you. Okay, that what are these inline codes? So we cannot get into the development into few classes. It's a huge years of learning. But yes, the over point here is this code, it gives you the solution. Add a helper in routes, create views partial, then header.hbs, and replace the repeated header markup with it. It is telling the developers the exact solutions that have to be implemented. They don't have to go ahead and open. Let's say you just think of it. I'll ask somebody, okay, to come back and open all these folders and files. I'll open one folder. Within this one folder, I have many files over here. It's just think of it. It would be taking so much of time. It would take how much time? Within one folder, I have many other folders. Within this change password folder, I have many files over present over. Now doing the QA of all this, that is why it takes months to do the quality analysis. And just think of it, writing all these files, then properly arranging them into this folder architectures would be a huge difficult job. That is where your GitHub Copilot helps you out. Not only to do this, but also to give the future further solutions, okay, and debugging things. But still, let's come back. So that is what I'll say that over 1 million developers use it on the daily basis. And this is what somewhere also tells you that, okay, how the technology is now being adopted. Talking about the second point, Copilot can complete 46% of the code in supported languages. 46% of the code in the supported languages. Okay. Now, it means developers are not typing every single line themselves. This is what it means. So, throughout the code, our project code is being written. 46% is something that the co-pilot is completing. Only 54% is something that the developers are writing. Rest is all suggestions. Rest is just a tab button that the developers are pressing and they are getting the suggested thing. Okay. Not only this, the companies like Shopify, okay,
they have like now they have reported the 2x faster prototyping or the development of or the new features to be added in their current websites and applications using this Copilot. Okay. What's even more impressive is that Copilot adapts to each developer's style. The suggestion it makes feel natural, almost like it's like you are reading somebody's mind. Okay, which makes somewhere the workflow more smooth and more better. Now, what are these suggestions I'm talking about? Let me also go ahead and show you this without wasting time. All right. So let's say I'll enable my Copilot in the VS Code. It has been signed out, so I'll just sign in. I'll just click on sign in. I'll just click on, let's say, continue with GitHub. Signed in as Rust to. Okay, so basically, Copilot, you get some credits. I hope I have not exhausted all the credits. Otherwise, there are different extensions too. Okay, there is present. Okay, I have present. Now, see, I'm writing some code. Let's say I'm writing some code, writing a new file. Let's say index.html. It says already a file is present with the name. Let's say test.html. Okay. First of all, what I'm doing, this is a blank space for me to write the code. Okay. Now you'll observe something. Let me get the boilerplate to save the time. Okay. And here in the body, what I'm doing is, let's say I'm creating some boxes. Let's say div class container. Next lines, I have even completed it. That is what the Copilot suggestion is. It is assuming that, okay, what I am trying to go ahead and do. I'm trying, since my file name is test.html, which means the person might give one H1 heading, test page. Then he will write a paragraph that this is a test page for some kind of comparison. I'll just press the tab button. And as soon as I do it, the code have been written. I don't have to write it. Getting my point? Similarly, lines of code, huge lines of code. When I'll keep on writing, it will keep on giving the suggestion. I don't have to write all this. I don't have to use all these tags. Let me tell you, it is a kind of a God gift to developers nowadays. A huge gift that everybody, in case if you'll ask them to go ahead and give them a recharge gift, okay, of a huge co-pilot, they will prefer more that than somewhere you are gifting them a watch. This is what how much the subscriptions of AI are being sold nowadays. Okay. So that is what we are talking about, the co-pilot, how the co-pilot has brought new functionalities and features in the development. Okay. So it has somewhere improved a lot of productivity, not just the productivity, but it has also boosted the developers' satisfaction and retention. Okay, teams feel like supported because the development job was only the job, okay, where there was no support. Until unless the other person is also not a developer, you are not going to get any kind of support. Okay, you were just revolving here and there. And even in case if you will think like, okay, ChatGPT can also help me out. ChatGPT can definitely help you out. Okay, on giving you the new codes, but it cannot help you out to continuously give you the suggestions when you are working on your code, when you are actually working on your code. Got it? So that is what the co-pilot we have discussed. Now we are going to discuss about challenges that developers face without AI. I believe everybody would have gotten a huge idea about like now what are the real challenges. Time drain, instead I will say more it's than time drain, it's the stress drain. Okay. When I think about software development without AI, a lot of the frustration developers face become really clear in even myself because I have done it a lot in the past. I know that what situation it was writing those lengthy codes in those days. Okay. One of them is definitely hours. Developers spend hours of writing repetitive boiler code, things like error handling, logging, setup routines, which has no value. It has to be written, but there were no shortcuts to do it. Okay. Then those tricky, hard to find bugs, okay, can completely destroy the projects. Mistakes were quite short, quite small, but were quite difficult to figure out. Not only that, sometimes the understanding and the logic that was used somewhere, okay,
behind the code was entirely wrong. We were entirely going wrong somewhere in a wrong direction from the very starting itself. There were knowledge gaps, okay, there were inconsistency. Developers may not always know which was the best library or what was the best syntax or approach for a problem, which lead to a lot of hit and trial. That I've started developing something, I think it okay, this is the best way I can do it. I'm not aware of the shortcuts. See, there are no reserved shortcuts. In development, this is one of the field. The experience helps you out a lot. Okay, what is the approach you choose to go ahead and complete one task? It could be a long way as well, it could be a short way as well. And that would help you in case if you are aware of libraries or something like that. So that has reduced a lot. That has reduced a lot. Okay. Then coding style, same format has to be continued, same functionality should be brought. Okay, now loops is one thing, but making the advanced loop was another thing, right? Just like a simple example I gave you, writing 100 lines or just using 3 lines, you would be able to do it. So in case if you are not aware of those 3 lines only, then you have to go ahead and write about those 100 lines, correct? And that is where AI has helped out. Even the chat GPT can at least go ahead and tell you all this, okay? That you can download this particular library if this is your requirement, okay? So it's not just a solution to those the real pain points, but it truly drives value, I would say. Now, business value, how it would be able to help you out at the business perspective. Point number first, faster product launches. AI, as I told you, as I've shown you few functionalities, it dramatically saves a lot of time, which shortens time to the market, allowing teams to deliver features and products much quicker than traditional methods. Okay, then definitely when cost would be saved, when repetitive work is saved, productivity is boosted. Correct. So now where you are hiring many developers, 10 developers, now your team of 4 smart developers who know AI can do the same job. So it's a huge time. That is what the scalable teams. You don't have to scale, okay? Improved quality, because previously developers were only writing that code that was doing the same job, but what they were aware of. Okay. Now, different people in the different corner of the world, they might be doing the same job with a better thing. But since these two different developers do not know each other, there was no sharing of information. But now with the AI, it has the data from every point of corner. It has the best ways or all the ways available in all the corners of the world. Okay, so definitely the quality would be somewhere more improved in the talent attraction, correct? Customer satisfaction, faster updates, happier customer. Okay, investor confidence. Okay, so somewhere when you go ahead and show your prototype, you show your previous projects which are driven out of AI, telling you that okay, in how many less months or less days you have completed that category of project. Somewhere the one who's going to invest or somewhere who have to go ahead and give you a project to your company, definitely they would be impressed. The AI is going to be the like it's going to help you a lot throughout in your business. Okay. The implications of developers' futures. Okay, so simple, from code writers, you become the orchestrators. Orchestrators means instead of you just playing all the devices of the band one by one, instead you would be able to handle multiple tasks in one go. Okay, so what skills are needed for the developers? Just asking the right prompts to whether you have to go ahead and write the code, whether you have to review the code. That is what AI literacy is very, very important. You can go through the slide, not mention anything that I should go ahead and help you out specifically on it. Okay, so that is what AI powered code generation. Talking about code generation. Now, this is one of the very first aspect of the developers, okay, where this is one of the main requirements, I would say. Without writing the code, it won't be possible for you to go ahead and start doing your task. The biggest issue before even finding out the bugs is to have the code at least with you. correct? Nowadays, so with AI, you do not have to go ahead and specify it in the syntaxes or the variables, okay, or putting the code and then asking it in some other format to tell the issues in the code. What you can do, you can simply use your natural language, okay? You can describe the entire functionality of the code or your requirements that you are expecting from that code. Not only that code, you can even give the requirement of your website, like build a login page with email and password validation. It is going to give the code for you. You do not even have to think about writing the code. So let's say you either a developer or a designer is asking, make a brochure about our new product, and AI will instantly craft its very first draft to you. Okay. So definitely it brings a lot of business value. That is, it shortens the development life cycle, the software development life cycle that we discussed. Now the cross language coding doesn't matter what project are you getting on, whether your developers are skilled in that programming language or not. Definitely you would like to have a person in your team who has knowledge on it. But yes, whether it is, there are many languages. There is Go language, there is Python, JavaScript, Java, .NET, got it, and then many more, Swift for Apples. So AI knows every kind of language. Doesn't matter what project requirements come ad hoc. You don't have to figure out of hiring a separate developer who has knowledge in that programming language only. In case if your current developers know the programming, then in all the programming, the only difference is syntax. How the variables are called, how the brackets are closed, how the indentation is used, whether the colons are used, whether the semicolons are used, whether there are no colons used. Okay, so that is what AI here reduces the dependency on specific tech stacks or individual expertise. That is what the cross language coding is all about. Then talking about reusable code snippets. Okay. So most of the common components, I'll tell you, this more revolve around authentication, form validation, database connections can be immediately written by the AI itself. Okay, the CRUD operations. What is the CRUD operation? C for create, R for read, U for update, D for delete. Okay, for any kind of parsing operations, any kind of these four operations, okay, you don't have to go ahead and write the codes again and again, because what happens in these are four operations, the CRUD operation, that you have to previously developers have to continuously write the same code again and again, again and again. So it can convert these lengthy codes into the reusable snippets by using the functionalities like functions of the classes of the OOPS methods. Not getting into that. Then complex AI callings, as I told you, calling API. As I told you, I had a URL that from Open Weather. By default, it was just telling the London weather. What I did a modification that where the word London was written, I brought it in my code in such a way that as soon as any user will input any value in the input field of city, the API should go and access the data of that city. This was one problem. Similarly, you might have many complex problems regarding the APIs. That is where this is one of the more very much important aspect in developers' life. Okay. Apart from the CRUD operations, we are just creating, reading, and updating and deleting things happen. Okay. Then whether it is memorizing the documentation, whether it's the learning, they want to go ahead and learn it. Okay. Whether it is quicker and the faster functional prototypes have to be created, proof of concept has to be done. Everything is possible. I'll say the strategic implementation is possible from the artificial intelligence throughout all the aspects, whatever category of code is being generated, whether it is CRUD operations, whether it is API calling, whether it is reusable snippets, whether it is from a specific tech or from various different tech, whether it is writing the and asking AI to write the entire code for your separate pages or your separate functionalities, and then integrating it with the previous pages that you have created. Everything is possible for AI. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Generative AI certification course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. This course is specially designed for AI enthusiasts who want to prepare and excel in the field of generative AI. Through this course, you will master Gen AI skills like foundation model, large language models, transformers, prompt engineering, diffusion models, and much more from top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step toward career growth in the field of generative AI.